was more one because TL really had like everything, you know, objectives and kills, and it just felt like they were running it. But then the scaling for Cloud9, they still relied on that was the Sivir Azir game, right?
Yeah.
I thought they did a really good job of playing their like battle lines in the key team fights. There's like multiple fights by Dragon and one on the top side of the map, and we actually have a visual for the final fight.
Boom.
We're doing a little test here.
We're doing one visual. Calm down.
One visual. You know, all the other plays, not quite yet, but we got one for you. If you want to take a look.
You want to keep your imagination strong. You know? You can imagine the rest of them.
If you want to take a look at the Cloud9 Team Liquid team fight, we're gonna throw it up on screen as well if you are watching on YouTube or anything like that. But I thought this one, they played the battle lines really, really nicely because they had put so much effort into scaling their Azir Sivir, which is amazing late game combos. Like those are the carries that you want if you're playing versus Sion. You know, those are some of the carries that can actually kill Sions and get through them. And they were able to farm up their Lord Doms and everything. And so Thanatos does this play where in the super late game, after carries like that already have, you know, magic penetration and armor penetration and stuff, like you don't really tank things by actually taking the damage. You need like CC the enemy carries. And so Thanatos flashes in on top of Yon to stun him with the long empowered stun and gets the barrier. And then he like double dashes away with Renekton and Slice and Dices. And like creates a lot of time. Meanwhile, Sivir and Azir are just auto attacking this Sion, and the Sion's like, oh, I gotta walk away, and so then it gives you like another opportunity to re-engage, and then APA, after both front lines have had like their separate engages, you know, Jose tries to go in while Morgan is running away, so like there was less coordination on TL's side. Jose did this like, you know, he tried to flash in again, and then he instantly ults, and then he's like, oh no, like I can't tank for very long either. And then Morgan was walking away, so they were like desynced on their front line. And then APA was like, all right, well, that's the opening then. You guys have nothing left.
Right. I was going to say, watching this game, it seemed so awkward for both sides to actually try to start a fight because there were some engage tools, right? You have like Bard ult, you have Sion ult, whatever, but it was, you have this poke Nidalee build with Ludens and Echoes of Helia, where the idea is you want to just be able to like throw spears and poke them down, but the spears weren't really landing, and they had Nami to heal it up as well. You know, on top of just like a tank
and the
silent
Bard stuff
shielding.
This game was missing every Bard ult too.
Yeah, it was.
And Qs too.
Yeah.
It was not Keria on Bard in these games this weekend. Yeah, the Bard priority versus
speaking a lot of English in this game.
Yeah, it was a little weird seeing the priority on Bard was so high, but like the actual game impact of him was not quite lined up with priority. But
Vulcan normally is a nasty Bard, to be fair.
Yeah, and he did kind of set up that last fight. But I will say, I think from C9's perspective, these fights are super awkward to do because you don't really want to overcommit or you'll just die. And it's sort of the same for both sides. So in that clip we have, I thought it was really impressive that the way C9 actually played this fight, it kind of reminds me of the Genji style team fighting, which is always cool to watch, where it doesn't feel like it's really easy to predict how they're going to do it or even coordinate, right? It's not like before the fight they're able to say like, okay, this is how we're going to do the fight. It's kind of just everyone's doing their own thing and creating space while not going into suicide, right? So it was like Vulcan started out the fight by, I think he like was just queuing Orianna, and then he was able to ult him. And it wasn't like they were going to have some massive follow-up with that. It was just, they're all kind of doing a little bit. And then, like you mentioned, Thanatos flashed in, and his intention wasn't, I'm going to flash in and one-shot someone. It was like, he's just making space. He's going to flash in, and he knows if he stays in, he's going to immediately die. So he instantly has to double dash out. But it was like they used enough stuff there, and they drew enough attention to give APA that opening to go for the flash ult. So I thought that kind of team fight was impressive to me because that kind of thing is extremely hard to pull off. You know, you don't have very much CC on your team. Your jungle mid AD carry have no CC at all. You have a Renekton stun in a Bard.
And it was late game. Renekton was looking useless this game, I felt like. Like he got his I don't know what it was, 15 CS or plus or minus a bit, I can't remember exactly, advantage over the Sion. But they never ganked Sion, they never killed Sion. And then he did Shojin second. He did Cleaver Shojin instead of going Sterix. So then he would show up to the fights, and he all he could do was flash in stun and then run away.
Yeah,
I remember they had that this fight where he set up on a flank by Dragon, and he was in the banana bush above like the red buff. And it's like he pops Dominus, and you're like, all right, here he goes. And he just stood in the bush for so long until Dominus expired, and then he flashes in stun, and then slice and dice out. It's like that was his fights. Like he just looked like he couldn't do anything. So I thought it was so impressive how they played out that fight, because to me, yes, there was mistakes on TL, but this fight was way more outplay than misplay. I was really, really impressed by how C9 was actually able to like find a way to win in a fight like that. I thought that was really, really sick. Even with that team fight win, though, I thought TL still had a really good chance in this game, and then they completely lost their minds. The next one was complete outplay, nothing from C9 forcing this. They barred
misplay. You mean for the second one? The
next
one?
Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, complete misplay. Like it wasn't like a forced error. It was
no,
just
TL were trolling.
TL were completely trolling.
Yeah.
Like they Bard ult into their jungle, or not Bard ult, Bard tunnel into the jungle.
Core JJ sees it. He walks away for a second, and then he walks back up to it.
And then they full engage, and Quid is like on the other side of the map, and you're playing like a full beefy frontline team, right? You don't have a ton of threats where you can just skirmish. Like you need your Ori and your Corki, or you do nothing. And it just felt like they were doing so well the whole game. One fight went bad where they got kind of outplayed by C9 in the river, and then they just completely lost their minds, took this fight, and the game instantly ended. And you were just like, what just happened?
It felt like the dragon fight was like, oh man, they just got like punched in the head, and then they were like super dizzy afterwards, and they were like, what is going on?
Concussion, yeah.
Everyone was like, oh, what? We're still playing this game? Like, did we just, and then
not for long.
It was crazy. They were just all gave all these free kills. And you're just like, well, I guess it was over. I thought like the tension was building, and it was going to be like this epic battle now. Cloud9 had just like fought their way back. It'd been this whole game of TL winning. And then now the Azir and the Sivir have scaled, and they're using like their damage and their range really well to get these like little leads. And then it's just like, all right, I guess Azir's all dead. Everyone just kind of walked up into there, one by one. And they go, okay, I guess we're over then.
Never mind.
Hope that the next game's better.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like a result of pressure, right? Like, you always talk about pressure in games, and it was a tough game because it was, 40 minutes or something, almost 35 minutes of these very drawn-out standoffs. Where
you're winning it for 90%.
Yeah, you're winning it.
Instantly lose.
Right, and one thing goes wrong, and then all of a sudden you start feeling like, oh, man, like, we can't just do this standoff. We're going to lose it eventually, so now we just got to go for something, and then that's when those desperate plays come out, and the stuff that when you watch it, it's like, oh, that wasn't very good. That was a huge throw. So I was impressed by C9's ability to pilot this, sometimes it's a meme when you say there's a hard to play comp, which to me, usually in my head, I'm like, okay, so that's just a bad draft if there's a hard to play comp. But I think this was actually just a difficult to play comp because there's not like any clear... it's the win con isn't super clear on how you want to do it, right? It's not like, okay, we group and we poke them, or we split and we get picks, or we just team fight walk them. It's kind of like you gotta finesse it a little bit. So I thought that was super cool. And then obviously game 2, C9 had a lot more playmaking options.
Easy go buttons.
Yeah, and so something that kind of stuck out to me with this one is that Team Liquid replaced Impact with Morgan, and they had these like hype videos for him being like, yeah, like he's the guy, he's dominating everyone in scrims, he's just the best top laner ever. And then they didn't enable him in any way, shape, or form with drafting, right? It was like, granted, it can happen sometimes, but it's like this new pickup you have who's supposed to be this insane laner, you put him on Sion into Renekton in Italy, which is like, good luck there. And then the next game they blind picked Rumble, and he has to lane it up against Aurora.
He did really well in both lanes, I thought.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even saying he did badly, but I'm just saying I think he's being
played to him.
They're putting him in a situation where it's like, if he does well, he's not feeding.
Yeah. Versus
being in a situation where it's like, if he does well, he can hard carry the game.
No, I agree with that part completely, but I still walk away from this thinking, wow, like he's a really good laner, because Thanatos has been by far the best laning top laner in the league. He counterpicked his Rumble with the Aurora. They went even in lane. Like, I'm not saying Thanatos maybe didn't have more pressure, but like their CS was like dead even in lane in that second game. And I was like, damn, that's actually really impressive because that matchup is very hard. And Thanatos is a monster laner. And game one, yeah, he did go down some CS, but like, again, it was like 12, 15. I can't remember exactly. Maybe it got a little bit higher than that, but it was in that benchmark, never died. And then you hit that point where he's just a brick wall. So I was really impressed by his laning, but I do fully agree they never did actually play to him at all. And you like sometimes you get counterpicked and you're like, damn, I'm playing this so well. I'm dead even. All right, how's everyone else doing? You hit tab and the game is over. And that's what this one felt like.
Dude, the mid lane situation was rough. I don't remember. In pro, it's very rare to see someone actually just getting blasted in lane. But that was mid. It was Talia versus Yone, and Quid was just bleeding far. It was like every single wave he was losing half of his health. He was having to like home guard max his way back to lane, and he could not play the game. I felt
like a lot of it came off of that roam though from
it was
because he got the kill, he got the blue buff. Based had enough gold for Lost Chapter, and Quid had like no buy. And
yeah,
so
exactly.
Like that was where it was like, all right, now you actually can't breathe.
Yeah, and part of that too was because Quid did the team play where as APA's moving to that bot play,
you follow.
Yeah, he followed, and if it's a really hard decision to make because obviously in hindsight, if Quid just stayed mid, pushed the next wave, based earlier, he probably could have been okay. But it was like he abandoned the wave, followed Quid, and then got nothing. And I think he got like chunked out or something and just ended up in a terrible spot. Like the wave was bad, APA got a kill in blue, and it was just really, really rough.
Yeah, I think one of the big things for me was spamming the new season, especially with and playing a lot of lanes instead of jungle. Is you have to be so discerning on what plays you actually follow because you lose quest progress if you leave your lane. Like you lose the bonus. And a lot of your quest progress comes from just being in lane and the passive getting boosted by being in lane. And so there's a lot of times where if the enemy has a little lead and they're going to make a play, I think now in this season more than ever, it's more correct to stay your lane, push, and try and get a quick turret play or turret hit even, both because you can get instant rewards, crystals, and it's really easy to take the first one, but also because you're going to lose quest progress, and the person who leaves first and goes to a good play actually will make up more quest progress because they're getting kills, takedowns give a bunch, or they're like getting dragon or something, epic monsters give a bunch as well. But if you also follow them and you don't get those takedowns or epic monsters, then you are going to be super behind in your quest in addition to already losing out on the play. And I feel like it snowballs this season even more heavily than it previously did. So yeah, I think this season is like there's so much more focus, at least for me, on laning phase and like making those decisions where it's like junglers have always memed about, and not even memed, but like since the very beginning of like season 1 and stuff, it's like never gank a losing lane. And it's like, okay, well maybe like tiny times, like sometimes, but like you don't want to go to losing plays basically a lot of the time. I think laners will just have to be more cognizant of when they leave or don't.
Yeah, I mean, it just created such an extreme advantage. It's really like usually losing hard in pro play is like, you're getting pushed in a lot, you're down a bit of CS, right? But yeah, he was down early, like what, 30 or 40 CS?
Also, credit to APA, he landed so many combos.
Yep.
Like he was getting seismic shove after seismic shove, and it's on a Yone too. And so he was just chunking him over and over.
And I felt Blabber played really well this game on the Jarvan. Like he got ahead early, and I felt like he was just making play after play after play. This was to me one of those games where you see kind of Blabber at his best, right? Where I feel like he is someone who can snowball games in a way that a lot of junglers cannot, where he gets that advantage and he's able to push it really, really effectively. So this was definitely an impressive game from C9 for sure.
Yeah, I really loved we got to listen to some sounds of the game afterwards, and there was that bot lane fight where APA had this comm that really stuck with me, which I thought was super good, where he was basically just like, yeah, like I'm going in no matter what, basically, because I think that is such a good confidence call from the team because it's not telling other people what to do. There's no hesitation. It's basically just rallying your whole team, and this that's the kind of comm that really reminds me of High in the early C9 days, which was something that I remember when I first subbed for them, he kind of calmed like that. It wasn't necessarily like he was forcing everyone, like he wasn't commanding other people. He was just like, yeah, like F this, I'm going in. And it was like, follow him or lose the game, basically. And it was usually good situations. And so APA kind of brought that same energy where it was like, yeah, I'm going in no matter what. So then you're not sitting there thinking, is this a good play? Or, you know, I'm being forced to do this thing. You're just like, okay, like that's our leader. Like he's going, we're going to follow him. And so that to me was a really good sign for them. And I think like that kind of confidence boosting call is super, super important.
It switches the teammates thinking from now they don't have to consider, oh, are we doing this play or not, to how am I going to follow up on this play? And so you're already thinking about, all right, what am I going to do in this scenario, instead of wasting any mental energy on, are we even going to do it? I'm really glad we got that listed in, because we got to highlight it. And he's like, oh, I see an angle. I'm going no matter what. And you're just like, oh, hell yeah. It's like, it's good.
Yeah. A really good contrast to that, I think, was a different listen we had from the DSG game, which, you know, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But it was the play where Darkwings had that comeback play on Azir. I think Rahel had just gotten caught in a really bizarre way. And then Darkwings had a superhero Azir play to get them back in the game. It was like a 4v5, and he got like a really good flash ult. And then we heard the comms from that play, and it was a mess. It was like, I think Darkwings comms while he was doing the play was like, you know, it was just complete indecision. Other people, I couldn't tell who was talking, but they were saying like, don't go for anything. Like multiple people were talking, saying multiple things. And it was just like actually a mess of comms. So I think comparing the two, because like Darkwings obviously made a hero play to save the game, but like it didn't sound like that from the listening at all.
Yeah, well, we can talk a bit about that series. Disguised was able to beat Sentinels 2-1. This one was so interesting. It did go all three. I think it was our only series that went all three. Yeah, yep. It was. And Sentinels won game one, but it was interesting because like even in that game, I felt like, I don't know, at least mechanically and whatnot, DSG was looking better. And I came into this, especially after having talked to Ido, where he's like, yeah, like the whole roster is basically built around Kryra. Like that's the whole intention of this thing. And then they don't have Kryra. I'm like, all right, you're going to get cooked, right? Like you're going to get cooked for sure. Hambach came out game one, got like giga lead over Kisno, was almost like flamerizing him, it felt like at one point. Massive gold lead on the Kiana. It felt like it should be, you know, kind of a stompy game, but even this one became pretty close. And even in times where I felt like there was bad choices on the fight that they took, I was really impressed by how Sajed was playing things out mechanically. Like, even if they shouldn't have been there, or even if they shouldn't have, you know, done it, like every single time there's like a flash engage on him, he has Zonia'd it. Like, you know, instantaneously Zonia'd it or flashed it or whatever. Like his reactions and his mechanics I thought were really fast, really good, which was fun to see and quite impressive. And yeah, that game, first game, they did end up winning. It was that kind of hero play you're talking about from Darkwings, the Azir shuffle that he finds in the jungle. But it was a wild ride, shall we say?
Oh yeah, that was not a clean game, but it was a fun game. That was sweet. That was just, you know, they were playing on fumes by the end there. It was just you couldn't predict what was going to happen, right? I think it was. Yeah, Disguise got the soul, and I feel like usually when a team gets Cloud Soul, it's kind of GG. That thing is so insanely strong. But I guess they didn't really have great champions for Cloud Soul, right? It's like Talia Pantheon kind of get zero value out of it because they're just in an animation for the whole move speed bonus. But I think Hambach had a really good engage on Kiana. Sorry, I forgot her name. Yeah, he had a good Kiana engage where... even though DSG had a good response, it was like I think two of them Zonia'd the like flash Kiana ult in their base. It was still enough to kind of like get the fight going. So it was a cool game overall. I think a lot of people showed good moves, and you know, we also saw some really sketchy stuff as well. Like the play that I mentioned before where Rahel got caught and died. If Darkwings didn't find that Azir play, I think the game just ends right there. And it was so weird too. This was I don't know how late into the game, like 30, 40 minutes at least, and he just got caught as Corki by himself top lane, like so far out. Not only did he not have vision, but like the other team was in his jungle. Like that is such a weird thing to do. You almost never see that in pro play where someone is that wildly out of position to, because usually if there's even a chance someone can be somewhere, you won't go there, right? But it's like not only was there a chance there they could be there, they are there. So like that was just a really weird one to see.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those like brain off farming resets where you're like talking to your team and you just like naturally, or, you know, like go back,
move down the lane.
Yeah, you just naturally go out to the main and you're like farming while you're like paying attention to something else. You know, you're like calming or like it seemed like one of those kind of resets. But I agree with you as far as like the tension and how cool this game was, because I thought Sajed was actually going to carry the whole game for a while there. The Kai'Sa, like his Kai'Sa was so fed. He was full max items really early on.
I think it was 34 minutes.
Yeah, he had full build
like
Kai'Sa.
7 items.
And I'm like, I have so many nightmare games of playing against, you know, all these like Void Seekers just constantly going down, and like one of your teammates gets hit and you're like, oh, you gave him the refund on it, he's gonna hit, and then boom, another one goes down. Like people are just getting headshot left and right. But then it did feel like he was like the only one that was fed on the team, and that became a problem. There was one moment I remember at the inhibitor tower in mid lane.
Oh, okay.
In mid lane. And they were actually doing like decently in the fight, but it was a moment where you could tell like they hadn't played together at all. Obviously, Kizno is an emergency, sub and stuff. But there was a small moment in the fight where Kizno had an angle to flash stun the Azir. Kai'Sa was out of auto attack range, though. He was like a little bit back. When he sees that Pantheon go in and do that and stun the Azir, he starts to walk up to follow up. But there's no time then, because the Azir then like the stun wore off and the Azir gets to kill him, and he's all the damage. But like if they had done it at the exact same time, that would have been like a super sick play, and like maybe they could have popped the Azir. Like I don't know, it's full build Kai'Sa. Like you get plasma from the stun, and then he instantly pops him. So that was like a like do or die moment where it's like either the Azir dies or the Kai'Sa dies, and because like you have never played together before, or like didn't have the exact right timing.
There was definitely a few moments in game one where I thought DSG should have won, but they were kind of like lacking patience, like skipping steps because they were getting a bit excited. Bot lane in Hib, they like went forward, and I remember they like got a kill under the tower, and then they were like, kind of all backing off, and Kizno just like ults in under the tower as everyone was kind of like running away, and then he just like insta-dies basically. Everyone tries to run back up and save him, and they die. Top lane, after they killed Rahel, they kind of like, it was a great play from Darkwings, but they also could have just checked the bush with Nico Clone, and they just like all walked together blind into the jungle and then got engaged on and died. Like that, if they had just played a little bit slowly, they probably could have closed out the game. So there were definitely some oopsies there, but I did think Sajed was looking really, really impressive. The next couple games, they did win. Like they were able to actually take it, and I just feel like there's like it was really, really fun to watch, but you could see a couple different moments where it like the inexperience was kind of shining through. I remember there was this fight, I think it was game 2 for Sajed, where he was sitting on like 2K or maybe even a bit more than 2K, and he hadn't based in a really long time. Sentinels based, reset, come out, and they kind of like forced this fight, and Sajed was trying to, I think, greed for like a full item purchase or something. And they have this fight where it was like, I can't remember if it was game 2 or game 3. I think it was game 2 though, where there's people with like all have like 1 or 2 autos of health left, right? And it's like, if he had just based it at the same time and spent his gold, like you just wipe them probably for sure, right? And it's like, you're like, okay, in a year he probably doesn't make that mistake, or maybe in a couple months he probably doesn't make that mistake, because mechanically, again, he's just playing these fights so well.
That is one of the biggest things I think for pro play, that you it's very hard to tell as a viewer, and you'll never get to learn it in solo queue, but like it's the whole idea of tempo and resetting and buying when it makes sense to do it, rather than like when you have exactly the perfect gold, right? Because I guarantee there was times where he could have recalled before that and been able to like come out in the map. And the most important part is just spending all your gold so you're as strong as can be. Like obviously item spikes matter, and there are some exceptions where you can greed a little bit to get this spike, but for the most part, it's like you just want to be recalling when it makes sense, so you can be pressuring with your team. And maybe he, didn't quite do that, and like you said, was just missing the items that he should have had from an earlier recall. So I mean, absolutely understandable thing to do when you're just starting out, because you only really learn that through experience. And I thought he played great though for just how young he is and inexperienced.
Yeah, I feel like the whole weekend just made me really happy for the competitiveness of our league, and this like series was no different. I was really happy to see a lot of these like positive takeaways, even if there are some instances of, oh, there's no coordination here, or there's like, oh, obviously they can clean that up. I felt like there were so many positives in some of these teams where I didn't expect there to be as many impressive moments. So I think overall it bodes really well, especially because so many of our teams didn't get a lot of time to play together.
Got some young NA talent in there.
Got some young NA talent, and they're doing well. And Keysno playing well made me so happy, because I was like, oh man, I like seen him on some Challenger streams before, and he's always been really impressive. And like Po Belter's shouting him out, or whatever random thing, and I was like, that's cool. I mean, it's emergency sub, but like maybe it works out. Yep. And some positive stuff.
All right, well, we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this to talk about Lyon versus Dig, and then quickly next week's matchups.
When we set out to build the next generation Telluride, we challenged everything, pushed harder, went farther, much, much farther. Because that's how you take great to greater. The all-new Telluride Turbo Hybrid.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the dive, driven by Kia. It's time to talk Lyon versus Dig. A lot of hype around Lyon, a lot of anger I saw online from the fans, from them maybe not getting power ranked as high as some people were expecting. But this was one I thought was going to be a super stomp. This was like a series that I was really confident in. For LCS Fantasy, I was picking up some Lyon players. I was like, this is going to be some easy points. It's Dig, who I thought was going to be a bottom team with a full bot lane sub situation going on. Emergency sub, obviously going to be really, really difficult.
Oh, it showed.
It definitely did in game one.
Rough. I mean, even game two in the beginning, like that was not a playable lane whatsoever.
Yeah, 100%. Both games, it was just like, oh my goodness, Berserker and Isles are literally Shaq and Kobe out here, just the monster dunking on them from minute one. Like this was the game, right, where they they walked up into the side lane brush before minions are even there, and they put the ward down, and then Berserker and Isles like sweep the ward, and they walk up. And then they're still there in the brush, like waiting as they're sweeping the ward.
Yeah.
And then Bard's able to get a Q onto both of them. They get barrier out and like a 200 health lead before minions are even there. And I was like, oh, we better hit that emergency button, because Berserker and Isles are about to do some nasty things. And they ended up doing that. I liked how Isles on the pros podcast afterwards, he was like, yeah, I felt like I was God this game. I could do whatever I want. Mm-hmm. And he was like, yeah, this might sound like a lot of self-confidence, but I feel like I made like almost no mistakes in that game.
I mean, I can see why you'd feel that way.
Yeah.
It kind of looked like that from the bot lane perspective. And man, I just felt so bad for XU. I'm just imagining, because I guess for the whole team, like, what do you do when if this is exactly
you go next? Everyone
exactly what it's like to be on a top team versus a bottom team. For Inspired, obviously, I think Inspired actually played really well this series, and that's just what you expect from him, right? It's like,
especially game two, he was insane.
Oh yeah, I mean, just MVP material, just doing his job, doesn't even need to do anything super flashy, just like business as usual for him. But like, then you're XU, and every time you press tab, your bot lane is getting worse and worse. I think it was showing both games, Berserker has like a 2K plus gold lead real early, like super early, to the point where I don't even think you can gank the lane. It's like, if you're up against Inspired, the guy who's just this machine of efficiency, So as soon as you start skipping camps, going for random ganks, like you're getting counter ganked, you're getting counter jungled, something bad is happening elsewhere on the map. Yeah, that looked really unplayable for XU.
I will say too, game number 1, I definitely feel that because everyone's like, all right, well, this one's kind of over. Let's start thinking about the next game, whatever. But then game two actually, Lions started doing like some big throws and ego plays. Like Saint Realm, okay, there's a winning play for Lion. They get the early, like almost free kill onto Breezy, who's playing Nautilus.
Mm-hmm.
And then Saint Realm warps into the entire enemy team, into Dignitas, and just completely gives up his life for free, and like kind of ints there. And there were a lot of moments where I was like, Saint, like, was making some head scratching plays, and he was dying a lot.
Berserker
and
didn't he flash under the tower?
Well, he did that one. He also did the one where he just went straight up and tried to like 1v2 mobility, and I forget whoever was behind him or whatever, and just tried to like, Aphelios crit him and just try and go for the full Zed.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Lion was gonna throw this one. It looked like
Inspired
kind of
saved them.
Yeah, their carries were throwing it.
Apparently, from what I was hearing from Doubleth and Pobelta on this one, Saint is a known griefer in solo queue. Like, if he's not having a good game, does not matter the game state, this guy will just try to lose the game because he's unhappy. And it felt like he was doing this on stage, actually. It felt like he was mentally checked out as soon as his game wasn't going great. And then also, Berserker, he had that play you mentioned where, like, obviously his lane phase was insane. They were just dominating lane, and then some of their plays started going bad. Mobility was picking up some kills with Jinx ults and whatnot, and it kind of looked like it was going Dig's way. It seemed like kind of some people are expecting Lion to be this mental boom team because like they have all these big stars and strong personalities and whatnot, but God, Inspired is just too clean. Like, this guy actually played situations so well, right? It was like he had a Smite Steal on the Soul right after Berserker had the like kind of wild play where he had no flash and he just like walked up into 4 people and died. That was one of those plays where it's like, there's no way he thought that was a good play. Like, I don't know what that was. But then Inspired just like kept finding good plays. It was just insane.
I was just so impressed by how he was just finding Photon, because Photon was so strong this game, and he was definitely strong side. They put Dokla down. Photon was in this point where it felt like, okay, he's giga strong. Like you said, mobility started getting kills. Palafox is doing all right. Like, felt like they kind of had them outranged in a lot of these fights where, all right, it's a Rylai's phase rush ghost on Talia, and you have all of these like melee champs, and like Ryze is kind of short range too. It feels like really hard if you don't nail your engage and one shot them, then you're just kind of screwed, right? You just get kited out, and mobility's just like max range with rocket form killing you. And then Inspired just kept finding Photon on flanks and just like soloing him or forcing him to ult or flash or whatever, and just solo won the game. I thought they had lost this game, and that is kind of crazy with this like monster advantage that they had. And you needed MVP level Inspired coming out here and just saying, nope, we're not going to lose. I'm just going to like solo win it for us. I'm going to find Photon over and over and over. So I thought it was a super impressive game for him, but definitely was a little bit worrying for Lion from their position. Even game 1, even though they did close it out and stuff, Baron got stolen, then Elder got stolen, and like you started thinking for a second, wait a second, like could this start getting a little bit close, getting a little bit weird? But Inspired definitely like put his foot down in game 2 and was just like, nope, we're not losing.
That's why I was like, all right, we're already seeing Lion, you got what you paid for. That right there, that is why you buy the MVP of 2 regions, who was MVP of North and South since we were merged last year. And you kind of get this feeling, maybe it's even easier with hindsight, but do you remember the very beginning of that game? Because Inspired made before he had to carry this whole team and solo win the game, he did this invade into cross back to his red side, and he blind Qs over the Krug wall.
So tilted for XU.
And he gets the last hit on the big Krug with a blind Q coming back to defend his own side. So
that made no sense.
This is, you talk about like jungle masterclass and stuff like that. It's like, you you're not like, I drew up the play, I timed it exactly, the DPS of Vi, the thought process and path that XU is going to take to start my Krugs at this time, and then I queue over this wall. No, like he set everything up without a lot of help from the laners even to counter jungle on the red quadrant, and they come back, blind queue and defend his own Krugs as well, and it's just like, ooh, I'm getting that feeling. Inspired's gonna do some crazy stuff this game.
Even like prior, if I recall it correctly, so he went for the invade and then XUCs. So then he crosses over to try to do enemy red. But Inspired, I think, anticipates that he's gonna take his red, so he only does 2 camps instead of the full 3. Because XU
doesn't go for red. He goes immediately for Krugs.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I'd have to watch it back. But like
I
almost guaranteed he went into the red thing and then saw him crossing back and then went down because he saw he was coming back.
Inspired shows before because
they had him warded on by Raptors, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure XU went around the ward. XU did go around the ward.
Inspired got warded coming back, and I thought that's why he didn't start red. He went instead to Krugs.
So XU, I think he realized he wouldn't have time to do red, and so he wanted to do Krugs first, or because.
Yeah, because they
from jungle perspective, in that kind of situation, it is really awkward. But I think he did a good job of he did his blue and then snuck around the vision. I think he probably Vi queued over the dragon wall to get into the jungle, and then you kind of have like a decision tree to make, because if you go for the red, you're doing it without smite, and you don't exactly know what's going to happen there, because I think they bot prio, so he's going for Krugs, which is way less expected. I'm not like. I don't think he got seen in the minion wave. That's something that can happen when you go to enemy Krugs, like when the minions are walking by.
No, XU doesn't get seen. Inspired is the one that's seen. XU, in my opinion, makes the correct play. You should go for enemy Krugs. Yeah. Krugs here, because you're seeing Inspired counter jungle you, and so your red quadrant is countered, and you can't move up there because you don't have laners that are going to help you. And so
it was just this point right here where he was going in the red thing, so he keeps going down. He's once he sees him,
that's just how you path the
Krugs. Yeah, I was just thinking that he was gonna start red, but then saw him on the Raptor. Because he gets seen in the ward at the same time. That's just what I remember thinking from the game, and I was like, well, that was just smart either way, because he had it timed out well. That it's like, if he's starting on his own side, I do these 2 camps, I will get there. If he does do my red, like Inspired's mind, he's going to be there in time to contest the red.
Yeah, that's the plan the whole time. Is the counter jungle and then defend your
of course.
Red side.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, even before the you can say the Krug steal was like lucky, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
But like even without that, he had it planned out really well. That's all my point was.
Yep. That kind of invade is super rough. It's one of those things where when you're playing the really weak junglers at like level 1 and 2, and then you're up against someone strong, like Vi versus Pantheon. Vi can't do anything to Pantheon level 1. Like, he can just walk into your Raptors and start it in your face, and you can attempt to steal it from him, but like, good luck, his Q hits for like 200 or something. So you can get bullied very hard. And I think Inspired did a really good job of doing this. But that Krug steal was just mean. I don't know. If I'm XU,
it's so tilting.
If I'm XU, I'm just like, what? Why would he even look for that? Like, why would he queue that? He probably felt extremely robbed from that, and like, the league gods just didn't want him winning this game for that to happen. That was just absolutely tragic.
It's definitely funny. Like, it's one of those things. Like, do you think, like, obviously it's like hindsight is 2020, and you would never expect that he's gonna blind queue over the wall and steal that. But do you think he should have been kiting the Krugs down towards the bush?
because you know that Inspired is coming back to defend.
Exactly. So it's like, you could make the argument. I was kind of thinking that too, because he did see him cross through mid. He saw him on the ward on their own Raptors. So if he had kited the Krugs down, because he did like a tapped Q. So he only got it because he was literally touching the wall.
Yeah, I mean, you could. There's trade-offs for everything.
Yeah.
Like, you could kite it down to avoid the blind Panth Q. If you do that, you're also closer to the bot lane if they want to like come over and try to harass you. So it's tough.
It's super tilting.
Tough.
I'm not saying like, oh, what a dummy, but you know what I mean. But
yeah, I mean, it would have avoided the blind Q steal if he did pull it down.
It's one of those things where sometimes in jungle, it's like, you're like, well, they shouldn't be here, right? So people early smite or whatever, and they get smite stolen and things like that. It's just
No, I mean, it's always best to kite where you're gonna go next anyway.
Yeah.
My only guess would be that he was deciding where he was gonna go next afterwards, depending on how the bot lane like fight was going. I don't remember like who was winning push on bottom lane. Like,
Lion,
I have a theory.
Lion had push.
I have a theory.
Lion had,
oh yeah, it was Berserker Isles game.
Yeah.
So they were definitely pummeling. So he
Yeah.
was probably thinking, how do I get out of here afterwards?
Yeah, because it's really hard because when you see Pantheon in your red, it's like you have to decide. Pantheon doesn't necessarily have to do what he did, right? He could also just take your whole red side jungle. Yeah.
He's thinking, all right, how am I going to get out of here? I think I'm going to have to go over this wall, then over that wall, and
Yeah. So I mean, Inspired has all the choices there. XU has very few, and none of them are really good. So just a hard early game to play. Absolutely. Something I was wondering in this series is, so I don't know if Mobility has a champion pool for it, but I almost feel like they would have been better off bot lane just picking some kind of really hard to punish safe bot lane, because they were picking like scaling 80 carries with melee support, which it's good if you're not just losing the game from lane alone, right? It's like getting your entire turret taken and down infinite CS. So I'm wondering, like, you could pull out some Ziggs bot, pull out some kind of like mage.
Or something, maybe?
I don't like Ezreal right now. I think
he has no mage games played competitively.
Yeah, so maybe they don't play
and
it.
He has a 0% win rate on Ezreal.
Okay, so not too good of an option.
Not that many games played, to be fair, but
yeah. But I was thinking,
Jhin Varus are his most played.
Yeah. If there was an option for maybe something that's a little bit more lane neutralizing, it could have been good, because I think just putting them in these like not necessarily strong laning champs with a melee support up against one of the better bot lanes, like Berserker's insane laner.
Yeah.
This is the only game we've seen of them, so we don't know how they compare to like Yon Core or like the C9 bot lane or whatnot, or Masu. But obviously really strong bot lane. So I was thinking maybe if they had that in their arsenal, that could have been a better option. But obviously, if you don't play it, you don't play it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought it was cool that Lyon already are like showing what people kind of hypothesized about this team, where they're like, man, they got some really good players, but there could be some egos, or maybe like, how are they going to work together behind the scenes? And it's like, wow, we got some really big individual stomps at different points. And then we also got some like head scratcher, like what are they doing type plays where, not everybody is working together. It's not necessarily the most cohesive team, but in the end, they had massive star power, like Berserker Isles, turbo stomps lane multiple times, Inspired solo carries a game for good measure. I'm the MVP type stuff. And it's just like, this is going to be really fun to watch Lyon games, because they have star power and everybody loves to like watch and speculate and like, give me some team comm listening, and is there going to be any drama? Is there going to, what type of games are they going to deliver? Because I feel like, they're going to have some really big plays. You can have some big stomps and stuff.
Well,
and everyone's going to be waiting for it.
We're going to get to find out how good they're going to be, because they're going up against C9 this week, which is going to be really exciting. And if I was a Lyon fan, they did 2-0. You're happy about that, but I still would feel pretty nervous, because this was Dignitas with a full sub bot lane, and I felt like they should have lost game 2 if it wasn't for like this heroic performance from Inspired. So I would be feeling a little bit nervous, but they haven't had a ton of time to practice. Berserker kind of just arrived and stuff. Isles was saying on pros that he basically came like straight from the airport and started scrimming, and he's grinding really hard. But they are going to be going up against C9. We've got some banger draws last week and this week. I think this is going to be really exciting, and it's going to be one of those big ones. I mean, if Lyon can win immediately, I have to be like, okay, egg on my face. Like, maybe they are going to be a lot better, a lot faster. I think a lot of people were thinking they're going to have slow starts, could be kind of proven wrong. And C9 has a chance to move on.
That's the thing about being a little bit nervous. Nervousness and excitement come from the same chemical in your brain, and so you can just be super excited that you have a chance to prove yourself versus Cloud9, and then you do get to say, I told you so, and everything that you've ever said is correct after that. If you're able to beat Cloud9.
Yeah, I think Lyon. I wasn't really worried about them having a slow start. I think the bigger concern is a crash and burn, right? I think they're going to burn bright, but it's about like how long can they keep that up. I do think if it starts going bad, it might get really bad really fast. But I could totally be wrong. Maybe they you know, surpass everyone's expectations and they just gel together super well. We're gonna have to see. I think they are good right now, and I mean it's gonna be Blabber versus Inspired. That's always a really good matchup in jungle. I think they're both just super good junglers. Blabber, known for being like a little bit more aggressive, unpredictable, sometimes like suicides for crabs and and throws games in creative ways, but also like he'll just have some insane 1v9, like just completely strangle the other team and they couldn't do anything games. And then Inspired I feel like is a lot more just stable, right? It's you don't often see Inspired do something that's like extremely surprising as far as like being really flashy, but he almost never has bad games.
Yeah, and he does things that are like very necessary at the time. Like, oh, you know, make my guardian angel and I go mark this cannon, and like he can only be this place or this place or this place, and like finds him with a sweeper, or then stands on the blast cone so he can't get away. And
his team fighting is also just so good to me.
All these things are just impressive. Also, this matchup is super fun because it's Berserker versus Cloud9 and Sven. And Berserker and Sven were extremely close when they were on Cloud9. And we even had interviews with Berserker where he's like, yeah, I'm not playing with any other support. You know, like they were very, very close as a bottom lane. And now Sven gets to be back in AD carry position. And going head to head is going to be really, really fun as far as, you know, resurfacing old arguments. I told you so, you know, see, this is what you should do this if you're AD carry here or whatever. So I'm super excited for the bot lane matchup, especially.
Who do you give the edge to in that bot lane matchup?
Ooh,
that's
man. A tough one. Oh man, like just lane phase.
Yeah, like
fighting.
Which bot lane do you think is going to win the lane?
How can you not say Lyon after how? I mean, I guess it was against the Dig sub lane, emergency sub lane, but
that's
like,
how.
But damn, they just looked so good.
They really did. And Berserker was on two like very Berserker champions, you know.
It's crit season. There's a lot of really good scaling team fighters.
It looks pretty good, but Sven, when we were talking about the bot lane play, when Sven was playing Varus and Jan was the Jhin, he starts out that whole like winning sequence by dodging the Jhin W, and then he has a confidence where he charges up Q, flashes forward to go for the execute, it gets the barrier out, and that allows the follow up. And so I thought Sven, even though we didn't mention him as much as Blabber and APA, was playing really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I memean, he was quietly having a really good Varus game. I remember getting to the point where it was like each Q that was hitting the Jhin would do like 30-40% of their HP, and it's like when it hits that point in the game, it is tough. But no, I think it's going to be really, really exciting. I mean, Thanatos, you definitely have to expect to have the advantage in top lane. I think for sure. I think Inspired for sure. You have to expect it. If we're just talking pure 1v1, he should have the advantage. Mid lane will be really interesting because I think Saint people look at it as like the more talented individual, but I feel like APA had a really good series. You know, coming off of the first week against Quid, I thought he definitely outperformed Quid pretty heavily. So. You know, that's kind of like maybe more up in the air, and then I think bot lane could be kind of more an argument too. I do think that Cloud9 should have better team play based on what we've seen, but you could obviously make the argument that like Lyon just weren't taking it serious, they're playing down on their opponent, whatever. And for this one, obviously you're going to be as locked in as you can get. Yeah,
and kind of an interesting thing in solo queue lately is you know, a lot of these players have been playing a ton of solo queue, and I've actually been seeing Blabber and APA duo, and APA has been spamming Sion mid. So, I mean, he's playing like Sion and Swain mid and stuff like that. So I wonder if like that's something they're preparing against Lyon, you know, because maybe they just want something stable.
A little do and be action.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And then also in top lane, I feel like the top lane meta right now is super weird, where there's been a lot of posts on like Reddit and whatnot about range tops. And last week, Dokla actually had a super rough game against Photon. They were Renekton versus Kennen. Like he was down.
Ignite Kennen, combat Psalms are OP.
Exactly, right? It's combat some top laners, especially the ranged ones like Varus and whatnot. And I've been seeing Dokla and, you know, a lot of top laners playing stuff like Barrier Varus top and Vayne and Kennen and whatnot. So I think we might see some spicy top lane picks, since the Renektons lately in pro have not been looking very good. And Renekton's kind of like that guy you pick when you don't know, like when you just need a blind for top.
Yeah.
But if he's super punishable by these like crazy range tops, then maybe you don't want to do that. And we could see some like spicy counter picks, like range tops. Maybe someone counter picks with Irelia, something like that. So who knows?
That'd be pretty hype. All right, I'm favoring C9, but I think it should be a really, really good series. We also have Sentinels versus Dig as one of the loser match ones, which I what?
No, it's just a funny phrasing of the loser match ones.
Oh well, it's a 0-1.
It's a matches between losers.
Well,
yeah.
it's Swiss. That's how it works. There's the winners matches and the losers matches.
Yeah,
that's
objectively correct.
That's the format. It wasn't Flame.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
Yeah,
I just started laughing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, fair enough. What do you think about this loser match? The loser match for losers.
Honestly, like I said, I still like saw a decent amount of positives even from the teams that did lose in week number 1. So I'm still excited for some of the.
So you admit it, they lost.
Some of the openings, for these losers, because guess what? One of them is not going to be a loser any longer.
They can discard the shame.
Yeah.
I think I would have to expect these loser matches to be kind of one-sided. I would expect Sentinels to have a pretty big edge over Dignitas, as well as Liquid having an edge over Shopify, based on just what we saw week 1 and kind of what we expect from the teams. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Sentinels look great, to be honest. I thought they would look better, but I definitely do still think as long as Dignitas, like, I don't know what's the visa situation for this week. I haven't actually heard anything about that. I think if they do not have to play their bot lane, like this full sub bot lane, I think it should be a lot closer, because I think that their like intended bot lane is supposed to be like a point of strength, right? So to me, that is going to make a pretty big difference, but it does feel like an important one for Sentinels to win.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we're already getting to important victories here, because like if you go down 0-2 at the very beginning, it's going to be really hard to dig your way back out in this lock-in tournament. Lock-in's not that long.
No, it's quick.
So, yeah, it feels like this week of practice is going to be super important, especially considering that not a lot of teams even, got full weeks of practice before the first
There's
weekend.
only one more round of Swiss after this, because it is like a modified format, right?
Because we only have 8 teams.
We only have 8 teams, right? So there's round 3, and then there's the like last chance or whatever thing, like, which is I think 6 versus 7 to get into playoffs would make sense.
Yeah.
So playoffs is top 6. So yeah, you really are kind of like in a lot of trouble here if you go down 0-2 already.
Yeah. But I agree with Medios as far as the like theoretical should win, or who I would predict right now would be Sentinels and Team Liquid to get their victories and try and like get their paths back up to the top to re-challenge for rematches.
Team Liquid, I feel like you kind of have to expect them to slam, right? Like I think that they still should be a really, really good team. They did lose against Cloud9, but like I still have faith that they are going to be one of the best teams, if not the best team. So I do think that is a really tough matchup for Shopify, who it's a really tough draw, to be honest. Like that's the doom draw. That's always the scary thing in Swiss, is when you have this like banger round 1 matchup, nobody wants to play the loser.
Yeah, whether it was going to be Cloud9 or Team Liquid, nobody wanted to draw that. So and Shopify, as I said, kind of definitely looking like they don't have the coordination in their mid and late game like fixed up and where they want it to be. So
in their defense, though, they're historically a very inconsistent team, so they could look way better next week.
It doesn't mean anything.
True.
Yeah. Because I mean, they showed promise, right? Like they had some good early games and whatnot, and sometimes it only takes like a little tweak to figure out, maybe there was one massive issue you were having in the team that was throwing your mid-late games, and once you figure it out, you look a lot better.
And also, to be fair, TL kind of had the same thing, right? Where they kind of did have this flub late game, right? They were really in control in game 1, lost that fight in the river, and then had this like kind of chickens with their head cut off moment at the Raptor pit, where they engage onto the other team without Quid there. They all die, they lose the game, and then game 2 they got blown out. So, definitely you can make the argument that there are weaknesses that were shown by TL as well. But I do think, even just like a pound for pound, like talent wise, this team is going to be really hard for them to beat. And even in the loss, like I said, I was very impressed by Morgan's laning. So I'm kind of excited to see how he's going to do as we get to see more of him. The other match that we obviously have to touch on is FlyQuest versus DSG. That's the other 1-0. That's the other winners match. And one of these teams is going to be 2-0, right? Which is not something I think anyone would have predicted coming into it. And that puts you, in a very good position. So you're going to be guaranteed top 6 as far as I know. So you're already going to be into playoffs, which would be really, really cool for either of these teams. I'm sure they're happy to draw each other because they probably both think that they can, beat each other. But it's cool. It's like a lot of the young NA talent stories that people were talking about. Everyone's super hyped about Griffin and Crygen and these young guys on FlyQuest. And obviously on the other side, we talked a lot about Sajed and how he was playing. And so I think it's going to be really cool to see how they match up and if they can kind of like snowball some of the success that they had from week 1, or if it is going to be like, oh yeah, FlyQuest looks so good, everyone's really hyping them, and then they just kind of like, fall flat in the next week or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. I would definitely favor FlyQuest here just based on how the teams play, but I don't think it's going to be a total stomp. I was actually, we didn't touch too much on Call Me from DSG, but I think he was extremely impressive, right? Like in games 2 and 3, he turbo gapped Darkwings. And I also think his mid lane champ pool is pretty good for the meta right now, especially with the way that it matches up against what Quad likes to play. Because I think Quad's playstyle is kind of similar to Darkwings, where they both prefer playing these mages, like the scaling up mage champs, and then he pulled out Aurora and Akali. I mean, I think Akali right now is just super gross. I think Akali it kind of makes it so if you're a team who can play Akali, the other team has to ban it, or you can't blind pick a mage. Because I think, like we saw Darkwings blind pick Victor, and then it got countered with Akali, and I think you almost just lose the game from that matchup alone. Like Victor can't do anything to Akali. Even if you build Rod, even if you go the upgraded Merc Shreds, you still just die in the side lane. I don't think there's anything you can do to not die to her as a mage. So maybe they'll just have to ban it or, get counterpicked.
Saint did it against Palafox on Orianna, I think, as well. Or was it Talia or something? What was it? Because I'm confused. That was game 1 of Lion, right? They played Akali?
Yeah, I believe it was Ori. Yeah, Akali versus Ori. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's just like, I don't know how you play mage into Akali. I think that's just a good luck matchup. So
good luck in esports.
Yeah, exactly. So I think obviously we haven't seen a ton of games from these guys. Their champion pools haven't been pushed too deep, but I like the way Call Me was playing. He's very aggressive on these high kill threat champs, and I think that's great for mid lane right now. I think with getting the upgraded Stork boots and just having all this flat pin available, you can just one-shot everybody, and it is so hard to play against.
Yeah, this is the team that I would instantly move on my power rankings after week 1, because I had them 8.
Which one?
Huh?
Flyer DSG was the one you
DSG.
Okay, yeah.
Because we all had them both. We all had them 8th.
We did put it there, but literally as soon as we talked about it, I was like, actually, I would move them up 1.
Dig because the subs.
Dig was my actual 8th because of the subs.
But this team.
How high would you move?
Yeah, this team, like, they already have mobility, so like up the standings, not the actual player, and so I think they look competitive actually.
How high?
You want a new ranking for them immediately?
Yeah. Well, who are you moving them above? That's just
I'm moving them above Sentinels and Dig.
Okay.
I can move them.
Solid
you're giving them 1 up. Yeah, I can see that
1?
for sure.
That's 2. They were in 8th.
It's true. Well, I thought we were all agreed that Dig was the actual 8th.
Okay, so that one's fake.
Yes, that one's fake. So I'm only giving you 1. You're moving them up 1.
Okay.
They have some mobility to move above Sentinels.
Which is I think impressive because where DSG were for the majority of their time in the LCS or LTA,
the most 8th
is rock bottom.
Yeah, they were them and 8ths. They were like this.
That's why I think this is this is just 1 weekend of sample size, and for me already feel confident being like,
next weekend, watch yourself, teams. Kobe could put DSG above someone else next week.
Could put them back down. Maybe they deserve to go back to rock bottom.
FlyQuest, when you were talking about that, I thought you were going to be talking about FlyQuest just because FlyQuest, I was watching, I was like, maybe they're like a top 3 team or something, you know, because we had talked about it. I can't remember where I put them, 5th, 6th, whatever. But to me, like the high roll of this team was always like they are like a top 3 team. They could go to Worlds, you know, because they have a lot of talent, but it's not proven, and you just don't know if it's going to work. But week 1, I was like, damn, they actually look really good right out the gate. I thought they were going to be one of the teams that needed the most time based on talking to their team. And even Masu said in the draw show, he's like, yeah, you guys are better than us right now before their week 1 matchup when he was talking.
You think they're top 3?
No, I think it's possible. I think they could be. Yeah. I mean, I think them at their high roll could be a top 3 team. Yeah.
So they're only worse than Cloud9 and Team Liquid? Is that what you're having?
Yeah, on like a high roll. I don't know that they're gonna be able to like continue that level of form. Yeah. But yeah, I think that they have that level of talent, that level of potential. I mean, they have really young players that are really good mechanically, and their week 1 looked way better than I thought it was going to.
And it's super exciting. That's why it's like this competitiveness of the league, I think, is super exciting for week number 1. Because they're like, oh yeah, wow, like this team could rise way up. This team could rise way up. It feels like a lot of the teams could just could win.
Nobody's safe.
Win any given.
We could change your power ranking at any moment
based on your most recent performance.
Yeah,
you know,
and only that.
Be careful, Team Liquid. Watch yourself. You're gonna keep on falling down there.
Yeah.
Had you at number 1.
Yep. Yeah, you gotta watch out.
I already feel confident after week number 1. I'm moving you down to number 2.
It could be based off of something completely arbitrary as well. I told Seos he was on my fantasy team and that I said he was gonna pick Alistar. He said he would keep that in mind in Champ Select. Didn't keep that in mind.
He did keep it in mind, and he decided, screw Azale.
Yeah, which is fair.
That guy's dumb.
He's like, yeah, I'll think about it. I'll keep it in mind. And Fudge is like, wait a second, don't keep that in mind. I was like, no, let him be. Like, let him keep that Alistar in mind. I could use the points multiplier. Well, it's good to have LCS back. It's good to have Die back. It was definitely a really fun week 1. And we'll see where our overreactions, underreactions, and everything get us coming into next weekend, because that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave us a comment. Let us know. We included a highlight this week. What did you think about that? All right, LCS returns this Saturday, the 31st, 1 p.m. Pacific, C9. Take it online. We'll see y'all there.
welcome back to LCS, week 2 of the lock-in tournament. I thought week 1 was really good.
It was fun.
Yes.
It was
really good.
super fun.
We got exactly what we needed.
Yeah.
It was drama from the FlyQuest Shopify series. We got a clanger, of course, between Team Liquid.
Don't even an Astro banger?
No,
Or what was Kobe calling it?
So Spawn coined clanger for 2 bad teams going up against each other, and it was just a mess. Which would probably be like Sentinels and DSG.
Sentinels, DSG.
That was a clanger.
Was a clanger.
Well, that was a clanger.
I thought it was a banger.
I'm stealing Spawnisms right now.
Okay, clanger.
All right.
I actually think that's
Clanger is good.
That's pretty nice.
Name.
And once again, congratulations to the new subber, Raz, LOL. I'm giving money back to my own company. Why am I doing this? Literally just for my own emote, so I can just use it to shake.
How many channels do you subscribe to on Twitch?
I had an intervention with myself.
Okay, good.
Are you spending like $100 a month on Twitch
I
subs?
did, and I had to cut it down to just like 2 people. And so I was sorry to my friends because I wanted to support them. But then when I started checking my bank account, I'm like, $5, $5, $5, $5. I was like, no, my money is leaving me.
I spend $11 a month on Games of Legends Premium. But we're going to go to what we have so far in the Swiss bracket. For those of you who don't know, because every region does a slightly different format, here's our format. It's the lock-in Swiss stage. Here's how it works. Week 1, we played to get 4 winners and 4 losers. Now we have the loser games and the winners games. But next week, that's going to give the winners games, the winners losers games, and the losers games.
I like that. We should use
2-0,
that
1-1,
and
0-2.
point it.
But essentially the way it works is if you're 0-3, you're out. If you're 3-0, you're through. And then 1-2, we'll play a tiebreaker to see which 6 teams go to playoffs.
So the fact if you're 2-1, you're just in.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. So like basically you're a 2-0 team.
But seeding.
Yeah.
Seeding matters, true.
Yeah.
But there's a cause for celebration if you win today as a winning side.
True.
Yeah.
Very
Also,
true.
Fantasy LCS. I thought I was going to be screwed last week because I mainly loaded up on the team that played against Disguised, which was Sentinels, and they lost the series. But they still actually got a good number of points. Here's the top performers from last week's fantasy. You really needed to have Griffin. Holy crap, 51 points in his debut.
Griffin is popping off. Berserker, obviously, that was a little bit of a, because they were playing against a substitute bot lane, but he popped off. I also want to shout out Cryogen. I really love this FlyQuest team. We've talked about it. I know, Raz, you guys talked about it on Pros, like how fun this team is to watch.
Yes.
And the Cryogen's Thresh the Thresh Aphelios lane was actually so fun to watch out of him and Masayo.
It's very good, and it is definitely cheating if you go FlyQuest and maybe even Shopify if they have a good matchup, just because they're fighting all the time for fantasy. So like, I'm taking notes. I triple dipped in Shopify Rebellion when they lost. That was a bad decision.
Last year was Shopify too, because their games would just go so long and they fight all the time.
Yes. But they better win. They better win. Because last week they didn't, and I triple dipped into them. That was bad.
Yeah, unlike last year when the rosters locked when Brazil started, this is just LCS Fantasy, so you can still lock in your picks now. LCS
got a few minutes.
If you missed last week and you're worried about your overall score, it doesn't matter. You can still make a league with your friends. You can all start from whatever week you sign up and still compete. So normally that's when I'd call out to Raz, but you actually remembered last week.
I actually remembered.
So congratulations. What place are you in our league?
Yes, I am in your league. I'm probably very low. I'm like 36th in my own league. I am losing to my own community. It is not good. Don't trust my picks. This week would be better. This week will be better. I will make a point though, and the point that I'm going to make is the reason why you should choose FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion if they're in winning weeks, because they fight constantly. If you give them an objective to fight over, they will go for it. And Otacon was at a very good objective last year to fight over, and we thought we lost that.
Did you buy a bunch of Shopify players this week?
This week, hell no.
Okay.
Hell no.
Question for you though. We were talking about the game earlier, and I was at least happy that we removed Otacon.
Yes.
As this objective that people kind of just turn off their brains and fight over.
Yeah.
But last week, it was replaced with something that's been in the game for a while.
Exactly. People are willing to fight over the 6-minute scuttle crab. Why? Because it hits level 6 for you naturally. And so we saw it versus the natural criminal in C9 versus Team Liquid. And in this case, shout out to Jamada, of course, he made a video and talking about how there's like a trick that C9 Blabber did and being able to have the smite upgrade.
It's just dead.
But it didn't matter because he couldn't even get to the crab itself and he just died. to your note.
So it's because he wanted to get level 6 off Crab. That's why everyone's fighting over it. So that's one game.
That's
where
one.
It set him behind.
And you think, okay, it's C9. You would expect this from this team as well. But if you look to the other half of the screen,
Griffin.
Yes.
Oh no, he's 6. Malphite 6.
He got outsmoked by Contracts. It's the classic Malphite ulti. That is another reason why you're going to have a game snowballed against you. Now, of course, because Shopify Rebellion cannot be trusted with a lead, they ended up losing this game anyways.
I love that trick that Contracts did, the flash before your ult.
Yes.
It caught him.
That's a good one.
This is the next game of the same series.
Literally the next damn game, and it's a 4v4 team fight. If they had TP's topside, they would probably be in on this one as well. But the fact that these games are just being decided by a scuttle flip. To hell with Otacon. This one has more aura.
It does. This is sick.
It's something.
You know, I actually, after seeing this, I really prioritized the second scuttle and solo queue. I think it helped me.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, just because, like, sometimes, though, it spawns topside and then the other team gets Dragon, but I'm like, I got level 6, baby.
You must,
And then you go counter jungle them. It's pretty fun.
Sometimes there's literally not a lane to be able to play through and fight for when you hit level 6, but I am forcing it no matter what. Like, if I hit 6 on Wukong, you better believe I am forcing a gank bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I just like it because I feel like we're chained to dragons, right? Like, the dragons are holding all of our games hostage because you kind of have to fight on them on, like, very specific timers. That's why I did like Otacon, because it's a very open objective that really encouraged a lot of messy team fighting. But Crab, also very open objective. You can get at it myriad different ways.
That just shows human nature, because it feels like with Otacon, it made sense. It was like this big scary mantra that shred your resistances. It was like a major objective. This one literally, it's just a slow, passive moving scuttle. We will fight over anything.
It's perfect.
I will say, last thing I want to do on the game before we move into the matches themselves.
Yeah.
The fact that the top fantasy performer for top lane had 20 points, nothing is happening up there in top lane so far this year. No one's ganking top because they're all concerned about the Drakes. They're also not picking anything that can get countered because they're too afraid of counter picks. So there's just these safe blind picks that can neutralize in most lanes. No one's going down more than like 10 or 15 CS. I want that to change at some point. I don't know if it'll be this week though.
It's also really different, at least, I don't know about you guys, but from solo queue experiences where top lane can still be really, really snowbally. As we see our teams arriving at the arena.
Give us something.
No.
He's forgotten.
Squinting at the
cold
sun.
shoulder.
Did not even look at the camera.
Some people might like that, to be honest.
And we got thumbs up from Vulcan. There we go.
But if there's one person that's going to make life interesting for us, it's going to be Thanatos that bucks that trend. Who's going to be a Thanos. Oh, paparazzi. Hey, can I get a question for you? Hey, Dokla, can I get a question?
Thanatos, sir. No questions, no questions. It's going to be rough.
Oh my God. It's honestly, it is nice to see Dokla back on the Rift, and it's going to be fun to see the matchup between both of them. I know we'll talk about them a little later on, but the idea of like a player that gets the resources in Thanatos versus a player that is honestly, no, give me nothing. I will be on a subsistence level only.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw a little bit of Dokla on that in week 1. We'll talk about it later. I think the thing that I was most excited about with the C9 team specifically was how Blabber and APA were going to potentially work together. I did pull a clip from their second game here. So we see APA is kind of taking control of this lane. Blabber ended up doing kind of a standard path down from top side where he went, blue, Gromp, Wolves, Krugs to red. And now APA is just going to use his simple mid lane prio to kind of check. They're going to see Jose Deodo there. Another really important thing that's going on right now is bot lane is also going to be in a really good position. But you already see APA, Quid is chunked out, right? Blabber is going to be joining up here, try to contest for this Scuttle Crab. And you see all of the pings going down. You see APA continuing to push out that mid wave, and Jan gets so low from bot lane that he is going to be in huge trouble. But again, this is more about APA and Blabber. This is just a basic use of mid priority. He easily gets that first rotation after shoving the wave in. As we already talked about, Quid was a bit chunked already going into this. Jan is really softened up from bot lane shenanigans, so this allows Blabber an easy first blood. And then guess who's there first? APA to back up the team. I just love, again, this is a very simple use of Talia mid prio, right? But I like to see these early plays out of Blabber and APA, especially since they did have kind of or APA didn't, but Blabber had a really rough game 1 initially, ended up pivoting to the echoes of Healy and Nidalee, which the Healy did actually
worked pretty well.
It was a very peanut style Nidalee.
Yeah, but to your point, undeterred from what happened in game 1, they completely recovered from having early deaths. Blabber had a stronger game 2, but today they're up against Inspired.
Yep.
And, I mean, to me, Inspired carried those games against Dignitas, showed that he can still be player of the year, and you have some clips of him as well.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 specifically, I think is where really Inspired popped off. You got the smite onto the Infernal there. And I mean, I think the big thing to me was I thought in this game, Photon kind of was ripping through them.
Yeah.
There was another play that I was kind of hoping they'd show where it was at Baron where he catches Photon on the flank and it completely changes the fabric of the game.
Yeah, and I think that stuff like that, you call them intangibles, but it's just literally recognizing intelligence, being able to, within the game, adapt to what is the biggest threat on the map and being able to play through it and put it in your own hands as a Pantheon and be like, no, I'm going to track him down and find him in his flank. Where ordinarily it would be a completely different role, like either the support or the enemy top laner to be able to mark that thing. So I think Inspired is going to be a clear boost for this team. If you have a question of where they are, and a lot of people do. Some people I have them as 3rd. Maybe they get larger throughout the split. A lot of people question whether they're going to be in top 4. Like all of these, in my opinion, is going to be answered by the fact that this team has Inspired in games like these.
Yeah. Oh, we missed him on camera. That was confirmation that FBI and Ignar are here for game 2.
That's
they weren't here last week for Dignitas, but they're here this week for their matchup. I find this is more of an overarching storyline between Inspired and Blabber. Blabber was the NA jungler since 2020.
He was NA GOAT.
He started with the 2020 championship with C9 when they couldn't go to MSI, and then I feel like he held that title for probably 3 straight years, but Inspired's taken it.
Yeah.
I feel like Inspired was player of the year, Blabber not making it to an international event since this roster, really, where they won this title, then one after that when they had Berserker as their AD carry, Jensen and M&S as their mid laners. And he's kind of had these last 2 years where he's really fallen off, so much so that some C9 fans, not all C9 fans, but some C9 fans were like, maybe it's time to move on for Blabber. I think if he wants to have a comeback this split, this would be the roster to do it with. They kept a lot of continuity from last year. Inspired's, Infinity Stones have broken up. He's got to try and build up new players around him to mold his vision of the game. So I'm just really interested to see that matchup between Inspired and Blabber, as it's clear to me that Inspired is the best jungler in NA right now, and Blabber was the best jungler in NA. So I'm sure Blabber wants to get it back.
And it's funny because I do think that gets blown up a lot by the community because of, yes, clutch moments. Whenever you see, for instance, split 2 of last year, you're in the finals and you see those like flubs from Blabber, that stuff does happen and it leaves an imprint in a lot of people's minds. But like leading up to that point, Blabber was stellar, right? And a reason why they won a lot of their games. But it's always those big impactful moments that people remember. And if he can unseat those, then it is just an easy conversation of like, oh, these guys are some of the best, and it's an MVP race.
Yeah.
So I wonder what it will look like by the end of the year and if that gets resolved.
Yeah, and that's where I'd revisit. Like, I am really curious to see how each of these junglers work with their mid laners. We kind of heard that conversation of Inspired kind of hyping up Saint, I guess.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Lecturing.
Yeah.
Lecturing Saint.
But then I do think with the way the APA sees the map, with a lot of the champions he seems to favor, it could actually end up being really good for Blabber, because whenever I think of Blabber's strengths, it's always his farming efficiency. Like sometimes I'll just look down and I'll be like, how did you come back from where you were even when he was set behind? And I think having a mid laner like APA could end up working out really well for him.
Yes, and I think if you were to look to the other side of the matchup, for me, it's going to be about Berserker and Isles looking, in my opinion, very good. Okay. Yes, you can make the caveats that you want that they're going up against Breezy and Mobility.
I'm going to make
subs
that
on that one.
Yep.
If you want to make it, you can.
Okay.
You going to make it?
Finish your point, then I'll make it.
Like, Berserker, for a long time when he was in Cloud9 and North America, was given first team All-Pro, first team All-Pro, first team All-Pro. When you hear from Isles, he is very much someone who's thoughtful about how he plays his own lanes and how he works with other people. And in this case, like, they stomped the matchup. And then when Isles was able to find the push within that lane, impacted mid lane immediately and was able to help out Saint when I thought Palafox was doing quite well within that laning phase. And so what I like to see is like, okay, you got a laning advantage. What are you going to do with it? Now, they limit tested in this case. So look at that. Oh yeah, cut the camera.
Cut the video.
Cut the video. They limit tested in this case and they tried to go for a 2v2 dive, and in a better situation, yes, they come out clean out of it. But I like the fact that they're able to just like, yeah, we're going up against a sub dual lane. Let's try and push for a little bit more.
Yeah.
Let's try and limit test because why, it's week one, day one, let's test it out. I think by the end of the year, we will look at this as one of the best bot lanes in the LCS easily. Will I say they're number one? Yanakor JJ, I'll give them number one. Number two, then we're having a conversation.
Sven and Vulcan?
Yeah, we're having a conversation. Because immediately I would look at Sven and Vulcan, but Berserker and Isles, I think at their peak, will look very much a contested bot lane to them.
Yeah, Isles in pros afterwards, as I'm sure you know because you did it, was just saying how he thought he ran the game on Bard, which is started by winning the lane. Like, you need to win the lane so you can leave in the best situation. But what I'm really interested in is the fact that Berserker and Sven are going up against each other again after winning titles together. And we have a Zale to set it up between those two players.
Hey everyone, here was Sven and Berserker ahead of their big matchup. You went off to Korea, but it's been a while. Now you're back in NA. You're playing against not only your old team, but your old bot lane partner. So how is it going up against Sven and C9?
I mean, be honest, I didn't really care about the face the C9, like last week. But from yesterday, I don't know. I just don't really want to lose bursts like these guys, Yeah, so I'll just try my best.
So when he went to Korea, did you watch him on the Freaks?
Yeah, I was hate watching every game.
Successful hate watching?
Oh yeah, I was very successful.
Did you watch Sven when he left and went to Dignitas?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, of course. Yes, when he was on C9, yeah. So who would have won between the Freaks and the Big Dig Summer team?
The Freaks.
What did you say?
Who would have won between Dignitas Freaks and the Dignitas roster that Sven was on?
I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. It's I'm not sure, yeah.
It was tough times in the LCK.
All right. Well, you guys are reuniting. Do you feel like having played against Berserker gives you an advantage playing against him? Do you think that there's some tendencies maybe you can prey on or anything like that?
Yeah, I have him downloaded.
Do you have anything that you can take advantage of with Sven? Now that you've played with him, now you're playing against him. Maybe something he messes up a lot, you can try to punish him for.
I'm not sure. Not sure. I mean, just lightning phase, I guess. I mean, but he's really smart, So, yeah.
See, you said you talk trash, and he said something nice. So now you're a jerk.
Yeah, this look kind of bad, actually. I can't take it back now.
All right.
To be honest, I didn't understand what he's saying. So, I mean, yeah.
So who's the better AD carry?
But did you hear the Jat stats? This week, Jat messaged me. He said, "Your win rate without me is much lower than with me."
I mean, that's true, yeah, that's true, but I mean, that's true. Yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck to you both. It's going to be a banger. Back to you all to desk.
What was that, Jets?
Wow.
Oh, we're going to get to them. We have the stat full screens, but we got to talk about the timeline first.
I will say, I love that Sven was like, yeah, I was hate watching every game. It was very rough times. I found this out last week. That Freaks team had a lot of problems. I would say none of them were Berserker, especially at the beginning of the season. Berserker was popping off, actually.
Yeah, well, here's the intertwined history of these two players over the last several years. So when Berserker came to Tier 1 in the LCS, he was originally paired with Sven, and they had a lot of success. You can see on the left there, Summer 2022 trophy, 2023 trophy as well.
True.
But then once Sven left the team to go play AD carry for Dignitas eventually, and then now on Cloud9, Berserker's been on what was supposed to be a Cloud9 super team, wasn't so super, and then went back to Korea, had a big disappointment as Sven's walking by. Good interview, Sven. But very interesting path both these players have had, Raz.
Yeah, and I feel like Berserker's changed a little bit. Move forward in the chat talking about he's usually mean too, but he's humble now.
He is.
He's humble. He's changed after the DN Freaks situation.
Look, it was a rough time. Like I said, it was a rough time over there.
So rough. We need to pull up these stats that Sven alluded to, the Jat stats that I had our stats team pull. This is Berserker with Sven versus without Sven. So let's pull these up. With Sven, Berserker had almost a 75% win rate in 91 games. Without him, 39.6%. Not as good laning, less damage per minute, but more importantly, no MVPs, no titles, and no All-Pro nods. And for those of you who are saying, you're looking at the 39.6% winner on the top right, okay, that's most of it is the Freaks.
Yes.
Most of it was the Korea time. So we removed those, just LCS. Let's get to the next graphic where it's just LCS versus LCS. So all the stats on the left are going to stay the same. Still not that good. Still 58%, worse laning, worse damage, worse KDA. So that brings the question for chat that Raz is leading. Did Berserker get carried by Sven? Is Sven actually the key to unlocking Berserker? You even heard Berserker say he's actually really smart. The proof is in the stats, actually.
I see your smile, Emily. I feel like you're starting to align with this as well.
No, I'm not. I think Sven is a really smart player. I actually love talking to Sven about the game anytime I'm able to. However, I don't think he fully made Berserker. We could ask him.
Did you make Berserker, Sven?
Yes.
He said yes.
That's an instant yes.
He said yes.
There
No
you go.
hesitation at all.
I want to see if chat agrees with Sven and Jet.
Yeah. Did he secretly carry Berserker? I think both that
Would it be
interview and the
secretly
stats would
carried?
show.
Was
If
this
the
even a
stats
secret?
show it, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it isn't.
It's like okay, so you're saying
open
even if
secret.
he carried it, the question isn't if it's a secret. It's did it or
Yeah,
not.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, don't get fooled by the linguistics of it all.
I love changing the linguistics of this.
But Raz, you're going to talk about titles. How many more titles? They won 2 titles together. You think they would have won more titles if they stuck together?
After the stats, why don't you think that? I feel like you have to believe it. Now, the thing is, because you think about how this team was. Oh my God,
I love how
split.
at least half the people believe me. This is good.
Split. Because the question, of course, is if they were together as still going into the last year, would they have won more titles? My answer is yes. Obviously, that would change the entire roster based off of the import rules. You can maybe dispel a little bit of your belief on that one. But the reason why is because C9 had a singular focus in a lot of their games with Berserker. And yes, Berserker, before he actually left towards the LCK, may have not had the best split. But if he were to go back and be able to bounce back, I think very easily as being one of the best bot lanes, if not the best bot lane in the league, with an incredible support who can play range supports consistently, then it gives them another focus, and a lot of the times that's, I felt like, what they needed.
I think that's a good point, is the things to me that worked best with Sven with Berserker is that at the time, Sven had so much AD carry experience, he could really point Berserker in the right direction. And Berserker had the best hands in the league in terms of laning and team fighting. And then on top of that, because he played so many enchanters, it allowed Berserker to hard carry games. And to Isles' point, Berserker has improved in those other aspects since then, which is going to make this a really interesting matchup.
That's the thing I'm most curious about, because I feel like the meta now is so 2v2 focused, right? You're trapped in lane a little bit more. We are seeing a lot more enchanters paired with stuff like the Aphelios, which is like an old Berserker favorite, right? So I'm curious to see how if the stats continue to reflect your point towards the end of the split. Jet.
I mean, you saw the votes, first of all. We even saw Papa Smithy vote in the chat saying no.
Okay.
But some people are cheating and saying maybe. That is not
how did those
the
count?
assignment.
Yeah.
That is not, even the
Those don't
LCS
count.
voted maybe.
They don't count the
They don't
maybes.
count.
You're throwing it away.
Producers have said you are throwing away your votes.
That
like a
ballot
Ralph
is
Nader
being
vote
chucked.
right there.
Exactly. It's a Nader vote. It doesn't work here. So you gotta change that up. But honestly, it seems like the voting is done from that one. So we go into the games themselves.
Yeah, I think it's time to throw down some predictions here.
All right.
Between C9 and Lyon. And I think something we haven't talked about that much, which was, weirdly enough, like, Thanatos is such a good laner.
Yeah.
And he's such a powerful thing for C9 to play around that I think his matchup with Dokla is something that Cloud9 should be able to take advantage of. And I was thinking back that we said the same thing the last time Thanatos played Dokla. And then Dokla eliminated C9 from the year.
Yeah.
But I will say the game has changed enough. Like, the way that Dokla would handle Thanatos previously is they'd dodge the lane, right? They'd swap early, they'd play weak side, they'd get advantage on other sides. And even though Dokla had an okay week last week, Game 1, he absorbed pressure, the team took advantage of it. Game 2, he just fell behind and wasn't absorbing pressure and dying 1v1. These are pretty low stats in terms of damage, gold, CSD. That's all last place in terms of all top laners that played last week against Dig and Photon. So Dokla does actually need to hold his own against Thanatos in these extended laning phases we now have.
Yeah, and we'll see if, because to your point, I think the big thing is if you do have a top laner and they are trying to lose as gracefully as possible if they're in a bad matchup, the rest of the team needs to take advantage of that. And the reason why, one of the reasons why I'm favoring C9 in this matchup is just because I think even with another week to practice, we already know Lyon didn't get a lot of practice together going into last week. It was one of the reasons why they looked so disjointed. I still think C9 looked more cohesive. And I think there are great players on both sides of this matchup, but I'm giving the cohesion edge to C9.
And for me, you already talked about the top lane. You make my life easier. I'm talking about Thanatos versus Dokla. I'll go straight into the mid lane.
Okay.
APA literally won player of the week for the first week. Looked incredible, even on the Azir that had question marks last year, but he's somebody that grinds solo queue and really pushes it, put in the effort, and he was able to have highlight plays within that on top of the 2 player of the game awards that he was able to get. So I feel like he's having an incredible start to the split, whereas versus Palafox with Saints, I thought he didn't have a great performance overall. That actually Palafox had better lanes, and in specifically the first game I think it was, where the Bard came in, interacted with the lane, and then screwed over Palafox in that situation. Like, you can look throughout that game and say, I want to see more from Saints. And I look at this series and I say, I need to see more from Saint if they are to be able to take this victory, because APA, in my thought process tier list coming into this split, I thought was going to be worse than Saint, already flipping that expectation.
And I think between these two teams, both of them having won last week, at least the talent power rankings mostly had C9 TL 1-2.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of Lyon fans. I know Sheep Esports put Lyon #1 or #2 on their power rankings as well. So depending on who you talk to, these could be 2 of the top teams in the LCS. And I think if Lyon is able to pull off an upset today, that would speak to their long-term strength.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
We're all predicting 2-1.
They should have asked
C9.
one of us to flip.
Where's your guys' originality?
We don't do
I
that.
don't do that.
We don't do narrative predictions, Emily.
I'm always serious
Both
with
of
my
you guys.
predictions.
Yeah.
She's lying. She's lying to you.
She's trying to
Here's
spin
a
a
new poll
narrative.
for the chat. Does Emily lie? Put up the new
I'm sure
poll.
chat will respond to
Put
that.
up the new poll.
Everybody lies sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
like Berserker saying that he's the better AD carry. Like, it's just not.
Wow.
It's not true between him and Sven. We'll see.
Or going after the game, us in chat when we were like, oh, we're not the problems in our games. We're not why we lost our games.
True.
Yeah.
Something that I think is going to be different from last week. Berserker had already mentioned in his interview that he literally flew in for 3 days of scrims and then played on stage.
Yeah.
Now Lyon has had a longer time together. So even though that second game that Lyon played against Dignitas was incredibly sloppy, not that a week of scrims is some massive amount of time to have everyone get on the same page, but they should be more impressive. And Raz, we're seeing a lot of yeses in chat.
Yes,
about
we
Emily
are.
being a liar.
If I lie.
Emily lies, exclamation mark, explanation mark. Daryl says no. People are saying no and trying to defend Emily here.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't defend me.
Stop with the negative self-talk right
Okay, guys, we need more no's then. You've changed my mind. I'm voting no in the
But
chat.
back to your point, Jet,
Yes.
and back to League
Thank
of
you,
Legends.
Emily. Stop derailing us, Raz.
My bad.
I do think a week, like, it's not a long time, but we've seen teams be able to just come out and look much more well coordinated. And I do think, regardless of the scoreline, like, even if it does go as we've all predicted, 2-1, I do think Lyon will come out looking a lot better this week, having had that week 2 practice together.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. It's actually crazy. It's so unpredictable
Inspired
a lot of
is
the
typing
times.
a lot.
He is. He actually is. I
This
wonder
is
what
good.
he's saying. I wonder what he's saying. There has to be some smack talk happening in the actual lobby. But it's like, you never really expect what's going to happen in games like these. I think it was Split 2, where Lyon should have gotten 2-0 over Cloud9. Like,
Yeah,
that
I
literally,
remember
situations like that can happen. And it completely changes your expectation. And then you overreact, and then you go right back to the same, initial expectation the next week, right? And so I think Lyon is a team that will play better against better teams and probably play a lot sloppier versus the worst teams. That happens a lot for a lot of teams. Like, I remember IG in 2018. You think they're the best team in the world, and eventually they do become that. And then they go up against VG Gaming, and they just have the sloppiest performances of all time. That happens.
Yeah. When they faced VG Gaming that year, they also subbed in their owner. And
That is
Jackie Love
true.
was playing Tom Kench support.
That did happen.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that did happen. But
Either
I don't
way-
see that today.
Either way, you LPL fanatics, we have Blabber against the player of the year from last year at Inspired. We got Berserker going up against Sven. We have APA trying to make big things happen up against Saint. And we're going to see if Thanatos and Dokla can get it done in the top lane. Raz, what time is it?
it's time to start the games.
Start them.
I'm so cold.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's time for week number 2 here in our 2026 competition. Week number 1 gave us some pretty exciting games, and now we're going to kick off this second with Cloud9 going head-to-head against Lyon. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for this one.
What's up?
Buddy, I am excited.
Me too. We've been treated to some banger matchups. The draws. We've been eating good. We got Cloud9 versus TL last week, and now we get Cloud9 having beaten TL and then immediately drawing another really hyped up top team in Lyon. So this is going to be super exciting. We have Berserker versus his old squad. It's just so funny bantering back and forth with Sven and Berserker.
Yeah.
I was sitting out there, and before the cameras even came to us, they both had me like laughing so hard. So it is just really fun seeing these guys who clearly are good friends, clearly continue to follow each other's careers, now back in the same league and battling in the bot lane.
Not just back in the same league, back in the same role. Sven is no longer the Yumi E-kitten riding along for the victory in the bottom lane. He's right there with his gun or his bow or whatever it might be in hand, ready to answer Berserker mano a mano.
Yes, sir. They're going to go right at it. It was so funny, too, because in the interview, it's like, so, is there anything you can use to take him down? Learned about his weaknesses. Sven's like, yeah, I got him downloaded. And Berserker's like, no, he's pretty smart. And Sven's like, crap, wait, I feel bad now.
It's like, oh, he's actually just going to compliment me. Well, Brad. All right, we're into draft. Let's see what we've got here as Ziggs, Jace, and Rumble banned out by Lion. Respect towards the APA Ziggs
knock
pick.
wave.
We've got the Malphite, Akali, and Varus banned out by C9, with Azir for C9 being answered by, you said it, man, the knock wave combo. Ori and Nocturne here for Lion.
Yeah, that is such a powerful combo. Is being brought right back out. If you time it perfectly, it is unavoidable. The question is, will they be able to time it perfectly? Are they going to be on the same page? How's the comms going to be in those situations? A lot of power picks on the other side, though, just going through this draft super quickly here. Obviously, really powerful engage tools from both of the junglers here. The Nocturne ult, the Jarvan ult. Blabber had a monster Jarvan game in the second game versus TL last week. The one that they super snowballed. He got ahead early thanks to some, roams from APA, some good skirmishing with his team, and really was able to slam that home. And now it is going to be Dokla taking the Renekton. Obviously, a powerful blind, but it is also a really good takeaway from Thanatos, because Thanatos is known as the Lane Kingdom guy. And he is also going to be really difficult to take down if he gets that pick.
Okay, so let's see where we go now with our second
did these
half.
picks just rearrange?
Yeah, they did, because it was Orianna Nocturne first, and then now the Renekton is first.
Some of the things like this are tripping me out. Last week there's some weird client stuff going on. Hey, last week I thought there was all kinds of crazy role swaps, because in the client it showed that everyone had swapped their champions, and then we got in the game and no one had swapped their champions.
You want to know how to actually be comfortable with this? Just acknowledge to yourself deeply and personally that you're going insane. and then you can just chill the entire time. Be like, oh yeah, another blip. Cool.
All right, I'm with you.
Cool. We're vibing.
There is a purple elephant in this room.
Yeah,
and that's totally normal.
You know what? This is just another day at the office. We got ourselves some marksman bands coming out from C9. Since they already have the Corki down there for Sven, they'll take Yunara off the table. Meanwhile, Lyon, with that blind Renekton that you talked about, they want to get rid of a couple good responses there for Thanatos. They will remove the Gnar, they will remove the Gwen, and it's Lucian also banned out here by C9, continuing to target the marksman role.
Yeah, triple AD carry ban, and they did take that Corki away. Of course, there are a lot of options still. Ezreal really popular as far as the poke route is concerned, and that is going to be what they're going for here. The question is, are they going to have just like a go button, like a Nautilus or something like that as their lack pick, or are they going to look to pick for lane dominance, right? Because you're saving support pick here for last. You can go enchanters, which have been really, really popular. Things like Karma Ezreal are super popular. Karma is up and available. Vulcan is going to be having to blind his support, and we're just waiting for that counter pick from Thanatos to see what he's going to get. Because yes, there are a lot of pretty strong tools. So this would be a pretty sharp lane counter, something that is pretty difficult for the Renekton to actually lane into. We did see Thanatos bring it out last week when he was playing against Morgan on TL, and he brought it out against the Rumble, but Morgan actually played that lane really, really well, and it ended up being just about dead even. So we'll see how Dokla can actually withstand this pressure, because that can be super tough as far as that 1v1 is concerned.
The thing that I usually worry about if I see Aurora as the top laner is, does the team have enough of a front line? Do they have enough real traditional engage? Jarvan is really going to be that lone frontliner this time with the Nami locked in next to the Corki on support.
They don't have a lot of frontline, so I think more what you're going to see in a lot of these fights from Blabber is he's just going to ult in and then flag and drag backwards, and you're going to have like the Nami ult coming over the top. You're going to have the Aurora ult there. Like all this damage is going to get piled in. He's not necessarily going to be trying to stay in the front line because he's the sole melee champion on this team, right? If he just stays up there, I think he's going to get knocked down pretty quickly. Was that Karma, as I was mentioning earlier, so they are going more for the poke style, more for that lane dominance. There's not necessarily like the traditional go buttons of, you know, Nautilus and the support style, but of course you have Knockwave as a potential hard engage on one side. The threat of that Renekton flank is obviously that much higher when you have Nocturne ult to turn off the wards, turn off the lights. And then on the other side, it's really just going to be about potential playmaking from APA or Blabber ulting in, just kind of to set up the team. I think, you know, less just staying in and committing, and more I'm just expecting him just ult in, Aurora ult comes over the top, Nami ult comes over the top. Like all of these AoE tools are just going to get fired in and try to create chaos in this Lion squad.
And I feel like I talk about this all the time when I see Jarvan locked in. I love seeing early active Jarvan gaming, and especially in a matchup like this, where what you're talking about is a front line that's not really there to stick around and see the outcome of everything, but rather just start it off. I want to see early active plays from Blabber that much more, because if he's not at least even with the curve of the game, hopefully slightly ahead, I feel like maybe when you go in for that Cataclysm, you don't get to use your flag to get back out.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, it is one of those champions that can be very snowbally one way or the other. Jarvan can look really oppressive from ahead, and from behind, you are just kind of a gold delivery service. You know, you're not doing a lot. As we can see, Inspired going up towards this top side, just trying to see if he can get a little bit of a poke down, and I think that was his ward that he dropped as well. So going to drop his ward in that side lane brush. That is really important in these range versus melee matchups, that you have that ward, because otherwise what happens is Thanatos will actually just sit in that side brush and jump in and out, dropping aggro from the minions over and over and over. So Inspired goes up top, hits a Q on Thanatos, drops a ward for his top laner. Just a little thing, but it is going to help you out a lot in that 1v1.
Exactly. It does a lot of little lifting there, especially if you're not super worried about a crazy level 1, any kind of invade here, then you don't really feel too bad about throwing the ward up there in the alcove anyway. APA versus Saint here in the mid lane. APA winning player of the week last week. I think he had a really strong performance, and I think a lot of people were really hoping to see that with him switching environments over to C9 from TL, especially with 2025 feeling like more of a regressive year for APA compared to what we saw in 24.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it was a huge performance from him, you know, really well-deserved player of the week, and to do it against the person who replaced you, the team that replaced you, I think is really, really cool.
Thanatos has that early lane control that we are expecting from the Aurora. So Dokla's job just going to be make sure you can survive, make sure you're relevant here once it gets to the bigger team fights. Both of our top laners do have the non-combat summoner spell option here. They are both going with the normal style of teleport versus waiting on the quest to complete. So for Dokla, he just needs to stick around in lane as long as he can, so at least there's something of value on that first buy.
Yeah, exactly. You're just really trying to withstand the onslaught. In these matchups, you have to be careful about what minions you're fighting for and what minions you're giving up. You cannot afford to lose too much HP.
Ooh, -1.
Does miss the cannon, that sucks. Miss the range minion as well, but we touched on it earlier. Sven versus Berserker. These guys have a lot of history together. Played together for quite a while on Cloud9. He first came here in 2022. Sven swapped to support for him. He was obviously an AD carry main his entire career previous to that, but these guys did really, really well. Average finish 1.33, so almost always up in that first place range. They won 2 titles. They got top all-pro positions, and then Sven did move on, left Dignitas, returned to that AD carry position. Berserker then stayed with Cloud9 for a little bit before then moving on to the LCK, joined the DN Freaks. Obviously doing a lot worse post-breakup, but let's be honest, he was on a much worse team in the LCK, and the LCK is a very hard league. So
it's a pretty challenging place to compete in professional League of Legends.
Yeah, turns out they've won a couple titles here and there.
Turns out they might have more than everybody else put together by multiple degrees. Turns out their best team might have more than everybody else in the world.
It happens. It happens. But Berserker, I think, still showed some pretty impressive games individually in the LCK, and excited to have him back here in the league. And I know Lyon, their fans are really excited to have him here as well. Definitely part of what people are kind of calling this super team that Lyon has put together. Obviously, you got inspired. He was the LTA Player of the Year last year. Too many. He is not only the best Western jungler, he is the best Western player, period. And you were able to grab him. You were able to bring in Berserker. You were able to bring in Saint. It's a lot of firepower here for Lyon. And the question to a lot of people was kind of like, how is the team going to mesh? Are they going to work really well together quickly?
The intangibles.
Exactly. And there's been, so much excitement from the LATAM community talking about this team. And just kind of like, hey, we have a team as LATAM that is representing us here in the LCS that has a chance to win a title, that has a chance to really do some damage. So a lot of their fans are just super excited about that.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you be? Like you're saying, these caliber of players, super high, the opportunity, the ceiling there, the hypothetical achievements this team could make their way to. Very, very powerful stuff. As Dokla up here in that top lane is still down a couple of waves worth of farm, and Thanatos is just continuing to make the laning phase miserable for him here with the Aurora. Just zones him all the way away. And honestly, nothing super wild in any of our lanes happening just yet, although you can see the EXP bars on your screen. Solo laners are getting very close to those ultimate points. A lot of times, particularly against these immobile mages, Azir will go in with the shuffle as soon as he hits level 6, force out the flash, and then the jungler knows, okay, as soon as that shuffle's ready to go again, that's when we make the real move.
Yeah, people meme about these kind of roams, like Vulcan on the Nami, roams mid. The Nami gank is kind of a meme, but at the same time, he had nothing else to do bot. He just walks mid, throws out one heal that's like +1 potion for free. That just creates this little bit of an advantage there. Dokla is getting cooked in this matchup, though. He's now down 20 CS. He has no TP. The wave was really bad for him. Nice bubble lands.
Yeah, it's a good bubble, but Inspired being here means that there's nothing else for C9 to do, so they're not going to pursue this any further. Just a quick snappy trade. You can see the ward in the Dragon Pit that has been placed from C9 will make them aware now that Inspired has fired the Duskbringer towards the objective, and honestly, 5:45, pretty early first Drake start.
Gonna be able to start that up pretty early. This first plate might actually get lost by Thanatos as he base. No, I think just barely it's gonna stay up. Has like legit 1 auto of health.
Ooh, Sven takes a lot of damage there, down to about 300 HP. Nami heal is going to keep him around half as Blabber shows up. Now, critically, Blabber is level 6 on the Jarvan, inspired 3/4 of the way to that ultimate himself with his Nocturne. So distinctive advantage here for C9. Blabber still hanging around. Isles and Berserker still far enough forward. There might be an opportunity here for Blabber. Meanwhile, APA going for that shuffle that I was talking about down here on the bottom side. It's Isles the target as Blabber goes in for the first blood. The Marshall Cadence going to claim it. As back in the mid lane, they're both very low on HP. Inspired still looking to grab his level 6. Needs this chicken camp to unlock the paranoia and make a move on APA. Wave crashing into the turret right now. APA almost entirely out of mana, very low on health. Turret shot's going to claim the last minion. Inspired still only level 5, so no play to make here. C9 up 1-0.
Yeah, that was actually really close. I think if he was going to get 6 there, he might have been able to actually look for an instant ult mid and just try to get him. But couldn't leech enough experience from mid lane there, so unfortunately not able to make it happen. And Blabber had enough time to get back and defend his red. Right now, it's kind of just a tale of 2 lanes, right? It's kind of top versus bot right now, it feels like, as Thanatos has a really big laning advantage on top side. Blabber, pretty big gold advantage with that kill that he's grabbed, and then Berserker on the other side is way ahead.
Okay, APA looking for Saint here yet again. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is the play down in the bottom lane. Blabber, it cost his flash to get that kill for C9, but his ultimate is still available. That's still a ton of playmaking to try to force something else right after. So I want to see if Blabber can really keep the tempo high here. Dokla back in lane now. Null Magic and Tier 1 boots does not feel particularly powerful in lane. You've got the Faded Ashes alongside the boots and the Dark Seal there picked up for Thanatos' Aurora. You already pointed out the big CS discrepancy. It translates into a meaningful gold gap here as well of just under about 500. The only other gap in the game that is around that same level is Blabber, who got the first blood.
Yeah, and he has a nice little experience lead as well. There's still some more minions for him to farm. He's already, I don't know, 30% ahead as far as that one level is concerned of that XP bar. So looking pretty good. Sven and Vulcan do seem to be stabilizing a bit, but still down quite a bit as far as the farm concerned. And you know, Inspired versus Blabber, pretty big matchup here in the LCS. You know, Blabber had been big dog on campus. He had been like the de facto #1 jungler for a long time in NA, but then in came River, in came Inspired, and it kind of stopped being true, right? You know, it started...
King rules forever.
Exactly. You know, it started to be Blabber kind of falling down in people's prospective power rankings a little bit. This time, though, Blabber does have a good start, and we will have to see, you know, can he actually turn this into something? These are the last 5 times these players have actually matched up as far as, you know, series play was concerned. Inspired did win 3 of them, but I know, you know, all time, the head-to-head is pretty heavily favored towards Inspired, and Blabber is looking to change that. You know, Blabber definitely wants to get back on top and try to reclaim his spot, you know, as the best jungler in the LCS. And there's a clear #1. If you can't beat Inspired, it doesn't really matter how you do against the other junglers. No one's going to say you're better than Inspired, and no one's going to say you're #1 until you take him down, because he is just the best player in the league.
Right. If you can't beat him, you've got a really shiny silver medal that you're making sure is certainly yours, but you're not going for the gold unless he's going to be in the rearview mirror, right? This is the guy you've got to pass up.
Got to steal it from the champ.
Yeah, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Cloud9 up 1,000 gold. First neutral objectives have been traded one for the other as Lyon acquires the Hextech Drake first, but all 3 grubs go over to C9. If Thanatos can keep building powerful leads in the side lane, the grubs, of course, will be able to add a lot of extra value to the potential split push there of the Aurora. 95 versus 64 in the farm means that the Bunny Girl's causing problems still up there in the top lane head-to-head. It doesn't really look like we're seeing a whole lot of relief for Dokla. Inspired does have his ultimate available. He is on that side of the map, but he's just clearing top to bottom through his camps.
Yeah, and the real problem against Aurora is not only that it's so abusive in the 1v1, it's really hard to gank. Like, you can go in and full send your ult as a Nocturne, and obviously you do have the stun from Renekton. Like, you have good gank setup, but Aurora can go invis, jump away, ult, bounce across the map. Like, it's really hard to lock down Aurora.
Ooh, hold on. Blabber goes in here, wants to try to scrap with Inspired over the chickens, but now Blabber is down to 40% HP. Inspired goes in, Cataclysm right back on top of him. Blabber is low. Saves grab the kill, and Blabber is down. Inspired still fighting for now as APA is likely to drop here too, and Lyon shows their fangs. Inspired barely dies there at the end to bring the trade to a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Inspired didn't even have to go down. He could have just walked out, but he's hitting the ward. A little bit greedy there, but that spell shield, he spell shielded APA's ulti, and I think that was 100% intentional, 100% reacted to. That was beautiful, and it's plays like that that make him the best jungler in the league. Blabber decides to go in, you know, does find this flag and drag in onto him, but APA, of course, is going to be slower to arrive because Saint has that quicker path. Once they have Blabber chunk down a little bit, they decide, you know what, we're just actually going to go for it. We're going to re-engage. Now, watch the spell shield here. He tries to go in, turn it around. Beautiful play there from Inspired. Blocks that, gets the heal. and should have been able to get out.
Hold on, we're not done. The violence continues here in the bottom lane. Isles, one more auto attack. He's going to take him down. Sven with the fadeaway rocket. Now wants to get it back on Berserker. Pops his barrier. Both AD carry to the edge of death. Berserker staying alive for now, but no! A double kill for Sven. The support, the prodigal son, has returned to AD carry, and he shows Berserker how to play it.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Sven, just constantly dipping in and out of the minions, making so that Berserker can't actually hit the Mystic shots in that 1v2 to try to take them down. I think it was the minions even that finished off Berserker as he was actually running away, had minion aggro there, does go down. Sven and Vulcan, they're now up in gold. Let's watch this one more time. It's the Nami ulti to start it off, and Isles is just trying to sidestep this bubble that never even comes in. Sven nails the last rocket, flashes away, and then this is what I'm talking about. Sven just kind of goes behind those minions, trying to block as many of those Mystic shots as he can. Beautifully played.
And it was the caster minion that got the last shot, but if y'all were paying attention to the picture-in-picture in the replay, it was an Ezreal true shot barrage from the fountain as soon as Berserker respawned that shot Sven straight through the biplane there, took him out of the picture, got a revenge kill. 4-4 overall on the board, as we did see the flash forced over in mid lane. Again, so much pressure being kept on the Orianna. These immobile mages, you want to keep that flash down. You want to make them scared to play aggressively. We'll see if that ends up factoring into this Dragon spawning here in about 1 minute. Rift Herald just about 2 minutes away. Thanatos maintains control over the top side, but it's not like that gold lead has bled further and further since we checked on it earlier. It's kind of stabilized around this -30, -35 spot for Dokla. But with Leandri's Torment now completed for Thanatos, Dokla's only got upgraded shoes plus a baseline Tiamat. There's a pretty big power difference between these top laners if they both decide to show up for a Dragon or a Herald.
Yeah, it is absolutely massive right now. Dokla, he's weak-sided, and he's just gonna kind of have to hang on. And we did show some stats from him earlier on the lounge. They were talking about 8th, was kind of struggling as far as his laning was concerned. But that was kind of the card he was dealt both last week and so far this week. Where last week against Photon was playing the Ignite Kennen into his Renekton, and he was also getting camped by the Vi. Like, it's a pretty tough situation to be in. Then you're blind picking the Renekton. Obviously, you do have some protection bans, right? But still, Thanatos has been the best laning top laner in the league, and you're playing against his counterpick Aurora. So you are going to have a tough time. Blabber down towards bot, looking to see if he can find something as this Corki Nami does start getting pretty oppressive. The Triforce is done now. And this duo, once the mandate is there, really does become quite powerful. You just throw that Tidecaller's Blessing up. Sven just kind of moves forward and puts that pressure on them. And we talked about kind of the lack of like the true engage. There is that knock wave, but besides that, there's not really a lot of things he has to be scared of. So he's going to just get E'd by Nami and kind of walk forward.
Inspired goes in, but the Drake has already been secured by Blabber. APA with a 3-man ulti while Inspired has to flash over the wall to escape the C9 firepower. Lyon thought that they'd be able to win a smite fight. They want to send for it. But as soon as Blabber claims the victory over the objective, there's nothing left to fight, so Lyon leave empty-handed.
Yeah, and that's even better for them because Thanatos stayed top and just farmed plates, right? So he's up there on that top side. Dokla had to go back to base. Look at it. It's nearly 50 CS in the top lane now. 1.3k gold advantage as Thanatos cashes in on some plates.
Yeah, Saint drops the shockwave there onto Sven, but because the Nami is still nearby, Vulcan just heals him right back up, not really worried about it. Sven hits him with the trademark Pepega Frog emote just to say that didn't really matter. And C9's perfectly comfortable with things right now. The Rift Herald is live on the map, and you can see both junglers are around the area.
Yeah, I mean, that Orianna is really strong, but not strong enough to just solo him out instantly.
Yeah,
you need someone else there, but I mean, he has the Ludens, he has extra items on top, has 2 kills, so had the shock, but not the knock. You need a both.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah. But Cloud9 looking pretty good, but that being said, still gold advantages for the carries on Lyon. So it's really going to be a question of can Thanatos, leverage this lane that he's created to turn that into something in the team fights, or can he continue to snowball in that 1v1? He's farmed a lot of plates on the top side. What is he going to be able to get done with that advantage? And I think the question is they're going to try to use his pressure to start up this Herald.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say is you love having a fed top laner as the jungler when you see 15 minutes on the clock and it's time to go to Rift Herald. Because you've got such a good chance at being able to control that fight and control that objective. TPs are coming in, though. C9 has started up the objective, but now they got to try to get away because Lyon is bringing in the Croc. Dokla immediately hit by the bubble. Cannot find a valuable target. True Shot Barrage only hits APA's Azir. The Rift Herald going to reset partially, losing some of that patience. Thanatos over the wall looking for the opportunity to go in. him. Blabber wants to arrive here with the EQ, but the Herald's going to be slain by Inspired. Dokla now finds a kill, and Blabber is dead. C9 thought they wanted to fight for this, but Lyon was better prepared. They'll take the objective, they'll take Blabber, and they'll take a win here in this quick scuffle.
Yeah, nicely done there by Lyon, but Sven was pushing mid this entire time, so Sven is going to be picking up a decent amount of gold. Blabber did go down, and Inspired got the smite, so they do walk away with the objective. A lot of TPs were committed to this play. You know, we saw both the TP from the Renekton as well as from the Azir to get over here, whereas Thanatos was able to just walk over. And Dokla just trying to do his best, just pushing this wave, try to get the reset, stay relevant. He picked up the kill there as well off of Blabber, so that allows him to get to his stride breaker. He is still down gold, but not as bad as it was. C9, though, really a lot of focus on just chipping away on these towers. You know, there's 2 plates top, there's 1 plate mid, 1 plate bot, so they're getting very close to grabbing that first turret, and all of their towers on the other side are quite healthy.
400 gold separates the team 17.5 minutes into the game, and this is exactly the type of game that I was hoping to see between these teams, because it's not like they've both just been sitting there handshaking, okay, all we're going to do is scale. We've had some attempted plays back and forth. We've had Inspired say, no, I'm willing to go in for the 50-50 on this Dragon and miss it. And then we've had C9 say, no, we're willing to try to contest here with this Herald, and then they lose the fight. Both teams are willing to take those risks, and they're also both capable of answering when the other team is just a little bit too confident. Now we have about 90 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Drake's only 1-1 right now, so no serious stacking threat from either team. But I still don't think that's enough to dissuade them, because I feel like either team should have the confidence right now to win that fight at Drake.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's going to be down to execution. You can see that Saint is going in towards the Shadow Flame. Tries to actually stop that recall with his ulti, but it was empowered by the Herald, so got back to base faster perhaps than Vulcan was expecting. But once that Shadow Flame is completed, it is going to be so much burst, because this is not one of these defensive slow builds. This is Luden's into Shadow Flame. This is the like one-shot you type of build. And if that is timed well with Inspired, it is going to be so deadly. You can see the APA is respecting that, already has the Seekers, knowing that he has to be careful in these situations. Sven obviously has the barrier, has the Valkyrie, has, you know, Vulcan potentially behind him to try to help him live through that. But if you do get comboed, it's going to be really tough, because you're expecting then Berserker's ult to be coming over the top. You're expecting the Renekton to be coming in all at the same time, which is really what Lyon is going to be looking for. And C9 has got to be able to absorb that first punch and then try to win the fight in the extended play.
With the Dragon on the approach, Blabber's going to go ahead and take the blue buff there. They'll pass that off as Sven will pick it up to guarantee rocket spam as they volley back and forth for positioning over the objective. It's C9 with bot river control first, as Lyon are going to bring in a TP. Inspired tags APA with a Dustbringer, which means C9 feels compelled to back away. Thanatos does have his teleport ready to join up with this fight, but he is still top lane, and you can see pings coming out from the C9 side onto the top lane tier 1. They're having Thanatos commit to taking this, as the Herald is summoned up mid lane by Dokla. They're going to crash the Herald in. Big chunk of damage there. Almost all plates removed. It's a race for the first turret. Thanatos versus Lyon, and the first turret is going to go over to Lyon by just a single auto attack. Inspired claims that one.
Yeah, and they get the Dragon too, so that is really good for Lyon. Also, very interesting tech here from Inspired. He's building towards Abyssal, so you're going to have that damage amp, that magic damage amp, as he's going in for the Orianna combo, right? So they're putting even more eggs in the basket here of this knock wave.
There it is. They want to jump in after the Emperor. The Seeker's Arm Guard going to buy him a moment. The Sun Disc trying to protect APA, who stays alive for now.
Spell shield
goes
again!
for the shuffle, but the second time, Inspired plays so patiently. He waits on the spell shield, he blocks the Emperor's Divide, and he secures the kill.
That is actually insane, because APA didn't even do the like obvious panic ultimate, where as soon as you get out of the fear, a lot of people will just mash ulti because they know they're going down. He didn't even spell shield then. APA EQ'd out of the fear and then ulted, expecting that the spell shield, surely during all these animations, you have to use it.
Now Saint's got to try to get away here. Flashes the tidal wave. Had to do so, otherwise the short knock-up from that Nami ult would have guaranteed the follow-up from the rest of C9. So Lyon's mid laner, again, they're always putting pressure on this Orianna's flash, but they need to be able to follow it up with some kill pressure afterwards, because despite the fact that I feel like this is 3 times now, we've seen this flash purposefully blown by C9 putting resources into it, Saint's still 2-0-2.
Yeah.
They have not punished.
Yeah, I mean, Saint is playing really well defensively when he has no flash. And look at this. They go in here. And now watch this. So right out of the fear, this is when you expect him to actually just match. EQ doesn't spell shield, then spell shields after. Like, that is insane. That you trust your own read and your own reactions, your own anticipation, whatever you want to call it, to be able to actually hold it in that situation. 10 times out of 10, I'm pressing spell shield as soon as he comes out of fear, and I'm wasting it on the Q or whatever, right? Like, that is really, really impressive from Inspired. Being able to block it like that in multiple fights. I don't know if it really mattered in that one, but damn, that guy's still he's pretty good at League of Legends.
And he's got his Abyssal Mask now as well, like you were talking about, to just amp up that Orianna damage even further. Thanatos using the ulti down here in the bottom lane, trying to defend against the push of Lyon, but as Dokla shows up, he has enough HP to just force down this tier 1, even though he has to absorb a couple turret shots in the process. And now Lyon's got themselves that very slight gold lead that C9 has commanded for most of the game. Those leads are on Inspired and on Saint, but hey, considering they're lacking that initial go button like you've talked about multiple times already, because Orianna Nocturne is what has to start the fight, I can't think of better champions to have your 2 gold leads on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have seen Inspired have a lot of success on this pick specifically. You know, he has been really good on the Nocturne, 8-2 in his career. 6.4 KDA, has been very successful. You can probably say that about a lot of champions, though. This guy just tends to win League of Legends games.
League of Legends pretty good.
Yep,
pretty good.
It's really, really fun. You know, we've talked about this in the past, but when you were talking League with him, like, he is so opinionated, but he also is so well informed on not just jungle, but on every role. Like, he will sit there when he's on the analyst desk and he'll talk about how, oh, this guy is really trolling the mid lane matchup. You need to play it differently like this. You need to be more aggressive at this level, or he did the wrong skill order.
Okay, Inspired going in now. Has that knock wave with Saint yet again with True Shot Barrage over the top. It's that easy for Lyon to knock it down. The 2.5-man play seals the deal. They get the first kill of the game on Thanatos.
Yep, going to be able to knock down Thanatos there. It's on 2 items, but this is just smart. You know, Inspired and Saint, he's playing towards this real strength that he has in the Orianna, who is very far ahead. And he's just kind of saying, you know what, Dokla, I'm sure the matchup wasn't fun, but just hang on, buddy. And Dokla has done that. You know, at one point, Dokla was down 50 CS. He's still down 30 plus CS, but really it doesn't matter at all now, right? Like 400 gold at 24 minutes is just nothing. Right?
It's a longsword and a ward.
Yeah,
like,
who cares?
Whatever, right? It doesn't really matter that much. He is working on Hex Drinker towards the Maw of Malmortius, considering enemy team is double AP solo lanes, and the most fed person on the enemy team in terms of their farm is one of those 2 solo laners. I feel like Maw can bring you a ton of value.
Even the Nami with Mandate and like the E damage and all this sort of stuff is going to be even more magic damage. So, you know, even if Corki's hitting you, you're putting in some magic damage because of those buffs from the Nami, right? Yeah. So definitely think it is a high value pick there. A lot of them are being purchased up. You know, obviously the Abyssal has its defensive capabilities as well, but yeah, Abyssal is one of those items that I think is just criminally underrated. Like 12% damage amp for a fed AP carry is a lot. Like that is just a lot of increased damage, and it is a cheap and effective item that has CDR on it, so his ult is going to be up more often as well. I think it's really smart tech in this situation from Inspired. Like he knows he is not the damage. He is just getting CDR, and he's the delivery service for the damage, which is the Orianna.
All right, everybody's squaring off around this next Drake that has spawned. It'll be Soul Point if Lyon claims it. And Lyon does have Inspired in this bottom side river first. Dustbringer tags only Blabbers Jarvan as skill shots fly back and forth, tracking blue buffs here. It's Inspired and Saint with that infinite mana. As Blabber goes in for the Cataclysm onto Inspired. Flag and drag right back out like you were talking about earlier. Azael, there's your engage coming out with the knock wave. C9 scatters, they're trying to regroup in time. Dokla with the pressure onto Sven here into the back line. Sven dies, but so does Dokla. APA going gold, but he is likely to fall here too. No, he survives thanks to the shielding. True Shot Barrage flies through and just barely misses the Emperor of Shurima. APA does have his teleport to come back to this fight if C9 want to keep going back for it. As you're going to see Saint do a very similar play here. He still has his Seeker's Arm Guard ready to go. APA had to use his stasis through the Hourglass in the earlier fight. TP's bringing both mid laners back into the action now as APA arrives first. C9 control over the Drake. It's down to about 3,000. It's going to get lower. APA trying to keep everybody away. Thanatos with the weirding over the wall, and Inspired has to retreat. The Dragon claimed by C9.
Yeah, nicely done. You know, even though the initial fight went the way of Lyon, and you're thinking, oh, surely they get the Dragon now. The problem with these champions, the weak part of these champions, champions is that without the ultis, they really are not very strong, right? You know, Nocturne, Orianna with ulti, so threatening. Without ulti, it's a very different story. I really got to credit both Saint and Dokla. They created so much space for Inspired when he was ulted in by Blabber that no one was really able to hit him from the C9 side. So even though he was stuck in the Cataclysm the full time, no one was hitting him. And then this Knockwave re-engage was great. Saint is able to survive. They're able to get some pressure down. Berserker, potentially in trouble, but will walk away. And it's these little things in fights that aren't always obvious, but as soon as Inspired got ulted, you saw both Dokla moving up and Saint placing the ball aggressively, so APA could just never hit the guy in the Cataclysm. And these are these small things in team fights that completely change how they go.
Okay, let's see where we go from here. With the gold lead still not even cresting 1,000 either way, you can see inventories becoming more and more complete. LDR for Sven, while Berserker is going for the much riskier item, right? One of those new additions to the game in 2026 with the Endless Hunger, the Omni Vamp, that you really get the biggest amount of it once you get at least one takedown. And now in mid lane, there's your Knockwave yet again. Inspired. The delivery system finds its way to the Corki, and Sven is down. Blabber has to go full retreat now, lest he be caught in the same trap. And with the enemy marksman out of the picture for more than 30 seconds, Azael, I think the call is Baron.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Baron, though, is very scary to take because everyone in the Baron pit, around the Baron hitting it, it's not just the person that tanks it, gets that magic debuff. So, when you are going up against the Aurora and this Azir, it is super frightening, and they do have to pay respect to that.
Dokla coming around for a flank. APA over the wall as Berserker tries to follow. Takes about half his HP in damage. Tidal Wave flows through, but doesn't hit a whole lot. C9 scrambling as APA again with a stasis tries to get over the wall. Flashes to safety. Would not have had the time to try to use the E to get over the wall. Dokla would have been able to stun him, so he has to go for the instant action there in the flash. C9 will stop Lyon from securing that Baron for themselves, but it does cost some resources.
Yep, definitely does. Baron's just no joke now. You really do take a lot of damage, especially against these AP teams. If you get in that pit, everyone gets debuffed by Baron, you can just get AoE'd down pretty easily. But at the end of the day, they get that kill, they put on some pressure, they force a flash. Those are all great, but it is just the 800 gold lead. It is 2-2 as far as the Dragons are concerned. And we are just having an incredible game one. I think, some people did have some questions about, how Lyon was going to look against C9 because their Dignitas series wasn't as convincing, I think, as people hoped. There were some moments where you're like, is Dignitas actually going to win this? A team that had a full bot lane sub, in the bot lane. And, especially that game, too, it really felt like, hey, maybe Dig is actually going to win this before Inspired just took over on the Pantheon, kept finding Photon on these flanks, kept making these big plays, as you expect him to do. But then, we have C9, who had taken down TL on the other side, and that was kind of the number one power ranked team. Yeah. But both of these teams, as we can see here, did have kind of some moments in those games.
Yeah, the potential almost losing Baron while nearly 10,000 gold ahead is definitely something that's going to rattle faith for fans of Lyon. Meanwhile, over on the other side, it was Team Liquid that was ahead of C9 for pretty much a full half an hour on Summoner's Rift, but then once that throw happened, C9 never let them have the game back. We remember the follow-up mistakes in the jungle from TL with the Magical Journey. It was a little bit silly, but still, C9 was ready to punish. So for Lyon, I want to see them not make those types of early late game mistakes that resulted in a 10,000 gold Baron surrender towards Dignitas, because I think that if they make that kind of a mistake, C9 is much more likely to be able to punish.
I agree, and I feel like Lyon looks a lot more locked in, though. Whether it's something like, sometimes you're playing a team, you expect to beat them, maybe you're not as locked in, maybe you're underestimating Dignitas a little bit, you get a little bit fast and loose, you try to make some big plays. People were talking about Berserker, that flash in the 1v2 in mid lane, trying to make a big play. It's like, well, would he do that against top team? So far, they have been very patient, they have been very measured in their play. And Inspired just continuing forward with this tanky build, has the Kanik Rookern. He is going to be really tough for these magic damage dealers to actually knock down, and it's going to be a lot up to Sven to be able to do that. But the real plan here is send the Knockwave on Sven every single time, and if Sven dies or is out of the fight, there's no physical damage to kill Inspired and Dokla, who have a lot of MR. So, that's kind of how I look oftentimes at these one physical damage threat teams, is if you can put the pressure on that guy and push him out of the fight, well, all the magic damage is going to struggle to deal with you after that.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for Aurora to burst somebody through Abyssal Mask and Kaenic Rooker and a Spell Shield, right? Like, that Nocturne is going to be rather evasive. 2 Dragons to 2 so far, 31 minutes into the game. Next Drake is live on the map, and both of our teams are squaring up for position. Inspired will be the first to start this off. Does have the level 16 Nocturne. Blabber also with the final level of his ult here on the Jarvan, as Lyon are going to try to drag the Drake towards the upper half of this river. Dokla still on the backside of the Drake pit. Thanatos having him marked, chasing after him, trying to make Dokla second guess about entering into this fight.
Blabber has GA as well, which could be really big.
Okay, Dokla flashing with the dominance. They want to try to engage onto Thanatos. The Aurora is bursted low, but he gets away between worlds for now. The Mystic Shot's not going to kill him off. Thanatos staying alive. Dokla's dominance still isolated from the rest of the team. C9 looking to push back forward towards the Drake. Lyon looking for their opportunities here, but all of the ultis are spent. There's still Cataclysm. There's still Emperor's Divide for C9. They know they've got these tools. They know they have more resources to work with, and it allows them to claim the objective.
I mean, that was ridiculously close. They almost burst down Thanatos. He barely got through on that ulti to hop out the other side. Then he went between worlds. He went into that W, hopped out. I think he got tagged by the Mystic Shot, but the Nami heal kept him alive through it. So it was very, very close in that moment to being able to knock him down. But when you commit that much and you don't kill him, well, that's kind of the end of the fight for you. So made it a little bit of a risky play. They decided to try to isolate Thanatos because Thanatos was winning this 1v1 against Dokla. Dokla's just kind of getting bullied on the side. And I think that pressured Lyon into going for it. But now that is back-to-back 5v5 fights at these dragons where C9 comes out on top and C9 walks away with another dragon. If you give C9 Cloud Soul, the extra move speed just makes it so much harder to finish off these kills, to be able to lock people down. There's that potential of just getting kited out, which is going to make things a lot more difficult. Because again, I just feel like Lyon is all about that first punch, and C9, if they don't lose the fight in that first punch, are going to win out most of the time in the extended fights.
Well, our gold lead is still the same place it's been in for about 20 straight minutes now, Azael. Just 1,000 separating the teams. Baron is live. No Dragon for the next 4 minutes or thereabouts. You do have fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass for both mid laners. The Guardian Angel you already mentioned for Blabber has not been popped yet. Top laners don't really have any big get-out-of-jail-free cards like that, but you do still have the Maw Shield for Dokla's Renekton. Over on the other side, Bloodletter's Curse completed for Thanatos for even more of that damage, not just for himself, but also for APA's Azir. All right, and there we go. Just clearing out the Scuttle Crab here, guaranteeing some vision over the bottom side. And now that Inspired has hit his power spike with all of these items completed, remember the MasterCard is rewarding card holders with their chance at $50 in RP. You can head on over to priceless.com/powerspike or click on the pin link in chat for your chance to win. Complete your own full build.
Sounds good. Make sure you go register for that right now. APA, C9 trying to set up here around that mid lane. And the poke not really mattering too much. Vulcan doing a good job just kind of constantly healing them up through any poke that Berserker can land. And they do have to be pretty careful about C9 getting access to that Baron.
So Berserker also almost has his second tier fully stacked. Vulcan in some danger now. The burst, though, not quite enough to kill him off. Once Berserker fully completes this second tier, I have to assume it's going to be Archangel's Staff as that second item. I don't really think he's going to go for
the
diadem of songs. I don't really think that matches the Ezreal, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, second tier.
Never be too sure.
Nearly fully stacked. Yeah, maybe it's the new. So I remember double blue Ezreal from back in the day that caused tier items to have to be changed.
I mean, he used to build every blue item. He built the blue jungle item. He built the Iceborne Gauntlet. He built all the tier items. He built anything that was blue. He was buying it.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard, forever ruined by Ezreal. Yep. I'm going to have a vendetta against Ezreal until the end of my days because of Spirit of the Elder Lizard. But Lyon is...
the blood feud.
Yeah, exactly, man. It runs deep. But Lyon right now, they know they've got 2 minutes left on the clock, and they have to be able to stop C9 from getting that Cloud Soul for the reasons you talked about earlier. What's the game plan for Lyon knowing that?
I mean, I really think it's maybe a bit oversimplified, but it's just about finding the right setup at these objectives. I do think it's making a big difference that C9 is getting there first. They seem to often be the ones that are kind of taking control. I want to see Lyon get there early enough that C9 has to walk in through the Mystic Shots, through the Orianna Ball, through the Karma Qs, through all this harassment to make it a lot more difficult. And then if they're grouping up in these corridors as they are trying to enter, you can send the Knockwave and maybe kind of turn around that fight. Because Lyon, these last couple ones just has not been able to really get the perfect engage and zero out a kill. They just have to get that kill with the first go of these ultis.
Sub 1 minute. Ooh, flash from Thanatos. That's actually a pretty big summoner spell for Dokla to force out there as Blabber goes in. Inspired tries to find the counter engage here, going for the back line of C9, but Inspired is now low. The Nocturne trying to escape as Blabber looks to maybe follow it. Thanatos and APA, they have plenty of damage, but nobody's in range. As you do have the Cataclysm spent, the Nami Tidal Wave. Critically, that time, we did not see the Knock Wave combo go off. It was just the Nocturne flying in alone. Saint was not there for the follow-up.
Exactly, because they were putting pressure on him, so he went into his Zonias, and I think the ball maybe tethered, or maybe it was just that was right during that Zonias moment, but the pressure that Blabber put onto Saint made it so he couldn't actually follow up. And then, when you are going this tank-style build, that is the downside. If you do not time that combo, you do nothing. You ult in. At this point of the game, you are a zero threat as that Nocturne. You are just the delivery service. That is it.
All right, we're back to fighting for this. You've almost got that ulti ready again. Okay, Paranoia once more ready to cast. Sven gonna go ahead, start up the Drake. C9 has control over the pit. Dokla popping the dominance, tries to go in, finds Thanatos, knocked up into the air by the bubble, but there's your knock wave! Vulcan's already down. Lyon continues pressing forward, and Dokla's got the kill on Thanatos. The Croc about to drop, but Blabber doesn't have the damage to take him out. Inspire's right on top of the Drake, and APA is dead. Lyon rule the river, and C9 falls to pieces. Sven's gonna get procced by the fear, and he's down. Everybody on C9 except for Blabber hits the dirt, and Lyon holds the line.
Big play there for Lyon. Look at Dokla here, goes in, perfect bubble though from Vulcan, saves him, but at the same time, it's the flashbacks. Sven actually kind of, I think it was on him, he kind of betrayed the team. Someone flashed there as the Nocturne ulti was coming in, but it wasn't timed perfectly, so tried to flash the combo, didn't time it well, pulled the combo into the rest of their team, and ended up making it this AoE engage. This was key though from Sven, turns around, knocks down Berserker, because without that, they would have lost Baron off of that as well, and it could have been a game-losing play. But damn, still a huge play for Lyon, 4K gold lead. We are at 3 dragons apiece. We are going the maximum amount of dragons here before Soul.
Isaac, can you do me a favor and check the cooldown on the ultimate for Inspired here real quick? Because I think that's one thing.
47.
47 seconds, because they did have the fail knock wave in that fight that didn't turn into any kills back and forth, and then the ulti was ready to go again by the time everyone was repositioned to fight over the Drake. These Nocturne cooldowns are so short, it's very easy for Inspired to try to make these plays and go fishing for these opportunities.
Yeah, has a good amount of ability haste, 30 ability haste, plus obviously he has the ulti ability haste on top with the experimental hexplate, so effectively 60 ability haste, for that ulti.
Is he running Ultimate Hunter as well?
I can check on that for you. Yes, he is.
Okay, so
and he has 5 stacks, so 91.
So 91 ability haste on his ultimate specifically is a lot. 47 seconds is not a great downtime for an ability as impactful as level 3 Paranoia. So Inspired and the rest of Lyon now going to look to maintain control over the top side river and this Baron pit.
We do have now GA done for Sven. So he had the IE, we saw how much burst he's able to put out. Now he has the GA, so the targets are becoming, few and far between. That is, we might have to see them try to change just one shot of Nami at the start of the fight or something like that, because it's Zonias on APA, it's GA on Sven, it's GA on Blabber. Like, there's not a lot of good targets now for this one shot, so we'll see. Sometimes it still is best to just try to one-shot this person in the GA and then everyone stacks on top of them and you kill them again. But if you're hitting no one else during that, well, you're ignoring the Zir, who's going to be doing a lot of damage. So I do think as these luxury items come through, it can get difficult for Lyon. Let's see how they can navigate in this late game situation. It really feels like it might all come down to this next dragon here in 2 minutes. I doubt anyone's going to be brave enough to just start the Baron in the face of the other team. It feels like a death sentence, so I think we are probably, barring a mistake, waiting that 2 minutes for this Cloud Soul.
All right, just a little bit of NA RAM here at the dead middle of the map as everyone clears their minion waves back and forth, tries to trade poke, but man, what does the poke trading even matter? Again, you mentioned earlier Vulcan's Nami just kind of heals off everything.
You can look at the damage stats at the end.
You got to pad the stats so that you can screenshot the graph at the end if you lose and be like, how did I lose this one? Riot matchmaking, please.
And if you win, you look at the end of the graph at the end, you point to your teammates, you see how much damage I did?
You just be like, look at that bar. What are you guys
crazy.
doing? That's
Where's your bar?
Yeah.
Your bar's nowhere.
Well, we still got to get to the end of the game first. 41 minutes in this
look at
first
those
one.
emotes. like those top 2 ones, you know?
Yeah, those are some good emotes
those are some
right
handsome
there.
emotes right there.
I'd be posting those in every chat if I was in chat right now, but I can't be in chat right now because I'm at my job. But we do have Lyon looking at the job in front of them here in less than 90 seconds, and it's trying to secure that Cloud Soul. Nocturne with a Cloud Soul is so scary. You talk about if C9 got it, it makes it that much harder for Lyon to accomplish their mission and chase down these targets. You are never getting away from Nocturne after he ults you if he has Cloud Soul.
It's Serpent's Fang coming in from Inspired for a little bit of tech. Obviously, there are some shields, you know, potential Ares shield, the barrier shield. There's the E from Azir as well as the W from Blabber. So not like the most value, but it's also, I think, probably more likely just what you can afford going into this next fight, knowing you have to get as strong as you possibly can.
It's the largest offensive contribution you can make at this point is halving those shields. Because like you said earlier, it's not like you've built this entire time to have attack speed and true DPS or whatever. This is just, okay, the most impact I can make for bringing their health bars to 0 is this. This is what I buy.
And Berserker, you know, does have that tier fully stacked, the second one, but has not elected to spend the money on that just yet. Okay. So he is sitting on, you know, 5 items plus boots, not at that true 7-item build right now, just about dead even with where Sven is on the other side.
Yeah, he did have Last Whisper alongside the stacked tier, so he wanted to evolve the Whisper into Serelda's Grudge first. Vulcan throws a bubble into the brush. As Thanatos going to walk in there. Dokla is spotted on the ward. They know where the Croc is. As soon as he's tagged with the weirding, he goes into the Dominus. True Shot Barrage flies through, but it only hits Sven. Now Saint could be in a little bit of danger here. Inspired trying to find Sven. Dokla now on top of the 80 carry from C9, but it's going bad for Lyon. They've already lost Saint. And Dokla's Guardian Angel will not keep him from the gates of hell. A shutdown goes to Sven, as Lyon have already lost 2 men, and C9 are looking for a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, that may be the straw that breaks the Lions back here. This is going to be the Soul. It's going to be probably the Baron right after it as well, as Lyon trying to look for these clever angles on the engage, but they get spotted out. Berserker's doing a lot of work, though.
Yeah, Berserker's trying to make something happen here. Blabber goes forward, forces the flash out of the 80 carry for Lyon. And yet, Dokla, it's one of those cardinal sins about wrapping deep through the enemy jungle looking for the flank. You've got to have a sweeper or a control ward or something. Because as soon as they saw Dokla, they jumped on him, they punished him, and Lyon wasn't able to answer. Now it's C9 going after the Baron. Saint is still dead for 10 seconds. Dokla's still dead for 15. Nobody on Lyon is going to stop anything about this. And the pendulum swings again as the gold re-equalizes. Let's take another look at the fight.
Yeah, we got to watch it one more time. Dokla got spotted, but then Saint was kind of over here. They were trying to set up for a knockwave combo, but Saint got spotted, I think, by the sweeper, and they just immediately went back in. His shockwave, when it came out, was very late and hit nothing. You know, he Zonia'd, he flashed out, and then the flag and drag got him away from that shockwave. So Blabber doesn't get hit. We are back to live, and yeah, it is dead even as far as the gold is concerned, but that is not showing the stats from the Baron. That is not showing the stats from the Soul. Just even the flat move speed is so powerful on that Cloud Soul. Yeah. To me, that is where most of the power is. There's not amazing synergies as far as, you know, move speed on their ults, besides maybe like Aurora or something, but we'll see if Lyon can navigate a comeback here, because this is going to be really, really tough. Saint is split pushing top. Dokla's trying to push in mid. So Cloud9 is just going to play through one lane. They're just going to try to barrel down this bot lane. And if Saint doesn't recall really soon, that inhibitor is just absolutely gone.
Exactly. Lion's saying we think that the best thing we can do is try to create distractions in side lanes, and C9 will answer with a death ball
but they try to
in the bottom lane as Berserker is now the target. They want a full send with Sven and Blabber, as Inspired is now super low on HP. They're almost ready to kill the Nocturne, but they can't quite get the
Saint's
DPS.
still going.
C9 is demanding a response from the solo laners of Lyon. Saint finally completes his recall, but the first Nexus turret is already down. Lyon can't find their opportunity to stand their ground. APA goes in for the shuffle. He's not going to find the target on Inspire, but it will not matter. The Nexus is gone, and C9 takes game 1.
C9 able to pull a rabbit out of the hat there. They take the game, but damn, I feel like Lyon way overestimated their ability to actually get back and defend that. When Nocturne ult is spent, when the Orianna is still split pushing, Ori comes back, there's no ball delivery system, there's no threat. They kept their soul laners on the map so long.
It was a long battle in game number 1. Chat, let us know who you think your player of the game was. We're going to hear from the analysts and see if they have the same opinion.
This is so close, actually.
Oh my
the game itself was so close, and they kind of won that one on a dime at the very end.
Yes.
Yeah, it was basically these two team compositions who engages first and how does it happen, right? Because you have the one with the like ultimate wombo combo, the Nocturne Orianna, however that's gonna go. We saw that work out. And then if it gets disjointed, like say Blabber gets a really good J4 all in.
APA's to the bathroom.
Sprinting to the bathroom.
Go, go, go.
We got quick turnaround times. Okay, let's break down some of these fights. So let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring the first big fight we saw at Cloud Drake, and this was the Knockwave combo with the tank Abyssal Mask Nocturne working out. They find a big chunk. Only Sven flashes away, which is crucial. They probably lose the game if he doesn't, and they're able to win the first fight off of this.
Yeah, the fact that you're pushing Blabber outside of the pit entirely makes it so you get a free dragon. The double kill goes there for Ezreal. They push out Sven. Now Sven does and get a kill on towards Berserker.
I think they end the game through bot if Zen doesn't kill Berserker there.
Yeah, it's possible. Actually, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the fact that we were getting so many close back and forth fights,
which is why I voted for Sven for player of the game. We'll see if he wins it. Okay, C9 fought back. So Emily, talk through why this fight was different, how C9 was able to win.
So this fight is different because it's really disjointed. You'll see Dokla is going to be looking for a flank. He gets spotted out. Thanatos is on him. But watch where Blabber ends up, right? He ends up going right on to Saint. This breaks up that kind of ult combination that you'd want. It separates the fight out, so C9 are able to clean this up, and this gives them Cloud Soul and, crucially, the game.
Yeah, with how well the Knockwave fight went, when they just
you were really trying to push the Knockwave.
Well, that's what Captain Flowers was saying, Raz, if you listen to our broadcast.
True.
I'm a working man, all right? I'm a working man. I don't got to hear the peon.
But why were they so spread out like that? Did they think that maybe Sven's 6-item build and the Azir were too strong, that they didn't feel confident diving through and they thought they had to flank? Because I'm surprised they didn't just try to straight up fight them again.
That's fair.
I think trying to eliminate Sven was really important for Lyon as well, and they kept looking for these Dokla flanks. Like it worked out before, right? Where he just popped Dominus, front line, C9 would end up scattering, and then they'd be able to target who they wanted. Speaking of, our first player of the game is Sven.
Sven gets it.
I think it might have been Berserker, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
So he's on his way to reset between the next game. But no, we also know Dokla, he talked to us previously that he thought Aurora was a fake counter.
Yeah, he did.
So I'm not sure if that was a real graphic. I think, for what it's worth, he equalized it. He equalized it by the end of the game. So that was fake graphic, just like Aurora's a fake counter to Renekton. But player of the game, congratulations to Sven. Chat, thank you for saying Sven. Your vote did not count.
Sven?
Did they actually say
We'll
Sven?
see. We'll get
they have the poll.
Okay,
They didn't go Sven.
We were discussing whether or not we were able to get this as part of. So the way player of the game works is all of us and all the casters vote on player of the game.
Yeah.
We might push to make chat vote count as well, especially if they're as accurate as they are now.
Shout out to the Vulcan voters as well. I almost voted Vulcan myself. I actually thought his Nami was like really, really good. He was landing a lot of very crucial bubbles.
Yeah, I think the late game fights definitely helps for Sven. For me, I went towards APA because I felt like he was consistent throughout the entirety of the game. I felt like the late game fights were actually working out for him as well. The early lane was very, very painful for Sven and Vulcan. It was like a 30 CS deficit early. Obviously, you go to the end of the game and it doesn't matter at all. But I feel like the consistency is one thing. So I'm aligning with the Blabber and APAs.
Well, I will say it's a hard game for APA to play. Because Nocturne with an Abyssal Mask on side wave, anytime you're trying to match the Orianna, you're just going to have to concede push the whole time. He ended up dying once to it.
He did.
What do we got?
Put that out there.
Wait,
this is Raz drawing.
Boom.
Darkness.
And also Berserker in the early game. Double tier, and I like money.
I can't see it.
You can't see it. That's supposed to be
turn it. Yeah, turn it forward.
Wrong one.
Yeah.
Bang.
Okay.
I like money. But he needs to like winning.
Game 2 is next. Line looked good. Not good enough.
On the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
What's up, everyone, and congratulations, APR, on winning the first player of the week of the season. And I guess, overall, this is your first player of the week?
Yeah, first player of the week overall.
Since this is your first player of the week, I'm going to give you a little rundown. We have 90 seconds. Quick questions that I'm going to be sending your way. If you don't want to answer them, you can pass and we can continue to move on, but I feel like you have answers to all of these.
Okay.
You ready? All right, 3, 2, 1. Best nickname given to you?
Captain America.
That's a good one. Cleanest C9 member? You can also include yourself.
To be honest, I don't know. But, because I share a bathroom with Thanatos, but me and Thanatos are both pretty clean.
Okay, who's the dirtiest? Call him out.
Blobber's desk is normally pretty dirty.
Most overrated player this split?
Zinni, for sure.
Oh. Most slept on?
Sven.
Biggest personal pet peeve?
That's like lack of effort.
What is a domism or an aneroism? Something that they harp on constantly.
Well, like, we'll always in for one of the crabs. So that's always like a review point from Dom.
Yeah.
Is why are we inting over this crab? And that's probably gonna happen today on stage sometime. We're gonna in for a crab and we'll review it. And then the next game we're gonna in for the same crab.
Yeah. You're gonna love the next question. What's the bigger flip, odd con or the 6-minute scuttle crab?
I mean, the 6-minute scuttle crab for us. Like, it's literally like the most important objective on our team.
Yeah. You can play in any period of the LCS. Which player are you wanting to play alongside the most?
Can it be against? Because I never got to face Bjergsen.
Okay, that's a good one.
My time, so if I could face him, it'd be pretty cool.
And I guess the last one is, it's going to be Lyon related. What is a weakness you guys feel like you can exploit versus Lyon tonight?
Just their new team. Like, you know, you can see versus their series in Dignitas, they were not extremely clean. Like, almost losing game 2 to Dig. Pretty pathetic.
You want to give me a prediction then for today's series?
I think we should win. I think we might drop a game because I do think Lyon is good. But I think we should win. So 2-0, 2-1.
Thank you again, and congratulations on winning your first player of the week.
Of course.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's the first best of 3 of our second week here in 2026. We got C9 going up against Lyon, and the first game went a long while. 45 minutes on the clock, 7 elemental drakes claimed, and honestly, the ending felt a little anticlimactic.
It did. I think Lyon thought, okay, we're going to be pushing 2 lanes. They're pushing 1 lane. They're going to take our inhibitor, and then they're going to have to base and defend, and, you know, we're going to get clever with it. And C9's like, what if we just end the game, though?
Death ball bottom.
And as soon as they postured to try to end the game, Saint needed to recall instantly, and he didn't. And Dokla did, but he didn't have empowered recall. So by the time they arrived, Nocturne All had already been used. Berserker had to, like, flash out and run away. And it was just kind of cooked. You have no more threats at that point. So, yeah, a bit anticlimactic.
All right, heading into draft for game number 2, Lyon has elected to claim last pick for themselves. Remember, we do have this different system now where we don't have
selection, it's
first
called.
pick tied to the side. So Lyon, as the losers of game number 1, selected last pick, and C9 then selected blue side. So this one's going to look very similar to what you've seen for years and years and years at this point. C9 going to go ahead and ban out Malphite, Nico, and Lulu. Meanwhile, Lyon is going to ban out the Jace, the Varus, and the Ziggs.
It's really interesting because historically, you know, blue side has always been really, really OP with first pick and everything. So all the coaches I talked to in the preseason were telling me, oh yeah, it's just going to be, everyone's just going to choose first pick and no one's going to care about blue side, red side, right? But statistically, last pick has actually been doing a lot better. And even red side has been doing better than blue side. So pretty interesting. It's actually pretty counter to expectation for most people. It can sometimes just be a meta thing where, you know, if there's a lot of counters available and less OPs that are just blindable, then generally first pick is kind of just weaker than last pick. But it is interesting to see that it's just a little bit of a surprise to me.
Well, whenever I see a team select last pick as their choice, I am then in judgment mode. I'm putting on my powdered wig, I'm grabbing my gavel. If you are not picking a good meaningful counter for your last pick that can't just slot into somewhere else.
I'll be the guy that yells, "Order in the court."
Yeah.
When you bang your gavel.
Fantastic. You can be my bailiff.
Yeah.
And then that means we are going to judge this last pick. I don't want to see some BS that could have been picked on first or second rotation and not changed anything.
When you go Ornn 5.
Yeah, Ornn 5. I'm not
off with his head.
I'm not looking for Ornn 5. But we have a Pantheon first pick here for C9. They're going to go ahead, lock in Cassante and Talia with it. Pantheon, Talia, we know how that combo is so deadly. Over on the other side, they lock the Rumble and the Vi. So Talia not only working well with Pantheon, but being denied from working with the Vi.
And it looks like Lyon are basically just going for the same style of composition that they did last time. If they lock in the Ahri, Vi Ahri, it's a similar kind of dive style that you would see. But considering some other options, so we won't get into it too much unless they do lock it down. But I mean, it would make sense alongside the Rumble and the Vi, and it is locked. So yeah, I feel like they're basically doing the same thing that they did last game, right? And they had the Knockwave combo last time, you know, with his aggressive top laner. They're going for, you know, a similar style. It's full dive, it's centered on the back line, and that is what Lyon has opted into. I always feel like from this point, you want to ban out some of the picks that are really strong defensive picks to mitigate that. So I immediately think of like Renata and Braum and champions like this. Or if you want to target the AD carry, I think of safe AD carries. Ezreal was already played last game, but like Saya and things along those lines that are going to be really, really safe and difficult to dive. Those would be the kind of picks that I would want to deny. Vulcan's also a really good Bard, so this can make sense. You can also do, you know, Bard ultimate defensively as they are Vi ulting in and kind of use that as like a Zhonya's. But I'm going to be curious to see, you know, if they ban out some more of those kind of safety picks and if Cloud9 opts into them if they're available.
All right, C9, what's it going to be? Are we going to look at the supports? Are we going to look at the AD carries?
They did it last game. That's my assumption, that they're just going to ban out Berserker.
Okay, well, Yunara is the first step in that plan, and they will remove it.
They could ban out, you know, Felios if they want to take away another crit marksman. Obviously, you're going to need some sort of consistent damage to be able to deal with, you know, Rumble and kind of that, the Cassante and that sort of front line. So, you know, wouldn't be surprised to see more kind of crit marksman getting banned out.
Yeah, both teams have a true bruiser-style jungler, but C9 has a very tough frontliner, whereas that just does not exist on Lyon's composition in these first 3 picks. So I'm curious to also see if Lyon really wants to go for that AoE engage on the support role. Otherwise, it's just like, it's just Vi. Yep. We do have the Xayah banned out, like you were talking about, one of those safe marksmen that really just Vi hates her life playing against Xayah because it's so easy to just ult her ult.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ezreal, Xayah, to me, are always the premier defensive AD carries, right? They are some of the safest. When Tristana is meta, I feel like Tristana is actually kind of in there, too. Tristana is really good defensively because you have the Buster Shot as well as the Rocket Jump, so you can kind of self-peel quite effectively. And it is not going to be a second AD carry ban. Instead, it's going to be the Nautilus, which does pair really well with the draft that they were going for. You know, you just kind of point and click, R comes down, Rumble over the top. Felios was the ban that I was expecting, though, and Felios might be the lock as a result. So that might have been what C9 was discussing. Like, hey, what do we care more about? Stopping Nautilus with the engage or stopping, you know, Berserker from getting a Felios? Because I do feel like you need that sort of consistent DPS, and this is the best crit marksman that's really kind of up and available right now.
Yeah, he's a crit marksman who has that consistent damage that you're talking about, but at the same time, with Calibrum and Moonlight Vigil, he also has the range to contribute to the fights. If Vi and Ahri have to full send a mile away, he can still contribute more easily than, you know, something else might be able to.
Infernal can be pretty juicy too.
Yeah, you can have a lot of really good contribution from range before you full commit onto things.
Infernal is just dopamine as well. That's always the one I want to press.
It looks cool. It feels good.
The blue explosions.
It was, I mean, it birthed a meme back when he first released, and it was the haha funny whole team dies button, right? Like, that was the origin of 200 years. Lucian Braum, okay, a tried and true staple here for C9. Braum, one of those defensive champions that you were talking about that's great at impeding what a dive comp wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's interesting because I feel like the draft in the second phase kind of went to chalk of everything I was kind of expecting, right? You're targeting some of these defensive tools that they could have to really shut you down. And on the other side, you know, they're deciding, how do we want to shut down Berserker? Do we want to take away the double crit marksman? They only take one, so he takes away the other. And this is interesting. So it's going to be Renata here for Isles. I mean, there is obviously some dive from the C9 side. You can deal with Blabber and whatnot. But generally, I feel like Renata works way better into comps that are just like full hard engage. And I feel like C9 is going to be more in the camp of kiting back. because Lion's comp just naturally has to hard engage, right? And I don't think C9 wants to like opt into that. I'm not saying they're never going to go for a pick, but it can be difficult. Obviously, the other perspective is we full send it, Vi-ult, Ari-ult, Rumble-ult, everything goes in, and then everyone is clumping up and kind of like trying to defend this and whatever, and you just kind of create
Turn
chaos.
the bodyguards on
exactly. You just throw the Renata ult over the top, but it can get blocked by a Braum wall. And just generally speaking, if they're kiting back, it's really hard to get value out of Renata. So that pick does surprise me as the 5th pick.
Okay.
But the other 3, I think, were all kind of like according to plan, and the bans and stuff were all kind of according to plan. So it'll just be interesting to see, if the bets they made were correct. Was it better to take away that Nautilus and limit their hard engage, or should they have dealt with this Aphelios, and will there be a problem for them?
I also really want to see how much they can get, not just the micro combo of the Pantheon and the Taliyah to work together, setting up the stun for the shove, but the macro combo of Taliyah and Pantheon for the C9 side, using Weaver's Wall and Grand Starfall together to create those numbers advantages, whether it's at, the setup for a neutral objective or just a play on a side lane. I feel like those 2 champs have such huge synergy on multiple levels. It needs to go right.
So you're telling me Dokla's not going to have fun again?
I feel like this should be not just unfun, it should be the antithesis of fun for Dokla. You're up against Cassante, so if you ever go too close to the tower, you get lay balanced comboed 300 meters backwards into Eternal CC. And then if you push up at all, it's just going to be Taliyah Pantheon.
That's the top lane experience, baby.
Good old top lane. Nothing beats that.
Yep. But he does have first strike, so we'll see if he can farm some gold off the Cassante before he dies 50 times in the side lane. And maybe Inspired will be in the brush when they come up there and they can turn it around. And then you are having a lot of fun, right?
Then you're having a great time.
You're like, ha! Gank me again.
Fire those Rumble, Pineapple, ult. I think it's pineapples that he shoots in this skin.
Is it coconuts or pineapples?
I'm pretty sure it's pineapples.
Something tropical.
Yeah, on his back, it looks like pineapples. Yeah. Because they've got the little green thing on the top.
Okay.
Coconuts don't have a green thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
And pineapples taste a lot better than coconuts. I don't know if that's a hot take.
No, I agree with that. Pineapples are delicious. Coconuts taste like guilty water. Water that did something wrong. It's just not, no.
I've never heard it described that way.
Not a big coconut fan.
Yeah.
But we do have, I am a big fan of fun competitive League of Legends games. I think our first
nice transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got right out of that.
Came up with that one on the spot, but we got a first game that honestly spent what, like 35, almost 40 minutes, not even being 1,000 gold apart. Like both teams were really just
like that.
Blow for blow in game number 1. I hope we get a whole series of it.
Yeah, me too. So, if we do want that 3-game series, of course, Lion will have to take this second game. We'll see if they'll be able to do so. As APA and Saint were really scrapping it up in the mid lane. APA already out of mana, so he's just going to head right back to base. You can see he is playing Phase Rush as well as Ghost, so he's not playing TP, which is obviously pretty atypical, but it is going to be really tough. If you don't one-shot him, he's going to be tough to lock down, right? Like, he's going to proc Phase Rush, he's going to have Ghost, he's just going to kind of zoom away. And likewise, on the chase down, when you play some of these kind of comps, and when Taliyah gets in towards Rylai's, if a fight starts going bad, there is no disengaging because you're just getting perma-slowed by Rylai's and chased down by this ghosted Taliyah.
Okay, let's see what our junglers are up to now that the lanes are thoroughly underway. We do have both of them clearing out their second buffs, going for that top side into bottom side clear. We'll see if they end up wanting to move towards that bottom lane at all. It is a pretty serious push from the Lion duo, which means that Inspired feels empowered to take this bottom side Scuttle Crab, knowing that his bottom lane duo is going to have priority. Blabber can see that his guys are stuck underneath the turret, so he heads towards the top crab.
Yeah, there's pretty much no way you would expect them to get dominated in that 2v2. When you do have that range support advantage, Braum is going to have some difficulty for sure, but Zven and Vulcan just farming it up, and not really a difficult lane in the same way that the last one was. You may have to seed push. You might not be able to look for aggressive plays. But last time against Karma Ezreal, they were kind of getting smacked around. They were down a lot of CS early. And it was kind of this tale of Thanatos bullying top lane. And Berserker and Lion were bullying that bot lane. This time, it's just kind of an even farming situation. But Zven did have to recall and run straight out. And it's also worth mentioning that APA did use his Ghost on his first recall just to get right back to lane.
So the Scryer's Bloom that was used did see Inspired as he was moving towards the top side. He wanted to make sure that Dokla didn't get ganked by Blabber as he was trying to crash the wave into the turret. Now Inspired does just hang around this area a little bit longer, did not want to go for another recall, instead just waiting on the Krugs to respawn so he can do another full clear. So both junglers still just kind of mirroring one another's actions as Dokla maintains the push up here in the top lane, but honestly Thanatos still is the one with the higher farm, so the Cassante is perfectly comfortable here.
Yeah, Cassante's got to be really happy with that. I mean, that is one of the difficulties of Rumble. If you are not playing this champion really well, it's so easy to mess up your own CS. You know, with the Flame Spitter Harass.
Just cook him on accident.
Exactly. You're just kind of cooking him, and then they get to weird health thresholds, and they get killed off by the enemy minions. So that can happen, and being down 9 CS is not the situation you want to be in this early. And we're going to see Thanatos already has that cloak, so he's already building up a lot of MR here at this point.
Okay, junglers, where are we going? What are we doing here? We're both farmed up to level 5. Looks like we are going to get recalls out of both Blabber and APA before either one of them hits level 6. This is a good sign. This is a good sign for what I wanted to see for Weaver's Wall, Grand Starfall combos. If they're both making a purchase right before they're getting to level 6, they should be equipped and confident to use those ultis in tandem once they have the opportunity. But Saint will get the chance to take that first plate here mid lane as APA recalled.
And we can take a chance to talk a bit about these mid laners and their week 1 performances. APA, 1 player of the week. We saw that interview with Raz. First time in his career, which is pretty cool. You know, he joined a new team, immediately win player of the week. But he was really big for the squad, going up against his own team, going up against Quid, who had been the person who replaced him, right? He had this really big standout performance, not even just statistically, but made some really big plays, and was so happy with how that turned out.
All right, bottom lane, Vulcan and Sven stepping up here, trying to square up against Isles and Berserker in the 2v2. Berserker does have the white gun, very good for scrapping, but Gravitum there with the purple, not quite as useful. APA goes in, Unraveled Earth into the seismic shove. No, Blabber wanted to get the stun, but the shove had already missed. Now C9 trying to get themselves away as Blabber will be the sacrificial lamb. Saint shows up, Blabber goes down, first blood over to Lyon. The charm misses, trying to make it a 2-0, but Lyon will happily walk away with that kill.
Yeah, really well played by Lyon. And that's a pretty big punish. You don't even get the flash off of Berserker. You're going to lose the Dragon. First blood goes over to Saint. And this is that roam that they try to make happen. And they kind of just did the combo in the inverse way, where it was like APA threw the seismic shove, and then Blabber tried to flash stun him in the seismic shove, but the flash had already come out. And you know,
it just looked weird.
Yeah, it just kind of seemed like APA just sent it a little bit too early. Blabber needed to be closer to be able to flash stun and then guarantee the seismic shove out of it. He sees, oh crap, the seismic shove is coming. Blabber's like, I gotta get there. Tries to go for it, but it wasn't perfectly synced up. Isles had a great flash as he sees that flash come in there from Blabber. And then once that was used, he's just gonna get slowed down and knocked down. I think they were actually trying to give that to Berserker, but it looked like Saint kind of accidentally got it, maybe with some W charges or Spear Rush charges or something like that, kind of went over and got that kill.
And I feel like sometimes these champion combinations that we laud and applaud so often can turn into a double-edged sword like that, because you know, oh yeah, if we work together and we do our combo, it's just free money. But you get a little bit too hypey, you get a little bit too anxious trying to make that play and force that play, and then you bungle it. Yeah. And you end up being the ones who give your opponents something free. Lyon, again, happy with that first Drake. No contest thanks to that. First blood already on the board. And it doesn't come at any cost, because it's not like C9 could have taken the grubs at the same time. Those still 15 seconds away from spawning. So Lyon are happy down here in the bottom lane. Berserker's going to get to continue to scale. The kill did go over to Saint on the Ahri, so accelerating that mid laner, who's traditionally very good at these like mid-game skirmish type of fights. If Saint's in really good shape heading towards those, Lyon will be happy to use that aggressively.
Yeah, they absolutely will. I mean, he was in a great spot last time on the Orianna, you know, and he was really kind of like a pivotal part of a lot of their success when they had it in those team fights. So we'll see. You know, obviously we talk about the mistake from the side of Cloud9, but also Isles is deserving of credit. Like, his flash was super fast. As soon as Blabber flash W'd, he already had flash, and it's kind of one of those things where it's a same time thing, so you just end up stunned, but out of that seismic shove. So credit to him. I think Isles is one of the pieces that was kind of overlooked when people talk about, super team for Lyon. They're looking at Inspired, Insane, and Berserker, and not so much talking about Isles or talking about Dokla, who obviously came in as a replacement for Zamudo. They wanted to play with him, couldn't get the visa. That really sucks for Zamudo. But Dokla had a great Worlds last year, really impressed a lot of people, so he's going to be a good fill-in for them. And, we'll see if Isles can kind of change some minds about him, because Isles, has had some teams that were kind of expected to be a bit better. For the most part, he's played on kind of like lower ranked teams, lower ranked rosters. This is an opportunity that he has to really prove himself, right? And it's going to be exciting to see if he can kind of change some hearts and minds about how good of a support he is.
Well, we've got Blabber taking those grubs right now. He will go ahead and secure the first 2. Inspired is nearby, but it should just be Blabber getting all 3 grubs, so there's that. Again, it's the same story as game number 1, where first Drake goes one side, all 3 grubs go the other, so pretty even split on our first objectives. But again, grubs are a down payment objective. You do need to have the ability to have some pressure on these turrets for those to really pay dividends, and we'll see if C9 can get that for themselves, because there's still 5 plates standing there in the top lane, still 4 in mid lane, and I believe 4 down here in the bottom lane on the Lion side. So C9 haven't had a lot of push. They haven't had a lot of chance to really put the work in on those structures yet.
Yeah, I mean, look at Thanatos' build. He went double Negatron, so that's not going to build into anything.
124 MR.
It is going to give him a lot of MR early, so it is going to delay his first item power spike, but it does have a lot of flat resists here. We're assuming one of them will be a Koenig Rookern, and then we'll see what he wants to do with the other. But definitely going to be not getting bullied by Dokla anytime soon. Did not elect to go into kind of some of those more aggressive builds, but is just trying to withstand that onslaught and doing a great job of it. I mean, he's up 20 CS right now, which is incredible in this matchup. And yeah, the gold is pretty close because first strike gold is going over and whatnot, but he's got to be really happy with how things have gone.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing a tank into Rumble and you're winning in CS, you don't even care if it's close. Like, you're already doing what you need to be doing. You're perfectly confident. Going into the fights as well, you talk about the double Negatron cloak, but he also has a chain vest in inventory too. So it's not like he's just going to melt if the Aphelios or the Vi starts hitting him. So should be plenty durable if he needs to come to one of those objective fights, the next one of which will be in 30 seconds for the second Drake. It's a Chemtech Drake, which generally has the lowest priority of all of them. Do you think this is even worth fighting for both teams, or it'll mostly just be, all right, you can have it?
I think it's only going to be one of those things where they go if they think they will win the fight and they want it as a tool to start the fight, right?
Okay. The Drake itself isn't the point.
No, I don't really think it's a big deal whatsoever. So we'll see if there is a fight breaking out. Might be here.
Okay, immediately Saint and Inspired going in after Sven. They charm him up, but they can't quite burst him down. Beautiful protection coming in from C9 as APA and Vulcan come to the rescue. Inspired's going to be knocked out through the bailout, and Lyon have overplayed their hand. Saint tries to get away as Vulcan goes forward for the Winter's Bite, and APA picks up another. Grand Starfall coming in from Blabber, but Isles is able to escape for now. Here with a flash follow-up from Blabber's not going to allow him to get all the way home. Send the news of their demise. Lyon go behind enemy lines, and they aren't coming back.
Hey, Bard is not a bad ban, but Braum looking pretty strong in some of these fights, man. A lot of this went wrong before the replay even started because the Q flash missed from Inspired. Sven was ready for it. He dashed back. He had the barrier to absorb so much of this damage, and Vulcan was just a brick wall there. Uses the Summoner heal, blocks so much damage, and then just hits Winter's Bite after Winter's Bite. Even after this great handshake from Isles, it just doesn't matter because they connected so many of those Qs.
That's so bad.
And Inspired's acknowledging the play was not the execution they were looking for, and certainly not the result that they wanted. Their 1-0 game now turns to a 1-3 game favoring C9. Gold still very close overall, and this bottom lane tier 1 turret for C9 is still very low on HP, which is why APA is still down here protecting it, making sure the minions get nowhere close.
Yeah, and credit to APA, very fast on the roam to match that play. He gets down there. Sven and Vulcan were super aware that this could be happening and reacted so well to it. If the Q flash hits, I think he just insta-dies, and it's a completely different story. But the fact that he doesn't insta-die and he gets to channel a full culling into Inspired, who spent his flash, like, that was game-changing. And now APA, they just fought to the death. He just takes him down.
Yeah, was not expecting this to go all the way to the zeroed out health bar. And APA even hitting him in the all chat right after, "What are you doing, freak?" Like, that is crazy.
The freak is crazy.
Be talking.
I mean, it's honestly kind of similar to the death that Quid had to APA last week, if you remember that, where CoreJJ came mid and Quid was playing Orianna, and he just kind of like walked into the Azir soldiers and just kept getting autoed by APA until he died.
Wow.
APA's got the mind control.
Yeah, thank you very much, observers, producers, for putting that on the screen. I also love the fact that it's spelled wrong, because that shows you he's going for just speed over accuracy with the typing. He's in the moment. He's feeling it. This is what I love to see. Yappa is back.
Yeah.
He is here, and he's winning these 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, the seismic shove connects right at the same time as the charm. Saint, I thought he was just going to back it up. I saw this happen, and I was like, oh, that's that. But he just went straight back in. Does hit the charm, but it was too little too late. APA just kind of takes him down. Saint opted into it, thought he could outplay, not able to make it happen. And APA is one of our few NA mid laners here. We have a lot of Korean imports in the mid lane, some of the strongest players. And a lot of people talking about how guys like APA and Palafox and Darkwings aren't going to be able to match up to these Korean mid laners, to these top level players. Well, so far so good for APA. I think he was solid in game number 1. I think he was stellar last week against Quid. And he has shown that he is not to be messed with.
Yeah, this guy is scary down there, man. Now 500 gold up, 2-0-2 on the Talia. Black Fire Torch has the fully evolved tier 3 boot. You can see a very similar build for Saint, but his quest is not yet complete. Saint actually the one player on the Rift right now who still does not have his quest done.
And nerfed or not, Vandal Pipes, they are still really, really strong, and I feel like Braum is an insanely good user for them. Obviously, the ulti slow, the Q slow, the passive stun, like there's so many ways for him to be able to apply it, and it kind of turns him into a mini enchanter.
Okay, nice seismic shove from APA here on Saint. Follow-up coming in from Blabber. He ends up taking the kill on it, but that was all APA setting it up and getting it done. 2,000 gold lead for C9. Another kill onto the Ahri. Now you're going to have that Rift Herald targeted. And what you said about the Vandal Pipes, I feel like it's an attack speed aura. So obviously some champs are going to like it more than others. But with Braum, everybody likes it because you're stacking concussive blows.
Yeah. Look at Thanatos' build, by the way.
Yeah, this is just... Okay, Isaac, what do tanks like in League of Legends? They like to resist damage. So you just build a shield, a tank needs a shield, and then 4 items that resist damage.
I mean, it's just a cold winter's day. He's got 2 vests, 2 cloaks.
1 vest for your front, 1 vest for your back.
Yeah.
1 cloak for your front,
Layers.
1 cloak for your back. 1 dead 80 carry in the mid lane as Berserker gets bulldozed. The Herald gets summoned up. The tier 1 turret falls. Tier 1 turret's about to die in the top lane at the same time from APA's split push. Those 3 Void Grubs I mentioned earlier, that down payment, dividends are coming in, and C9 is up to almost a 3,500 gold lead 16.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it feels like the wheels are kind of falling off a little bit here for Dignitas
they rolled down the road.
Game 2. This is tough, and Inspired's just going to keep chasing and see if he can find anyone, but APA was recalling in that back brush and is going to be staying safe here. This is going to be really, really tough now. You have to think for Lyon to be able to come back from this position. When you are playing a full send dive comp, like there is no fallback for Vi, Ahri, Rumble. You send all your buttons, you one-shot them or you don't. And when you are behind, it is pretty tough to one-shot them. We already have a Seekers coming through there for APA. You can already see a Cloth Armor for Sven, so he's at least going to be getting, tabbies or something kind of defensive to be able to keep himself a little bit more safe. Obviously, Cassante is tough. There's the E for Pantheon that can kind of absorb all the damage. Braum is going to be blocking all the follow-up. It's just like, this is hard.
Sven just sees Thanatos' inventory. He wants to have some of that kind of fun, He just wants to build some resistances. Sometimes that's all a man needs on a nice weekend afternoon.
This is going to be like a record for latest item completion. We used to do the tracking of
the
fastest. He's going for the slowest.
Hey, man, a world record is a world record. It doesn't matter how you achieve
He's
it.
out of inventory spots, so the real problem is he has to build something now, He has to make an item. Unless he wants to sell his boots to buy another cloak, which I would respect.
Honestly, you got to sell boots to buy another belt. Then you have 2 of each defensive item.
Full build!
And then you're full build. Inspire tries to go in after APA, who immediately drops the stasis, flashing back out, trying to survive. Vulcan will be your sacrificial lamb, but a nice stun onto Inspired, looking to trade 1 back. Calling flies through. Inspired is low. Bailout is on him, but it ain't gonna save him. Make it a 1-for-1. Lyon sent the whole damn kitchen sink, but now it's Thanatos looking to make some renovations. He's not gonna find his way to the kitchen just yet, but C9 will happily trade 1-for-1 on that one.
I mean, that was a 4v2 for what felt like 20 seconds, and they could barely get through the Braum, so things are looking tough. And I got an update from production that After APA trash talk Saint in all chat, Berserker had to mute him. So he forgot the pre-mute. He was reminded. He's like, crap.
It's a lesson you got to learn real quick.
Yeah.
You gotta block him in the in-game chat. You got to do it fast. Nice knockback coming out there on that third and Tofo strike from Thanatos. Saint has to use the Ahri ulti. That means he's going to feel way weaker until that cooldown is up again. Luckily for the side of Lyon, there's no Dragon for 3.5 minutes to play for. Baron's going to be live here in about 60 seconds. Even though C9 has a 4,000 gold lead, though, you talked about it a bit last game. Baron is so deadly. It's still pretty risky to try to rush him at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and, for Lyon, well, Thanatos has less things in his inventory now.
Oh, true.
So that's a plus.
Oh, man, he combined 3 of his things into one thing.
Yeah,
I've
so
never
that is
been
less
so disappointed at an item completion. I really liked his inventory.
Yeah, I was loving it.
All right, Jack Show. To be fair, Jack Show is kind of the spiritual successor to the inventory that he had because it's a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
just build 5 Jack Shows.
If he has to complete an item, I'm fine with it being this one.
If he gets another belt, I'll forgive him.
Get another belt.
Get another belt
keep
next.
Building this nonsense.
Keep building Jack Shows.
The entire time. There's nothing but Jack Show. How do you even put on 5? You just walk around a helmet on each hand like a boxing glove?
Yeah, exactly. Strap him up. So I got invented duct tape.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Some duct tape, some ingenuity.
Cassante and his Jack Show. A match made in heaven. All right, 4,000 gold for C9. Lyon just seems completely out of sorts. You mentioned earlier the wheels falling off, and it just does feel like that they don't really know where to go with this composition in this current game state.
Yeah, I mean, they're Fred Flintstone. They're just their little feet under the car, trying to keep it, it running.
All right, boys, left foot, right foot. Make sure you sync them up. They're going to have to. Part of the VOD review this week will be doing like the army drills. Your left, right, left. Everybody's got to make sure they can keep the car going with only feet ready to run it.
Wheels fall off.
You're ready. All right, C9, they're trying to take control over the enemy jungle now, placing down some vision, trying to make this map very, very scary for anybody from Lyon, just trying to go out and farm their camps. Inspired's going to get his Krugs here. He's confident enough with the control ward in the tri-brush that nobody's going to be waiting to try to jump out and gank him. He'll group back up with Saint. Vulcan and Blabber just hanging around nearby in case anybody goes after APA, but everybody on Lyon is just shadowing Saint right now as he pushes for the tier 1 turret top. C9 saying, all right, sure, tier 1, take it. We're going tier 2.
Yep, exactly. They're just going tier 2, mid, as well as that bot push, and Dokla on top, maybe.
Oh, that is just immediately. Dokla stepped 1 inch too far forward, and C9 sat him down and showed him why you can't do it.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, both these AD carries do have their IE. It's like, oh, that's not so bad. And then you realize Sven has another item on top of that. So is a full item ahead. 2K lead for Sven, 1.6K for APA, 1.3 for Blabber.
Ooh, hold on now. This could be some trouble for APA. He has to go golden, try to get away from this one. There's no escape. Nice shutdown. And the kill going over to Saint is big, making sure he stops falling behind in this game. So nice punish there from Lyon. APA, a little bit of an error.
Yep, a little bit of an error. Does get hit by that charm, so Saint getting a bit of revenge. Thanatos, though, pushing up on that top side. Lyon will respond, so he will have to back it up, but not before grabbing 2 plates. And Cloud9 fully in control for now. It is going to be Cloud Soul once again, and they'll be looking for this 3rd dragon for sure. I mean, Cloud9 is just going to be so confident about really taking any fight whatsoever at this point of the game.
It's not a second Jack Show.
That's a worrying trend.
Unending despair. I was so sad because I saw...
That is what I feel when I found out that it wasn't another Jack Show.
Yeah,
I feel the unending despair.
Well, we still have a chance because the Negatron cloak builds into a Jack Show. So maybe he's making
He could get another chain
unending
vest.
sandwich where the Jack Shows are the bread and the unending despair goes in the middle. That's the new item for Cassante. It's a secret unlock.
All will be forgiven if he goes for that.
I hope he can hear us right now as Berserker just wants to hear the sounds of that turret crashing down up there in the top lane. Nice equalizer from Dokla in mid to protect the tier 2. Try to give Berserker the opportunity to take this without a trade back from C9, and Berserker will do just that. So Lyon bringing that gold lead back down to just under 3,000. But the Drake is live, not for long though, as it's claimed by C9, who now arrive at Soul Point, and yet again, it is a Cloud Soul Rift. Very scary stuff.
Yeah, it is going to be really tough for them to deal with. And Lucian, not only is move speed good, but it is one of these champions where just like the actual burst of move speed with the culling is really annoying.
Yeah.
You get tagged by Winter's Bite, and now all of a sudden you are getting chased down by someone with rockets on their feet.
It's problematic, man. It is such a big deal. In case y'all missed it, that power spike moment means that MasterCard card holders can click on the link pinned in chat for their chance to win $50 in RP. We've got our Lucian with Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, Navori. This dude is so scary right now. I feel like if you're Lyon and you start a fight where Sven is not just dead right out of the gate, that fight you are not going to win.
Yep, it is going to be so tough, and you have to kill him through Cassante and Pantheon and Braum and the Talia throwing down the Unraveled Earth and just being so annoying at this point. So going to be really difficult to try to pull off this dive. And honestly, Renata is kind of doing what Renata I expected from Renata against this kind of composition. I just feel like it's so hard to play Renata into a composition that is kiting back, and I feel like that's always going to be what C9 is wanting to do. Only time they're going to be going forward is when they have, you know, an uneven fight. They're just going to insta-kill you, so it's just tough.
I mean, Renata's ulti walks slower than some champions do, right? So if you're going the same direction that the ulti is, you're probably going to beat it in a foot race.
And Braum has already blocked it, you know, once or twice this game. Like, that's another thing that makes it really difficult.
All right, Baron's been started up by C9. They've got it very, very low, but Lyon is on the approach. Baron down, smited by Blabber. C9 on the retreat right now. Saint and the rest of Lyon trying to catch up, see if there's anything they can find here, but no, they're too late to the play. They were caught unawares, and C9 takes a pre-25-minute Baron.
Yeah, just going to be able to rush that one down, and that's going to set themselves up really well.
Yeah, part of that setup, I'm looking at these timers, man. 3 minutes until what'll be their soul spawns. They've got Baron for the next 2.5. It means they'll run the entire rift. Even if you don't break the base, which I feel like is also unlikely, you still have total control for the setup over that next big power spike.
Yeah, and I think there's a good chance they could pressure these tier 2s. Lyon is just going to have to get to this point where they full send it in the side lane, right? And that's why they're covering APA.
Oh, APA, he's immediately ready with a stasis. The charm can't hit him, and now the TP's ready to back them up. C9 trying to punish Lyon. Vulcan swooping around from the flank. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Winter's Bite already drops down. Where's the Glacial Fissure? Wall again defending from Vulcan. Defensive equalizer from Dokla. C9 continues pushing forward as Lyon has to get everybody out. That's Flash from Dokla. Flash from Isles, Flash from Inspired. Thanatos goes in for the third in Topo strike. He's not going to find it. Gets back away with the Pathmaker, but now Vulcan is in danger. Vulcan and APA both low. Lyon fighting for their lives, trying to cover their own retreat here. As C9 now backs away as well. Remember, the Baron-empowered recall is going to allow them to get back more swiftly, as Thanatos does have to stop that recall early to make sure he's not interrupted by Saint. Somehow, Azael, nobody's dead on either side there, despite multiple flashes being spent. Every flash except for Saint on Lyon is now down. Over on the other side, it's the same tale for everybody except for APA and Sven, but that's the two big carries.
Those are the ones that really matter, and APA just bought a death cap off of that recall. Another really big spike there for Cloud9, so things going to be even more difficult from this point. It was a good attempt from Lyon, though. You have to be willing to send it on these plays. You know, if there wasn't Blabber there kind of trailing APA, if APA didn't actually use his Zonias that fast and immune the charm, that could be a completely different fight. So it's a good swing there, and it does waste some of that Baron buff, but now C9 back to the scene of the crime. You have to think this tower is going to go down.
Back to the scene of the crime for even more crime. The sequel is even better than the original for
Double
C9.
jeopardy, can't charge them twice.
Oh yeah, they've got this one taken care of, no problem. Tier 2 turret falls, C9 up 5,000 gold. And between all of the praises that we were giving him giving Inspired last game for his timing on being able to spell shield APA's Azir shuffles, APA now has the chance to pay it back with the timing on these stasis plays, and honestly, he's doing a good job with it. Weaver's Wall to buy the opportunity to fire into the turrets here. The tier 3 line under pressure as that bottom lane tier 3 turret is about to collapse. Double cannon minions empowered with Baron, nearly enough to bring it down. Berserker does clear out that last cannon in time, but C9 is not done yet with the siege. 20 seconds remain until the soul spawns. The Baron just now expires as they force down the tier 3. So C9 takes this opportunity. They got exactly what they needed to. They broke the base defenses with the last wave of Baron. Now they control the Drake.
Yeah, and look at the vision. There's no vision deep on the map for Lyon. This is what makes it so difficult, is to have this soul spawning right after the Baron expires, because Baron is up, you were just locked into your base, you can't get out on the map, and then all of a sudden you have to try to get over to the Dragon. They're not even going to bother contesting. Look where Inspired is. He's in the top lane side brush, hoping maybe I can find a pick on someone, look for something, because they know no shot can you walk in blind and actually try to take that away from C9. If you walk in blind there, you're going to die, and they will just walk down bot lane with that open inhib and probably end the game.
Bottom lane is Australia. Inspired is having a nice Canadian vacation right now, not going anywhere near where all of the crocodiles live. That crocodile is claimed. Now APA stepping up towards the brush, not going to hit Inspired with it. Immediate stasis yet again as he tries to flash away. Thanatos is coming in looking to defend his mid. Saint's likely going to be first to die here. The bailout is going to bring him back, but he just dies right again. Lion looking to make their play with the numbers advantage. Blabber is taking low. Guardian Angel going to bring him back. Thanatos is fighting for his life, drain tanking everybody, but Berserker knocks him down. C9 scrambling, trying to get something back. Sven's the only damage. They got to try to protect him. The calling, firing into Dokla, but it's being blocked by minions. Sven is still looking to salvage this, but a huge play from Lion. Gets 3 for 1.
Yeah, and how much more can they get? You know, that just took about 2-3K off of the gold lead, and there's bounties up. Berserker is going to farm these plates, farm this tower, and they see Sven and Vulcan over here. They could maybe even get more.
Berserker's also got Crescendum. Remember, White Gun Aphelios, this is one of the very unique champions in the game. His attack speed is faster when he's right next to the turret. He can bulldoze these structures. Let's see this again as Inspired. Beautiful positioning here in the brush.
I mean, Inspired was up here for so long, APA with the early stasis, but this time it is not going to save him because the ulti was there. Even with Thanatos coming in, he blocks the charm. It just doesn't matter because the equalizer is there. All of the damage dealers for Lion were here faster. Even with Sven and Vulcan arriving, they just can't really get in. Sven's trying to find an angle, looks to dash in, but as he goes in, it's just right into the overheated Dokla, so really he just kind of has to retreat immediately, and Lion find what feels like a miracle fight. It went from almost a 6K lead to just the 1K. Yes, there's still the Cloud Soul. Yes, it's still going to be difficult, but Lion's showing they are not out of it just yet.
It looked like this game was wrapped up, just completely done for, except the semantics of just knocking down the turrets and taking the Nexus. And Lion, for the first time, I feel like in more than 20 minutes, looks like they've got a real honest shot at this game. That was huge.
That was absolutely huge. And I think it's such an important series for Lion because people, Lion feel, and a lot of Lion fans feel, are underrating them, right? This was the average power rankings amongst the broadcast, had them averaged out at 4th. A lot of people, a lot of Lions fans were expecting them to be up at the very top and to be, you know, looked at as a real title contender. And, you know, this is an opportunity for them to kind of prove everyone wrong. Say, hey, you guys have us too low. You know, we're taking down C9, C9 BTL. You know, that means we should be up at the top of the table. But, you know, if you do get 2-0'd, you know, people are going to be kind of having those feelings reinforced that they're not yet on that same level as the C9s and TLs potentially. So it would be huge if they could come back in this game.
Blabber and APA waiting, seeing if there's maybe a play to try to make here. Vulcan, Glacial Fissure doesn't find a whole lot, just a knock up there onto Dokla. Inspired in the chicken pit. Doesn't see any reason to go back in there as Lion have already claimed the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Gold lead now less than 1,000. It's a fair fight here in the mid lane. Less than 3 minutes until the Elder spawns. Inspired charging up a Vault Breaker, but no chance to go in with that one. Blabber knew he was there, marked him, would be ready to lock him up if the Vi tried to engage. Lion still looking for any chances they might get. Berserker tagging APA there with the Gravitum, means he's able to get that extra little bit of damage with the Root. As Lion continue posturing aggressively. They're not afraid. They don't have to be as afraid as they were for what felt like the last 20 minutes of gameplay. You do have the Guardian Angel up on Sven. He tries to drop the culling, forces the Spirit Rush out of Saint's Ahri, who's still looking to maybe try to get some value out of those second charges. Vulcan throws up Unbreakable. Saint still looking for a little bit more. Last Spirit Rush is expended, so the Ahri much less threatening now.
Yeah, it's a 52-second cooldown, so not that long. But C9 are going to try to force. They know Ahri is pretty worthless without ult, so they're going to say, you know what? You have to fight us now, but there's still a lot of risk here going in towards that Baron pit.
This could define the entire game right now as Lion tries to step up. C9 not putting a ton of DPS into the Baron here just yet. Grouped up as 5, Equalizer down over the top. Not a ton of damage here as Vulcan's blocking a lot with the Unbreakable, but he has to flash away or else he's going to die. Lion looking for their chances. Weaver's wall to block any further pursuit. C9, they lose most of the HP on their support, half the HP on their jungler. Blabber has no Guardian Angel and Lion's got full health bars. Vulcan recalling right now, trying to go back to base and heal up. Damage onto the Baron, about halfway dead already. C9 are now the ones tasked with stopping the objective. Lyon called the bluff, and C9 are now forced to scramble. Baron down to 3,000 HP, and Lyon are going to take the Baron and take the lead.
Nicely done. Lyon just pushed them out, and C9 kind of disrespecting the power that Lyon still had. The equalizer there really making all the difference, was perfectly placed by Dokla. You know, even with the Guardian, even with the Locket, these tools to try to negate it somewhat, he was roasting Cloud9, and now not only did they lose the Baron, they lose it right before the Elder. So let's watch this one more time. The seismic shove missed, then Inspired tries to go for this Q flash over the wall. Not able to find the Q flash, unfortunately for him, and that's twice this game where he has whiffed. Rare mechanical errors from Inspired, but that equalizer softened them up so much that C9 didn't have the confidence to re-engage. And look at Thanatos just getting chunked out by Berserker. He is really strong now. He's on those 5 items, and he's up 1.7k out of nowhere.
Ooh, Thanatos gets charmed as he tries to go forward towards Saint. Guardian Angels up and ready to proc for both junglers and both AD carries. So 7 lives for each team to get through here as the Elder is about to spawn in 5 seconds. Flash! The follow-up's not there. The timing wasn't quite perfect on the seismic shove right after the stun from Blabber.
No TP,
so
though.
Saint is low. He has to go back to the base. He can't teleport back into the fight. They forced him out for now, but Vulcan is also at death's door. Lyon are going to start up the objective.
Yeah, Vulcan's going to go back, and he recalled way later and didn't have the empowered recall, of course. Now he's just canceling. He's realizing, you know what, I actually can't leave. No. So Vulcan's going to have to take the fight at 20% HP.
Vulcan's going to send Glacial Fissure and die. That's pretty much the lot that you are dealt if you're going to fight with this much health. C9 still posturing around the area, keeping an eye on Lyon, who are starting the objective up yet again. Berserker will shred this thing if you give him the chance. Dokla is back in the base, here for Lyon, trying to clear out the massive wave of minions. APA trying to fire a couple of skill shots here into the Tri-Brush. Elder alive, but he's quickly running out of patience. He'll return to his home as Dokla clears out the wave. He's going to go try to answer top. Dokla does have his TP ready to join the fight if they need him. Elder still at about 13k. Berserker, very slow damage onto the objective. C9 on the approach once more. Vulcan back to full HP. Thanatos tanking the Elder. Saint coming around on the flank, looking for the pincer attack. TP coming in. Lyon has all 5 players here. C9 has all 5 players here. Elder Drake down to 7,000. Weaver's Wall going to cut off Lyon. Inspired charging up the Vault Breaker as Thanatos and Blabber go into the back line. They're looking to force Berserker away. The Dragon's still at 5,000 HP. Thanatos looking to put the pressure on, but he's already down. Resurrection coming in here through the Guardian Angel. Berserker wants Inferno multi. Blabber's here on the front line. He's about to be dropped into Guardian Angel now as well. Lyon running. C9 staying alive somehow for now. Only Thanatos is truly dead.
Yeah, Thanatos is down. He will have TP, but he's not up for 45 seconds. C9 needs to try to delay. They only knocked down Inspired, and he just lost the GA. Berserker was so low, but didn't even die. Blabber's going back to base, has no ult, so he's rushing out, and Lyon are right onto the Elder.
Lyon starting this up. They burned it down to about half HP. C9 have to force them back. There's no jungler here for the C9 side, but a nice seismic shove. It's APA and he found Saint. Now Dopa's gonna try to find some damage right back the other way as Sven needs auto attacks. He lands a couple. He's trying to kite him out and he finds a second kill. Berserker looking for his way into the C9 lines, but no. Berserker gets knocked into the Guardian Angel. Blabber jumps back forward. A triple kill over to Sven. Berserker's alive, but the spear is ready to find his heart. Double kill over to Blabber. Ace, C9.
That's going to be the game. They're just going to TP in and end it. APA steps up when they need him most, finds the seismic shove to win the game.
The week 1 player of the week, the mid laner on a brand new team, right when it looks like C9 might have fumbled game 2, APA finds the seismic shove. It's a faster one than game number 1. It's a Cloud9 2-0, and they're gonna love the way this week 2 looks.
What a finish to that one. Explosive game 2. It looked like Lyon was just going to get blown out in the second game, but they made some great plays, able to pull themselves back in it, keep it really close. But when it mattered most, your APA finds that seismic shove onto Saint, gets that kill. All of Lyon had to pull off, and that created the chaos that allowed Sven to just crush this fight.
We look back to the first blood in bottom lane where Blabber and APA aren't on the same page. It feels a little rough. But then APA getting the solo kill on Saint in the bottom lane, talking a little trash after, finding the game-winning play onto Saint later on. He's got to be my player of the game this time around. Let's toss things back to the lounge and hear what they've got to say.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. What an ending. We're going to have Sven, as soon as he packs up his stuff, he's got to run over here. Someone's got to grab him and bring him over here for this interview because we want to talk about this series. It did actually look like it was going to turn back in the favor of Lyon after Berserker got so much gold, but C9 really clutched it in that final fight.
That was ridiculous. APA's catch was a big one, but he's been online the entire game for me. Like the constant fights that he was able to find, the catches that he was able to find versus Saint. I was looking at Saint specifically for the series to see if he would be able to perform because I feel like if you're going up against C9, which in my mind is the best team right now in the LCS, he had to be able to be the one to perform. I thought APA got his number the entire time.
Yeah, and it felt like one thing I did like from both APA and Blabber is like, oh, they messed up the combo on bot side initially, right? Lyon come out ahead of that. They keep trying it. They kind of looked more coordinated as the game went on. And then, like you said, Raz, finding that APA finding that catch that led to that final fight. But the two stars of that final fight, I mean, the big star was obviously Sven. Right?
Yeah.
Popping off on the Lucian and then Blabber able to come in at the very end.
But I mean, the very beginning of that fight, which you're going to replay as soon as Sven gets here so he can help walk us through it, was the Vulcan Braum Q onto Saint that allowed the flick to start this fight. Sven, get over here. Get over here. We're gonna immediately run.
New chairs too for you.
We're gonna immediately run this final fight because that was a banger.
Yeah.
The final fight was just absurd.
I was streaking super hard.
Yeah. I mean, Berserker got so fed in that game. It seemed like such a problem, and then you were also didn't have Thanatos.
I don't say I thought I was lost, but I kind of like felt like, oh shit.
Yeah, so when APA finds this catch, like, what are you guys thinking here?
I thought, thank God.
So then Berserker's caught an elder, but just you're gliding on him right here.
I'm kind of cranking in this fight, yeah. I mean, Lucian Braum is really good in like a non-5v5. Like, you know, like a split, like 2v2 here, 3v3 there, like kind of fight where like you can just keep hitting someone. But I think we had such a big lead, and then they had a big lead in the last situation there, and we were like we're down one man, and they were like low HP, and they had Elder like on 4k HP. Yeah. If I just stand still and maintains the flank without getting flipped by Talia, it's over. I think we can't win.
Yeah, I mean, we have stats from the series. I think the most important stat is you won both games.
Sure. I don't know, like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you think? How do you feel about your matchup with Berserker? You did trash talk beforehand.
I think in game one I played lane really bad.
Okay.
The matchup is losing early game. Comrades was a strong lane, obviously. Yeah. But there's like a difference between like giving CS because you can't farm it, or like just missing it. I just missed them. So that's like not so great. But I think we got a double kill in lane. And then I died to Ezreal ult afterwards. But if I didn't die to Ezreal ulti by basing on a ward, which my coach will kill me for later.
You might I saw him walk past.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty good. But the second game, I think we played lane really well. That's a hard matchup. Early game, we were even farming the whole game, and I think we had a mistake somewhere and made us lose streak. But otherwise, I think it was a good game from us overall. But we were kind of nervous about Lyon because we were kind of like stomped in scrims like last week against them.
They stomped you in scrims.
Yeah, well, 2-4 win lose, you know. Sure. But like when you're in C9, it's like 2-4. It's like all hands on deck, you know. So I was a little bit nervous coming into it because I think they're pretty good in lane. So yeah, that's why we banned like Ludwig and Nico against them. So we were like, just take that up. Yeah, you know, the cringe champs.
Speaking of stuff your coaches will kill you for, APA brought up the 6-minute scuttle.
Oh,
is that now a dedicated C9 thing?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a dedicated everyone thing.
So Dominate joined the team, and he's only added on to the jungle propaganda. So basically, right now, in case you don't know, if you full clear twice and kill a crab, you know, the first crab top or bot.
6.
Yeah, and then the third crab gets level 6. And if it spawns bot side, and they get level 6 on like Sin Zhao or something, you can't fight Drake.
Yeah.
So the third crab equals you lose level 6, and you lose the Drake. So in Blabber's mind, that's might be the whole game. So why wouldn't we go there and kill ourselves and still lose the crab and the Drake afterwards?
Because you're going to lose the game anyway.
Exactly. So it's lose-lose.
You just said crab is broken as you walk past.
And I thought Dom would like, reel Blabber in a bit, like hold back his, suicidal tendencies in the game. But he's like only adding on to the propaganda that crab's OP. So now we have like a thing like all hands on deck.
Wee.
Including top TP?
all hands, include stuff to get. What part didn't you get?
That's right. I'm just making sure, just checking it.
It doesn't matter how many plates, how many minions you lose. The crab gives level 6 and Drake. But if it's topside, it's fine.
Okay, then that's good to know. That's good to know. APA is the player of the game. We don't do player of the series anymore.
Okay, I will say he was kind of performing in the whole second game until he wasn't.
Okay.
I think there was a lot of time where we're like, guys, their only play is sitting in bush on side lane, ganking either Xante, who's unkillable. So it's always going to be Ian's side, Talia's side. It's like, yeah, sounds good.
What did fans say? So here,
okay, so this is
I voted for Sven. I personally voted for Sven.
That's just messed up.
These two voted for Mr. APA.
I voted you player of the game in the first game.
I don't think I played that amazing besides the last team fight in the game 2.
Yeah.
But to my defense, playing like a losing lane in game 1 and then playing against Nox and Orianna, really unskilled combo. I just want to say.
Of course.
Well, it's game by game, so I voted you game 1.
Yeah. True. So you still get one
every single game.
Oh, that's not bad actually. I think those.
So you split it. Okay, Sven, thank you for joining us. Congratulations. 4-0. You're yet to drop a game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Top of Swiss. After the break, we're gonna have Sentinels versus Dignitas. See you there.
Fuck, bro.
Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to our second series of the day, Sentinels versus Dignitas. We spent too long talking to Sven, so we have to get into this really quickly. I was going to talk about how Sentinels was not on the same page last week, and I have a dragon fight that is a perfect example. Look at this. Hambach is at 25% health, and he pulls the Drake while Rahel is going bottom lane, and the Mordekaiser's leaving. So Rahel wanted to hit minions. Impact wanted to go top. Who he wanted to fight. Hambach wanted to do the dragon. That's 4 different things when you need to be playing together. So this was the story of the series for Sentinels, is everyone had a completely different idea on how to play the game, which is something they need to work on in order to have a chance. And I thought that was the perfect example of them not being on the same
Forgot about that play. Completely.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there were many plays you could have pulled from that, because for a team that with so many veterans, etc., I thought they'd be a lot closer. Obviously, we also have FBI and Ignar here. Yes. And
the iconic duo.
As we have to point out, Ignar is returning after a split off, and then also we have FBI and Huhi, who I think still are up there in terms of like the pantheon of LCS bot lanes.
Yeah, what the hell? We need to ask FBI who he's actually choosing. Obviously, he's gonna say Ignar.
Yeah,
but I mean, he has to now.
Fun fact for you: FBI, Huhi have the most LCS games played of any duo.
True.
Second place that was acquired in this last series is actually Sven Balkan, but the championship most recently came with FBI Ignar, who are now back. And the question for you, Raz, as we get into predictions, I'm going to predict Sentinels because I feel like they're going to be able to pull it together after this week. And this Dignitas team was power ranked very poorly.
Yes.
How do you feel like this FBI Ignar lane is going to work?
Everybody looked at it, for me, positively, looking towards that bot lane and expecting FBI after the Worlds run to be incredible. Yeah. And then we looked at Ignar and was like, well, if this was going to be NRG kind of reforming in a weird way, Ignar was somebody that, from the player standpoint, was somebody that was like the secret sauce for the team. Somebody that can place wards aggressively, can find snap judgments and picks instantly.
That say? Yeah, what does it say on the...
It's Ignar sauce.
Hold it up to the camera.
Look, see?
There's something on the back of that, Rez.
Oh, it's the expiration date. So the expiration date is from last year in November.
No wonder it looks watery.
Because he's been out for a year.
I mean,
so are you going to try some of that?
I feel like it's still...
Is it still good?
Oh.
The aftertaste hits, but it's not bad. It's actually not bad. I'm going to give it to Dignitas. I actually think it's fine.
Okay.
The substance is, the texture is maybe not great, but I think it still works.
It has texture.
I saw your face when you drank it. That's expired, Raz.
You have to give it more time.
Okay.
You have to let it marinate, like fine wine.
We're going to have to toss to Casters. After this game, it may just be Emily and I, because Raz will die. But Casters, take it away.
You know, it's always dangerous when an analyst describes beverage as having texture to it. I don't know about that one. I don't trust Raz.
Never trust the words that Raz says. You have to look at the facial expressions.
True.
Because he was saying it's not bad, but his face said he's going to spit it out. Like, he could barely handle it.
That's an expired sauce right there. We'll see if he's able to turn it back on, though, because we saw what Ignar was able to do in the past. He has won in the LCS with the core of that NRG team, now back together at Dignitas, but it's been a while since we've seen him.
I will say a lot of expiration dates people like freak out about, and you don't really need to freak out. Like a lot of things are not dangerous when they're expired. They may like lose a little bit of their potency, or
maybe a little stale, but they're still fine.
But it's not like everything is gonna like make you sick or something if it's one day past the expiration date that they put on the label.
Bag of Oreos, how long are you giving it past the expiration that you would still feel
comfortable?
comfortable?
I feel like Oreos are never gonna do anything bad to you.
They're probably already doing.
Oreos are the perfect food.
I'm pretty sure they're at the top of the pyramid.
They're perfect in every way.
We changed it.
They just redid the pyramid. I'm pretty sure it was all Oreo.
I think it's just Oreo.
The
it
whole
just
thing.
says Oreo. They even changed the shape. It's going to be a triangular
the inside
now.
of the Oreo, the outside of the Oreo. There you go. That's all the food groups.
As long as there's milk, I'm signed up. Let's catch up on game one here for Dignitas versus Sentinels in draft already. Oriana first picked here from Sentinels, who find themselves on red side, but with first pick. And Dignitas now on blue side. Let's see what they decide to answer it with here, Kobe. I don't think there's any Oreo champs. I was trying to think of like a way to tie that back in.
There's
no, I
there
got
are
nothing.
currently no Oreo champs.
We got to work
in
out. Let's get the
game.
business development team to partner.
An Oreo sponsorship.
Yeah. Little
well,
Oreo
what
collab.
we are going to get is the most common trade in all of League of Legends, which is Orianna for Azir. They were hovering the Nocturne there, Dignitas. I don't know if they were actually considering taking away the Nocturne to deny the Orianna Nocturne combination for the Knock Wave, but they, at the very least, everybody's thinking about it, and especially after the first series of the day, where we saw very effective use of the Orianna Nocturne. They're definitely, expecting this one coming through, but they opt for the better synergy themselves. Wukong and Azir, much better themselves, and so both teams do get their mid-jungle combinations.
And they denied the Shock Kong, as you called it last week as well. So, in a way, it's taking it away. Now we have the hover from
Which just
Hambach.
sounds more badass.
It does sound way cooler. So I think for that reason alone. So the Knock Wave will be locked in for Sentinels, as it is, again, like you had highlighted, the mid and jungle combination. So let's see if they want to go for an AD carry support next, maybe hold that top lane counter pick for impact later on.
I mean, yeah, there is a lot available. If you want to get impact, the early tank matchup or something, and then just rely on, well, we're gonna have Rahel be the hyper carry. Like Yanara is still up, and those types of things are available. So just get your blind pick here for impact. Renekton, the universal blind pick. So not definitely a surprise, but it's also not like a pure tank for him in the top side. So. We'll see. I mean, enemy team's already showing Azir, so they already have a lot of tank killing possibilities. So I like the Renekton.
We did see, okay, it's going to be the Gwen. We saw last week Photon pull out the Kennen into the Renekton as the counter pick, but he loves the Gwen, and it was banned against him all of last weekend. So now we get to see Photon on the champion that coming into last year when he joined the team was like the marquee pick for him going into the
Yeah, he said it himself. He's like, this is my best champ. This is my favorite champ. And everyone's like, okay, and then,
we trust
and
you.
then he kept picked it like as many games as he possibly could. And the Gwen versus Renekton is always very exciting to see how far down the arms race like tunnel that they go. Everyone taking exhaust and ignite and starting all the crazy starting items and stuff. So we'll see how spicy they do get with it. Fortunately for top lane as well, both junglers are level 6 junglers. They're looking for full clears usually. So top laners get to have their actual 1v1 time, which they all love.
And I love that it's two champions that can get a lot of kills. If we're looking at the fantasy scoring points from last weekend, average for top was like 20 points. I remember hearing Jat talk about that. So hopefully somebody locked in Impact or Photon for their top lane picks. I'm expecting more action up at the top side as opposed to just the farm fest that we usually get. But also the big story around Dignitas is the bottom half of the map, with FBI and Ignar now being out of the Visa jail and being here on stage with us today. We finally get to see what they're going to pull out for their first weekend at LCS, and it's Yanara.
Yeah, that's the Yanara I was talking about being available. Works so well here. So much carry damage on the side of Dignitas there. Their late game team fight is looking pretty beastly. We'll see about getting there. Much more of a dive theme on Sentinels, especially if they follow it up with a Kai'Sa, Orianna, Nocturne, Kai'Sa combinations. Lots of pick potential here. Lots of opportunities to try and put pressure on side lanes with both a Kai'Sa and a Nocturne ults later on into the game when towers start to go down as well. So it just puts further emphasis on who can win that top lane battle and get some side lane pushing power towards the mid game. If your top laner gets their quest first, you can start snowballing your experience pretty quickly. If you get the advantage in Renekton versus Gwen, and then you can start getting side lane pressure, and you can start getting advantages in towers going down and get more territory in the map for the mid game, then you can really snowball a lot with those picks.
So it'll be on Photon on his pocket pick Gwen to stop that from happening. I've been very impressed with Photon overall.
Is it a pocket pick if the champ is also meta?
Ooh,
Does pocket
I think
pick,
it's just a
does that just mean your specialty? Because usually it's like, oh, something that you have in your pocket that other people don't have in their pocket.
Okay, so you think it's like there's an exclusivity clause to this?
That's what it's supposed to be like.
Okay.
I remember way back when LCS was doing the pocket pick series of videos. And, you know, they did like Frog and Anivia, which is like, great, that's a pocket pick because not many people play Anivia. And so that was a pocket pick. But then they did like Double If Lucian, and Lucian was really popular. And so everyone's like, well, I mean, yeah, he plays Lucian, but like everyone plays Lucian, and he plays a lot of other stuff too. Is that really a
So you're a man of the
special
people is what you're
pocket?
saying. You're just echoing the sentiment that the people have.
I'm just saying pockets are pretty exclusive. I mean,
yeah, I don't get to put my hand in your pocket. We're not close like that.
You definitely stay away from my pockets.
As you inch further away from me on the desk currently. But we have the draft locked in. It's Alistair is the last pick here for Dignitas. Their composition was lacking a little bit in primary hard engage. Wukong, yes, Azir sometimes can find angles, but I usually see Wukong more as a follow-up engage. Alistair is that kind of big engage tool that they can just throw in there, start the fights, and also can peel a little bit depending on how aggressive Sentinels decide to engage into Dig.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of a pause here as we get on into it. I hope we don't have to fully remake anything, but we'll keep you updated.
It's okay, Kobe. I'm always prepared for the pauses, so even if it's a long one, I got fun facts about the players, just as always. So I actually got to sit in on some of the Dignitas scrims this past week. It was awesome that they opened the doors. The first day the FBI and Ignar were in Los Angeles and actually playing with the team. So great to catch up with the team, see how things are going. So far, vibes are good despite starting off on a rough note. They didn't have the roster together, so they're chalking it up to a little bit of unlucky. Now their season really begins. And Sentinels, on the other side, similar story in that they didn't have a lot of time to scrim with the team. And now they actually have had more than a full week of practice under their belt. So I think we're going to get a much better look at what both these teams are, but maybe leaning Sentinels' way still just because of how much time they've had together. FBI and Ignar, I mean, they got in a couple days ago. They're still probably experiencing jet lag right now.
Yeah, I mean, Palafox went on the Pros podcast, and he seemed very confident even after their loss in the opening weekend. And so very excited to see what Dig can do, because he was talking about, yeah, there's a couple of small things you know, to clean up, and it would look completely different. So with that kind of reunion of the Energy Boys with FBI and Ignar and Palafox, you know, even maybe they don't have a lot of recent time together, but maybe it just clicks right together, you know, quickly once again, and they pick up where they left off.
GM Jonathan did have a note on that quick before that story, though. We had an update that it's Impact's monitor having some flicker issues, so they're replacing the cable. Hopefully that sorts it all out.
Need to be able to see what's going on.
Imagine actually being able to play the game correctly. But the GM Jonathan over at Dignitas did have similar sentiment. He said that he's already seen echoes of that past synergy from the Energy roster, even with them only being in the house for, you know, like a day and a half. And just being there, again, it was vibe central, man. They were laughing, they were joking around. I heard multiple times during scrims, somebody shout out at the top of their lungs, flash predict, followed by a chorus of laughter afterwards. So, like, things are working all right in terms of the vibes department for Dignitas. The question is going to be, can they translate that to wins on stage next?
I mean, that in itself is just such a positive thing to hear because of the baggage that the Dignitas organization carries. For a lot of fans that have been you know, watching for, well, a very long time. You'd think all the way back to the super good vibes of, you know, Cutie Pie and Shifter and Scar and all them. But then for a long period, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of the, like your generation here, the newer in between.
I've only seen them in 8th to 10th.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's a lot of negative baggage that they're getting, and honestly, a lot of negative vibes too. With what the players were saying last year, especially in all of you know, the interviews and stuff. It was definitely a roughie. So yeah, they just cleaned house from, you know, top to bottom, and we'll see. So if the vibes are good, then that is definitely a good place to start. We were kind of highlighting their new fancy jerseys now as well. They went cursive on the. So
can you still write cursive, Kobe?
They're classing it up a little.
Do you remember?
Honestly, I'm gonna say yes with a confident yes, even though I haven't tried.
Okay.
You know, so.
How do you do an? I'm trying to think of the tough ones. Like F, it's like double loop.
There's an S in my name, and it's the capital S. I remember it's kind of hard to do.
Big,
it's kind of weird.
Same with me.
It's
yeah.
a little weird.
It's a fun one to do, though. Fun one to do. As Palafox is currently standing up, he's taking power stance. I like this.
That.
Getting ready for it. I learned some fun information about some of the players too. We'll talk about Sentinels in a little bit here as well. But just I have all this fresh Dignitas information.
On a scale of 1 to
mind.
10, how fun is this information you're about to deliver?
Are you a fan of Diet Coke?
No.
No. Well, then you might not be as into it.
Oh,
but
dang it.
I'm
not the target audience.
I heard a couple of bits. Maybe, hopefully this isn't competitive integrity issues I'm about to unleash here on the live broadcast.
Not.
But I heard that Palafox as a mid laner, his performance in the Rift directly correlates to how many Diet Cokes he had beforehand. And there is an upper limit. Like, if you have too many, it is a detriment. But there's like a sweet spot of how much caffeine he needs. And his preferred is, of course, a pop.
How many?
Midwest, so
What's the number? What's the sweet spot?
I believe it was 4. That's what I was told.
Holy that is a lot.
Well, throughout the day, like he's maintaining. It's not like he's chugging 4 and taking to the stage. But
I did not
catch
get
him.
bathroom breaks, pauses all the time for that. 4?
You know, that's a good point, actually.
Holy.
Props to Palafox. I didn't catch up with him before the games to ask how many he had ahead of today's game.
Okay.
So I can't tell you what level he's going to be at currently.
Well, we got time now, so.
Oh, true. Can we get a ref in there?
Let's send somebody.
Production, can we get a lower third updating us at some point in the game? You know, maybe
also,
like,
while we're asking for stuff, let's get a custom-made graphic pop up for our Palafox current Diet Cokes consumed on the current day.
If he's popping off, he's up to 4.
All right, chat, we're going to need guesses as well. Chat, spam in chat the number of Diet Cokes that you think Palafox had today.
He's standing
look at
up.
him
Wait, do we
standing
see
up.
any there? No, I see a Red Bull.
Oh, Red Bulls don't count.
I don't think they count.
No, those don't count.
That was not, at least it wasn't factored into the...
Is he drinking 4 Diet Cokes and a Red Bull and a water and a coffee?
I would hope not, but you know, we did also go to the gym afterwards, so he's working it off. We're good. We're good. You know, you need that pre-workout, Kobe. Do you take pre-workout?
No.
You don't?
Nah, I don't need it, bro.
Jealous. Wow.
That's too much caffeine right there.
Meanwhile, on the Sentinel side here, you know, we talk about Dig a lot, so let's talk about some Sentinel side. New team to the organization. That was already exciting. What
is that stare? The open mouth stares are the funniest to me.
Humbug's just confused.
Well, whatever's going on with Impact Screen is looks confusing.
Yeah, clip that, tweet that one out. That's for our socials team to be like, yeah, when your pause going into game number 1. And now we're taking naps as well. Somebody get that man a diet.
I think that's like a get in the zone meditation style, you know.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead with your fun info. What you got? What was it? Or
I'm hearing actually there's another update that they're changing some settings in the client now that were not correct for Impact. So that is what's causing the follow-up delay. But it appears that the first issue is Soundblock, man.
Yeah, now that I pointed out, you can't
I can't stop looking. I can't stop looking at him. Yeah, true.
He's staring at
he's looking.
Can we get a visual of Impact Screen? Some crazy stuff must be going on.
We're requesting a lot of stuff from production right now. They still haven't gotten us the Diet Coke graphic. But they already, oh, look at that.
It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Also, I'm hearing, Kobe, that chat has actually come in on the conversation for the Diet Cokes. They think it's either 6 or 7.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're really gonna.
Turns out it was 8.
Oh no, that's at the upper level, upper echelon of what's acceptable here.
Too many. They're starting to chat in there too. Is that allowed? I guess it is allowed. Another 3-hour pause. XU's calling for a 3-hour pause.
Don't jinx us. Darkwing said we're back in Toronto.
FBI says I still have jet lag. When did he touch down?
He touched down, I believe it was Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday. Ignar and FBI came in a day apart from each other. I don't remember which was which. But basically, when I was there Thursday, that was their first full day together as a team where they could start scrimming. And it was funny, let me tell you. Shout out FBI, by the way. He did go to the gym afterwards also, while jet lagged, because he's saying he's trying to fix his sleep schedule, stay awake longer.
That helps with your jet lag, for
Exactly, yeah. But it was a struggle. And the team was talking about it. They're like, look, we're just going to try our best. I even asked some of them. I like to do this with players. I did this with DSG last year. I'm like, hey, when people hear your name, what do you want them to associate with it? What do you want your brand to be as a player? And a lot of them did just say vibes. XU, Palafox said vibes. FBI said old.
I want vibes to be my brand.
Vibes to be the brand. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, lean into it. Why not? But FBI said old, and he's only 26.
I want old to be my brand.
That's what he wants his brand to be.
Hell
he's not even close to the oldest player in the league.
All right, we're just gonna call him Unk from now on. Unk BI.
A self title. It's like the meme where Obama's putting the, the medal. Yeah. But just put old on the medal. There it is. I want to talk about Sentinels, though, because this is the newest organization in the LCS. And first off, welcome. They got 1 game win under their belt last weekend, but they were not able to close out a series. And I would have had them favored against DSG. I still have them favored here today. And it feels like this roster is just waiting to hit their stride and show us what they're capable of. We saw glimpses of brilliance in the early game from Hambach, but then, a couple, rough plays come mid-game, late game. We saw Darkwings have to pop off on Azir. Then the champion pool started to become a bit of an issue later on in the series, but I still have a lot of faith in this team. I think that they could be, one of those middle-of-the-pack fighting for an upper playoff berth.
Champion pool becoming an issue in a best of 3? That is not good. That's
Fearless best of 3.
If that is the case, that is not good. But honestly, I liked what Darkwings was pulling out the Nivian stuff last year. I think for a new prospect, not too bad. Oh, we're getting back into the game.
We are getting back in the game. We are hearing that Hambach's mouth has closed, and he's not looking at his own monitor, and that means that we are ready to hop into game number 1 here. Dignitas taking on Sentinels, both of them looking for their first win of the split. And one of them will be walking away into that 1-1 bracket here in the Swiss stage. The loser's backs will be against the wall because another loss means that they are out of playoff contention. So this is a very important matchup here today.
I'm still thinking about how many Diet Cokes Palafox has had.
Yeah, we never got confirmation.
We
had a lot of time there to ask him.
We need an investigative reporter here.
You know what? I'm going to even guess. I don't think production told anybody. I think they just ignored that request.
What the?
Yeah.
They ignore us sometimes.
I just heard one of the producers over here say, whoa.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think they do that.
I think they might have had other things on their mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were just sleeping.
All right, so early game here. Ward dropped down from Sentinels to try and track Xu's jungle pathing. It will be cleared out with the sweeper that Ignar will start with, and that means Sentinels will have this forward position in the bot lane brush.
Okay. Honestly, I do kind of want to see how that early lane goes down there. Yeah, let's stay down there because they're trying to harass the Alistar early on while he's level 1 at the weakest point, but it's also weird because Yunara, if she has access to the wave stacking up Q, then she's quite strong.
Yep.
So stack up the Q here, and FBI can take care of business. Rahel and Huhi have both brush warded and are going to be able to get the early jump on this wave. Try and utilize this to get their level 2 advantage. Nice little bit of damage here on Ignar as well.
It's the classic Alistar, though.
Okay.
It's almost impossible to get that level 2 first. But actually, right now, I think that they will be able to match that. So that means Rahel and Huhi will miss that little window where they're stronger.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty good for them, though, for Rahel and Huhi. Handling it nicely. Both junglers, by the way, are pathing away from bottom, so that's why we're watching this so closely. Is going to be quite meaningful down here. Both junglers pathing towards this Renekton Gwen matchup that we were hyping up. Photon on his signature champion. That's what I'm going to go with instead of Pocket.
Signature champion. I like that's a good one. That's a good one. He does get the shove in. And another reason we're looking at the bot lane so much is because, first off, an engage right now from Ignar. As Rahel takes a huge chunk, has to walk away. FBI and Ignar will not full commit to that one. They'll just win the trade. But it's the reunion of Dignitas, or bringing back FBI and Ignar alongside Palafox. This was the core of that energy roster. We've talked about this a lot before, but a reminder that they've played under Jonathan, a GM, previously for Golden Guardians, but then on the CLG energy run here. And now only a couple of pieces have kind of moved from that winning formula.
Yes, they have moved, and they just arrived. So honestly, this is like a brand new team here for Dignitas. You see that 0-1 at the top of the screen? It's different guys.
Inauthentic, reflection.
They did definitely, it was super duper a loss, though.
Yeah. Super duper.
Yeah,
Not just super. We throw the duper in there as well, as Xu right now finds himself in some super duper trouble.
At least the lane phase was. And you can tell lane phase already this time around looking quite
really
decent.
Doing this? We're just throwing all the answers to the Diet Cokes. That's what I'm hearing this was.
Why you started this? Why are you disappointed? I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, because now people are going to speculate. If he makes a bad play, they're going to be like, that was a one Diet Coke play.
True.
And then he pops off. They're like, that's like 20 Diet Cokes right there.
Become a rating scale.
He's cracked.
Yeah. All right, well, right now, Xu only has his bot lane to play with him as Hambach and Darkwings are roaming down, fighting for the Scuttle Crab. Gonna be feared up by Hambach right now. Rahel's still low on the health bars. FBI has to flash away. XU flashed to the wall as well. Dignitas pushed away from the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, mid lane roam means everything. Roam down there for Darkwings. Now, Darkwings actually did not get any takedowns, obviously. No kills here or anything. So he ends up losing out. When you leave your lane, it does greatly reduce your passive stacking for your quest. And not only that, but also Azir gets the free shove in the whole wave and gets to go for a nice recall there for Palafox. So Darkwings will keep track of the quest and see if that ends up being meaningful. If he, you know, Palafox hits it a little early and then there's some kind of power spike with the boots and is able to actually utilize that, because usually in Azir versus Orianna, Azir level 6, gonna look for a lot of these all-ins, gonna look to burn Orianna flashes, and if you have Azir plus Wukong here, then maybe they'll be able to look for some kills. And even with an Alistar roaming around, Ignar, he was always one of the supports that roamed the most of any. So if he gets over to mid lane, oftentimes you're really looking to burn through Orianna flashes over and over so that Azir can put that threat of the shuffle.
Props to Darkwings for not missing out on too much CS, though. He was able to catch a lot of that wave. Both mid laners TP back, so still even there. Top lane, also despite Photon getting the push on impact early, has kind of equalized. So we really do see Sentinels, you know, in a pretty solid position currently, with bottom lane being the one area that has a bit of a lead over their opponents. As Photon hits level 6, goes for the all-in onto impact, but won't actually full commit onto that one, just throws out the needlework. We'll trade for the Dominus.
Photon feeling pretty good here on his champ.
Oh, the Ignite to stop the bag.
Pretty
Wants
good.
to keep impact in lane.
He doesn't have jungle coming or anything, but it is going to make impact second guess that, and is under a bit of pressure here, keeping the wave towards the middle of the lane.
And maybe this can get in the head of Sentinels. We see Hambach heading towards his bottom side, level 5 on the Nocturne, so we're not ready for the paranoia yet. As XU's also down here, FBI and Ignar getting aggressive onto Rahel. Response flash, as he also has to burn the summoner spell. So that's both flashes down in Sentinel's bot lane, as XU now spotted by Hambach in the river. 3v3, as FBI will just start hitting the wave and push this out.
Man, Yunara with Q charged up. It just feels so fun, too. You feel so powerful with it. They got a lot of pressure here. 2 flashes for 1, as you say. See if they're going to be getting sort of repeat once that Wukong is level 6, because both junglers closing in on this critical breakpoint. Nocturne, of course, is going to hit it a little bit earlier because XU was walking over there. And the lane is there, but the Kai'Sa recalled, so maybe there won't be such a big deal about that timing window.
Hambach just hit it right there off of the buff, and he's heading back towards this dragon. He had started it when the scrap happened bot side, then he peeled off of it. Now with level 6 and mid lane even backing him up, it seems like Sentinels will be able to secure the first Drake of the game. XU hits 6, but won't be nearby. He's actually not even walking towards that dragon to spot it out. Instead, just going to go for his Raptor. So Hambach ahead in the clear and faster to the objective on the Nocturne. Not too shabby.
All right, we'll see which level 6 jungler gets the bigger impact, the bigger gank. Bottom lane, of course, both AD carries are flashless. They still have their barriers to try and work with if they do get ganked, but having no flash, definitely very vulnerable down there. Right now, though, Raptors first on the menu.
XU's going to walk up and spot Hambach securing his own, as we also had Ignar hovering around there. So multiple members of Dignitas were hovering that mid lane. They are not able to find a window, though, to capitalize. And Hambach's just back to safely clearing his own camps.
Okay. Both on top side here. Photon's Ignite almost back up, by the way. Ooh. And they can repeat kind of look here. He's got his ultimate ready. Void Grebs are spawning, so the winner of that fight will get some pretty decent rewards.
Yeah.
Just because there's no dragon corresponding to the Void Grubs. I think if you ever have the choice between the two, you go for dragons, but if there's no choice, if they're the only thing up on the map, then you get the extra bonus there, and Impact's constantly under pressure.
Hambach right now hovering the mid lane as XU's clearing out that last camp before heading towards that top river. Palafox will walk into the brush to get a ward down. Has to flash from Hambach, who was lying in wait. So Sentinels get a free summoner spell and a chunk on Dig's mid lane.
They're yoinking at least one of the grubs right now, though. So during that time, XU, I believe, is burning one down. He has a smite ready, so he should just smite at least one of them. Yeah.
So he gets the one, gets out, but with Dark Wings and Hambach threatening the kill onto Palafox, that will still be 2 in favor of them, plus that earlier Drake. So I'd say early game, feeling comfortable for Sentinels right now. It's basically dead even in gold. It's just those objectives that are in one side's favor.
Okay, and Photon and Impact traded ults on top side again. Preemptively for that grub fight, but yeah, walking in, just the chunk of damage from Nocturne plus blowing the flash off of Azir as enough for Sentinels. They've got the Dragon, they've got the 2 grubs versus 1 grub. Sentinels feeling pretty decent about the opener here.
Checking the boxes and looking good doing it. I'll say some things that I had kind of noted from week number 1. Again, you had even said it's tough to have champ pool issues in best of 3s Fearless. Darkwing's looking pretty good on the Orianna here, just in laning phase. He already started roaming with Hambach before level 6. Now that they both have their ults, now is when I'm going to start actually putting the magnifying glass on them to say, how do they start utilizing that? We haven't seen the big play yet, but I feel like we're just kind of waiting for them to find that window, to find that avenue in. The Darkwings would go for another reset, teleport back into lane. The Knockwave is a very, very powerful tool, as they've already started the early dragon stacking. 2 minutes for that next one.
Especially versus Azir with no flash. So
yeah, they don't even have to wait for the dragon.
You can put that pressure on him pretty heavily. It looks like we have the jungle invade though, so I like this early warding before the dragon even gets there. You see on the bottom side of the map, XU as well as Ignar working together. Defensive wards are going to see him though, and so Huhi and Rahel are able to get back in time here for the minion wave. Still though, turret plate money to FBI, and the second turret plate is so close to going down. One more hit.
Really smart move there from Photon. It was a subtle moment, but because XU was spotted by that ward, I was worried, thinking, okay, Nocturne top side, is Photon going to be in danger? He walked all the way back. He said, my jungler's in the bottom half of the map. I'm not going to greed for this forward wave. And he actually avoids a potential gank there from Hambach. And Photon in general has just really impressed me as a top laner, man. Like last week on the Cassante, on the Kennen, both of those looked like he was kind of the rock on the team. And even last summer when he came in, it was like a breath of fresh air for Dignitas having this top laner.
Here we go.
Now he's got his jungler behind him. Impact, slice and dice, throws up the Dominus, has flash available, and XU will go in with the Cyclone. Impact in trouble. Big heal, though, with the Q. First blood, the Photon traded back 1 for 1.
So it's first blood actually is going to give you the bonus gold again and assist money on that kill. So a lot of extra gold to the side of Dig. Even though it's 1 for 1, you get the extra bonus for assist as well as the first blood. Meanwhile, though, the extra pressure on the other side of the map, another turret play here. This one goes over the Dark Wings. They still have control, so okay answer here from Sentinels on the other side. Still definitely worth for Dignitas. That is Trinity Force on the Wukong, as well as Photon here finishing his first item. And take a look. I mean, not much to re-go over. They hit the slow off the ultimate. That's enough for XU to go in. Goes ult. He is tanking tower though, and so Impact does good. He gets his heal off his Q, and he gets his stun in tower range, and so he does get his trade kill.
Yeah, and as Dragon started here by Sentinels, I also want to highlight that that was a 1 for 1 for Impact in a 1v2. This is what he was known for back in the day. And last year, not the best showing from Impact. We kind of memed about it, you know, worst year ever for him as a player, stats-wise, versus his MVP year the year before. So we actually made this graph of like, where is he right now, currently based on last week, and already here. I wanted to lean like 6, maybe 7. I landed on 6. As the final score in terms of like worst year ever to MVP.
You get like 2 6-7s per day, okay?
Well, okay, the first one was not mine. That was Chat's.
Okay.
That was Chat's, and just me echoing it for them. As a dive comes in from Ignar right now here on the Rahel, all alone under the turret, as Ignar will tank up all the shots. FBI with the kill credit.
Okay, well, bottom side of the map is just going to get destroyed now. They're going to push very heavily on this one. Extra money off this turret plate. The Dignitas here with the intended roster, Kangas.
Yep.
Making some gold leads for themselves. Even though they're losing out significantly on the objectives, they are getting some gold in the areas that they want, and namely Yunara here. FBI on Yunara. Kraken Slayer is done. Has a decent little lead for himself, and that champ definitely has the capabilities here to carry as long as you don't get hit by the Orianna Nocturne combination.
And on top of that, he had gone for the coal to match Rahel's. So even though they were kind of accepting, yeah, we're just going to be farming, getting our gold that way, he's able to pick up that kill as well and now start to accelerate himself. Now that he's hit that power spike, MasterCard is rewarding card holders with their chance at $50 in RP. Head to priceless.com/powerspike or click the pinned link in chat for your chance to win. Shout out FBI for giving everybody that little reward there.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
By the way, for those who didn't watch the pregame, FBI, he wants his brand to be the old player. Yeah, he wants to be old.
One word.
So.
It was just the one-word response, old.
Okay.
He did laugh afterwards, to his credit, you know, so.
Yeah, well, you say it, and you're stuck with it.
Yeah. I wrote it in my notebooks. Now it's recorded as well.
So I want everybody just spamming old emotes as soon as he makes a misplay. Here we go,
I want everyone looking down at this dive here. Photon in a 1v3 needlework. He fancies himself an outplay. Almost deletes Huhi right there, but will survive. Meanwhile, Impact facing his own dive in the top lane. It's Exu and Palafox this time around. He does survive as well, so 2 dive attempts, but Dignitas go for round 2. Exu, does he have the damage to actually take him down? He does. Dignitas execute the dive.
Yeah, repeat play here with the Alistar ultimate is going to be enough to tank the turret. Easy pickings there for Dignitas. Tower, though. First tower bonus, Genghis, goes over to Sentinels back in the game. First tower bonus, pretty nice. Herald on top of it for Dignitas, including getting the kill, though.
Yeah, I will say that that top turret will also most likely fall here soon. It seems like Palafox is sticking around for it. Right as I say that, he walks away.
The last plates are pretty tough, man.
Yeah.
So they actually already talked about the next patch. They're going to walk back a little bit of the durability of taking consecutive plates. As of right now, the last couple of plates do get pretty hard to take since they do get the stacking buff. And Rift Herald, though, for them, they should be able to use it towards mid lane, knock that sucker down. Bot lane, Photon working on that one pretty nicely. So Dignitas also progressing their turret taking.
Palafox is actually not going for the wave. Spotted out by Darkwings, though. He had Ignar coming around, so Palafox might have actually found an avenue in.
Yeah, a little dangerous for him up there, though. He was messing around on Nocturne side of the map.
Yeah.
And this is what we're looking at for Champ Select. The Nocturne hovering on the side lanes is going to be a very big issue. Impact's going to have to give this tower up since his jungler is on top side.
Committing onto it right now. The shuffle back. Darkwings was taking up turret. They looked for the knockwave combo, but not going to find the kill. Hambach flashes away. Sentinels, I guess maybe they just didn't see Ignar there. I mean, that's a tough dive onto an Alistar.
That is horrible for them. Not only did they use their first knockwave combination, but they have to both end up flashing out. Palafox is a new APA now, chatting away.
I know, yeah. We gotta come up with a new name for that one.
Hey man, it's okay. You know, you're not able to spell shield as your ult's like inspired. It's all good.
That was a 4 Diet Coke shuffle right there. That's what that one was.
I mean, Nocturne and Orianna both having to flash out after going for that play is so huge because Orianna's weakness is in the part of the game right now where towers are going down on the side lanes, so she can't really side lane. Azir has a lot of authority to go to side lanes, has so much mobility, also has flash advantage, also gonna get the Rift Herald. Where's he going with that sucker though?
That's not your side of the map. Okay, I was worried for a moment. FBI.
Maybe it just the timer ran out and it just popped out.
Maybe that was a miss. Yeah, you know what? We'll ask him later. Either way, the Herald will not charge onto the mid turret. Dragon is up. Sentinels starting up the fight. As Darkwings does not have flash on the Orianna, could be a target right now. Trying to use the ball as a flash forward from Hui to get the engage. That is Dragon secure for Sentinels. They don't need to take the fight. They got the objective. His needlework will come out from Photon. Dignitas are still here. Exu goes back in. Cyclone, the rest of the team's not behind him though. As Paranoia comes out, no one from Dignitas could follow up. Hambach goes back in. Impact now gets shuffled back, but Rahel found the angle in, finds the kill, and Sentinels get even more as FBI will fall. The Dragon plus a cleanup team fight.
Well, That's just crushing for Dignitas, Kangas. Oh my god. They're going to want that one back for sure. That is a roughie. Sentinels now commanding this game. Third Dragon already. We're only 18 minutes in and getting all of these kills afterwards. Let's take another look because they even have the flashes too. And so Hui on the recon here, creating the space for them to get the Dragon first, and then you're like, okay, well, Dragon's gone. All right, Photon's using his ult, whatever, we're backing off. But no, Exu goes in for it. They get the little bit of peel there, and it's just like, he gets melted. They have nothing to back it up. Hanbok goes for the re-engage, and Palfox gets stunned up by impact, which allows Rahel to just ult in on him. They take out the Azir.
Oh, and we're back to live, and there's even more carnage, Kobe, as Rahel finds another kill, 2-1 and 2. Didn't see how Ignar got into that position, but Sentinels are off to the races now.
Honestly, the race is like half over too. There's the one Dragon coming up in 3.5 minutes, and like they just got so much. The last, what is like 2 minutes of play here for Sentinels, they just absolutely cleaned up because they've got this whole wide map now to make picks, repeat picks with Nocturne Orianna. And, you know, they were down a couple of flashes, but in the last play, they burned both the key ones, Palafoxes and FBIs. No Yunara flash, no Azir flash for Dignitas to work with either. So Sentinels, they have full authority to just send a Nocturne Orianna combination on these Dignitas carries.
And now another Nocturne wave! Yeah. The Knock wave lands on the 3. Sentinels find the play. Double kill to Rahel, who he will take one as well. And Baron is on the Rift.
I mean, I hate to say it, but like you kind of got what you deserved there, walking around up mid lane with no flash, buddy.
And it's perfect timing. I mean, that was 20 minutes on the clock, as now even Impact is winning the 1v1 on a Photon. Flash over the wall. Impact continues the chase. Needlework for the slow, but in comes Shuhi underneath the turret trying to lock him down. But Photon will survive. Doesn't matter. Sentinels, they just wanted the big purple worm, and they got it.
Sentinels!
Yeah.
Okay, they're cooking here in game number 1. Now, let's not go too early here. They still got to finish it. The most important part of the race is the end of the race.
It is the end.
You know,
Have you heard the story of the rabbit and the hare, Kobe?
Whoa.
Pretty sure the rabbit kept getting distracted or something. I actually don't. You know, I bring it up because I don't know. Do you know how it ends? I think the rabbit's like running all over the place and like
thing to remember, slow and steady wins the race, but that's not really true because like really usually like the fastest person wins the race.
Yeah.
But here we go. Nocturne Orianna, as we said, they both have ults, and no flashes, so carries get seen, carries get sent on.
Woo, so good. So good!
Okay, now they're turn to
now the counter punch from Dignitas as they look at Darkwings, flashes away the shockwave to keep him alive.
Dude!
Oh, Darkwings doesn't go down.
They're scared of the dark!
Yeah!
They turned off the Nocturne turned off the lights and all Dignitas got scared!
It's spooky, man! Have you ever tried to go into a basement with the lights turned off?
Yeah, I mean, I actually love defensive Nocturne ultimates. You know, and it's a little bit of bluffing. It's also like, okay, so Darkwings, you know, he flashed away and then he shockwaved pretty nicely to pull the Wukong a little bit off him. And that's all you need, get that distance. Then with Nocturne vision cut off, like they can't see you anymore. Yep. So now they're thinking, well, maybe we overextended. Did we send too much? Yeah. Maybe we sent too much.
Is there a Renekton behind them? Is there a Rakan behind them? All these different variables when you don't have that information. Sentinels, though, keeping their mid laner alive. Darkwings has now regrouped with the team. They're sieging mid with their Red Bull Baron power play, and will take down a tier 2 turret there. Immediately rotate down towards the bottom side. They're sticking the crew together. Whew. All right, I will say no Flash and Darkwings now means that the next time, if Dignitas find a play like that, boom, they probably get that kill.
You just gotta keep going with it, even if the lights go out.
Yeah.
I know it's scary, like dark, this is really scary.
Night lamp. Night light. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
There you go.
We're a little past
well, the
lamps
strategy is you hold hands. You know, you got to get a buddy.
Oh, you get the buddy system.
Got to get a buddy to go explore the darkness. This is Dragon Soul, Kingdom, by the way.
This is Dragon Soul, uncontested. Dignitas cannot find an avenue in. At least they're not confident enough to walk up and push their way in. Sentinels, they pick it up. 4 dragons in a row at 23 minutes into the game, and they still have Baron for a little longer. So Dignitas, I mean, they're at this point kind of looking for a miracle as the gold lead is well in Sentinel's favor, plus all the stats they get from the Dragons.
Well, what are we going to cook up here, Dignitas?
I mean, maybe a counter engage, who he did go in with the quickness.
Let's see. I mean, Azir is 2 items with Flash and Zhonya, so maybe Palfox sees a line.
I mean, right there, he goes for it. Right as you call it, Kobe. Shut down on the Darkwings. No flash out time around. Lights go out again. Hambach cannot get the kill onto XU. FBI's unleashed. Flash is over, but Rahel holds his ground. Palfox couldn't quite get in range. Now Impact on a big flank.
Oh my God.
Dignitas have to make fast work on the right side because Impact's coming in. Flash for the kill onto FBI. Palafox feared up by Hambach. Impact knocked up, but Palafox knocked down. Impact with the double kill. Dignitas trying to get their top lane and support out of there. Sentinels with the Dragon Soul are just too strong in these fights. It was a nice look from Dig. They found the pick on the Darkwings, and maybe they actually have more in the tank. Low health bars over Helen Hambach. And in comes XU. The Wukong on the flank now. Finds Hambach. Spell shield can't get the kill. And Impact now trying to play bodyguard, teleport in from Darkwings, who was the first to fall, stunned up on the Photon. And Rahel gets that snipe for the shutdown. Photon now has to flash to safety, and Darkwings can follow it up. Not quite going to land the command attack.
All right, Genghis, bump your Impact meter up a couple notches. Pump that thing up a couple notches, because Impact, he was playing the bodyguard. He was also playing the executioner there at the end. Nicely done. And I respect the move from Dignitas. You know, we're looking at it, we're like, oh man, things are not looking great. Where's the angle? Maybe Palfox could do something, flash with his ear. And they actually started, cook something up, and you have to take your shot to try and get back into the game. But once Impact arrived, he cut off the exit for them, and Sentinels are able to, turn it right back around for themselves. Rahel getting the mana to just fire off one more at the very end. Just also pretty painful for Dignitas.
You know, there's a saying that I like to live by when it comes to League of Legends, and that's sometimes the only way out is in. Dignitas were trying that method out, but much like to my experience, did not quite work for them there, as Sentinels with an even bigger gold lead now. 40 seconds till Baron. They're doing their homework, setting up the vision line, back into spend their gold. And yeah, it seems like they're just waiting to put the final, touches on this game. Although I will say, reminder, not to maybe, cast or curse anybody, but remember last week when Lyon was in a very similar position versus Dig? XU did steal a Baron. So just saying, there's a chance.
Do you have video evidence to back that up?
I did, yes, we streamed the game. We watched it.
Let's watch it again. Pull it up real quick.
I think we do have it actually. So just a reminder for everybody.
Wink,
wink, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. As the Baron has started up right now, Sentinels are immediately on it, and Dignitas are gonna have to find a way.
Okay, so we got Otacon throws last year. Can we get some Baron throws to replace the Otacon throws that we're missing now?
Right now, Sentinels are holding the line here as Impact, again, always threatening, but this time Ignar is there to match him. XU is spotted. He's separated from the rest of the team. Darkwings will see him, the Paranoia to turn the lights off, and that is just Baron secured. It's going to come down to a fight afterwards, and the knockwave on FBI! 80 carry out before the fight even kicks off proper. Huhi knocking up the follow-up of Photon as Impact yet again holding the line. Nice interrupt from XU on Rahel ulting in there, but it is not going to stop him. Domination from the bot laner of Sentinels, and domination from Sentinels as a team. They have played this one clean, and now with their second Baron are looking to close it out.
Okay, Knockwave with Infernal Soul, that that damage, wow, that FBI just got instantly deleted there. Look at that, I think his barrier was up. It's up now, at least while he's dead. So I don't know, maybe there's a couple more seconds on it, but don't even know if that would have made a difference because he got insta-deleted.
It's one of those games where I think, I mean, you're not going to build Zhonya's ever onto 80 carry, but you really wish you could because...
well, Kai'Sa can.
Kai'Sa, true,
so
actually.
There's one 80 carry that has it right there.
Yeah.
Just not the one you were hoping that needs it.
Yes, unfortunately. Let's get another look at that.
All right, so they turn off the lights just to secure the Baron, and then they also could just use the end of Nocturne Ultimate to go delete FBI. And once that Yunar is done, of course they could just run through the jungle here, but yeah, the front line is so beefy. Impact moves up, and Rahel was able to just chase them on down. Nicely done here.
See Coach Golden Glue right there?
Yeah, he looks like he wanted a little more there.
Yeah. Rahel did, now that I got to see it again in the replay, he ulted into the Wukong who was already using the Cyclone. So maybe if he hadn't self-CC'd himself, he could have gotten a little more done. But who's to say, either way, still in favor of Sentinels right now. 10K gold lead as they're pushing Dignitas back to their base. Hambak and Huhi now going back in onto Ignar. They get the Alistair ult, and he still almost dies. Ignar's going to have to walk all the way back. Hit by one Void Seeker. Can he get hit by another one? Oh, no.
Here it comes, the 10,000 gold lead Baron team. All right, Dignitas. You're gonna need some magic now. What do you got? Tower's deleted. They're going for it.
Another engage comes in from Hui. Now the Nocturne and Paranoia yet again. Palafox does find a shuffle, but it's Zonia's by Rahel. The 80 carry still healthy on Sentinels as Impact is fighting under Nexus turrets. Double kill the Darkwings and a team fight ace to Sentinels. They closed out week 1 with a loss, but they're starting week 2 with a game win. Sentinels go up 1-0 versus Dignitas.
Orianna Nocturne. Very successful.
Very successful.
Very successful here for Sentinels. Nice opener to the series, but we've got another one here. At least one more.
And this is how last week started also. They did pick up game 1 win.
Yeah, don't be a game 1 Andy, as they say.
Well, let's see what the desk has to say about that victory for Sentinels.
I think Sentinels has fixed all of their issues, Kobe.
Oh, yeah.
They're ready to go. Everything that happened last week is fixed. It's proof because they pressed Nocturne R and Orianna R in sequence.
And they got a lot of people.
But not the first time.
Now, so I will say, this was actually a much closer game than it became.
Yeah.
Because the early game, it did look like Dignitas was going to do well. They didn't have Drakes, but they did have a bit of a goal beat them.
Yeah, and I liked a lot of the small things I saw from Dignitas, right? Like we talked about Ignar coming back. Raz covered that with the secret sauce. I actually really liked his plays.
Expires.
Yeah, we have an unexpired one
11,
as well.
24.
I really liked his plays bot side, and then the roam top where he helped out with another dive, got a kill there. And it was actually really close until around 18 minutes. And one thing I want to call out about Hambak that you kind of already pointed out, if there's a Drake, he's going to be on it.
Yeah, but this to me was just better coordination than we've seen from Sentinels in the past. And it was actually FBI and XU who are on different pages.
Yes.
FBI's hitting the turret when XU goes for this engage, so they can't follow it up, and that allows Sentinels to then re-engage on the back end of this fight. And this was kind of game deciding. Sure, they lost the Drake, but they were still up in gold before this moment.
And even if Yunara was there with the team, I think that's a little bit too far with an Alistar that sure does have ulti, but is below 50% HP. It was just a tough fight to see. So they're going to have to resolve those problems. Now, I took a sip out of this. I liked it. I think it's probably going to game 3. I want to know if you if you believe in it.
Son of a...
I want to know if you believe in it. We'll come back to see
if I believe Raz liked this black liquid. But
it's just a taste bud thing.
Before we get to this, we were going to show coordination from... We're getting off of this disgusting liquid.
Sure, but now it's about the Nocturne ball.
Yeah, is that what you're calling
this
it,
was
Raz?
the Wombo combo.
Yeah.
It's the knock wave. I think we agree.
The Nocturne ball.
Also, don't discount Huhi in this either, right? Because he also goes in, keeps everyone charmed up there. So this is the Nocturne Orianna Rakan combo.
It is. Player of the games, Rahel.
Okay.
Yep. Congratulations, Rahel. I'm considering this now, Raz.
You want to try?
I want to see. So this was our player of the game. I'm curious to see what chat selected.
Yeah.
I did think. So here's the thing with the secret sauce.
Okay.
I thought Ignar did
48% impact.
Interesting.
We needed
so
a
his
fan vote for
Renekton
this
was beast mode.
Yes, it was.
This is interesting. I want to know what the casters voted because we kind of voting blocked Rahel.
A little bit.
So if production can tell me what the casters said.
Because I'm super interested with how well Impact played.
They did one Hambak, one Impact. So even if chat's vote counted, it still wouldn't overpower the line of analysts that all said Rahel.
And in your opinion, chat, maybe too stupid.
This
It's
was
up
tricky.
there.
This was tricky. Rahel, I thought, played a lot of late team fights very well.
Yeah.
And laned a lot better than he did in the previous game. Real quick before I drink this, I don't know why I'm doing this.
Because it decides whether or not to go to 3 games.
Yeah, so for tomorrow, you need to submit your takes to get on the show tomorrow.
Yeah.
What are your overreactions from the first week and a half of the LCS lock-in tournament?
Send us your hot takes.
Yeah, Waiting Room's going to be touching on this tomorrow, so please send the hot takes. Join the Discord, submit a short video.
Why am
with
I
name, with
threatening
everything.
someone with a...
Because you're going to tell them how hot their take is.
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's very hot and it's
Raz,
bad,
you need to tell
will
me
behead
why
them.
I need to drink Ignar's spoiled sauce.
Because if you don't like it, then we've lost faith in this series and you think it's going to go
I
slow.
see.
Because we need to know
I
if
feel
there's
like
a
after
chance.
already
that
tried
game,
this.
it's still going
And I
through.
liked it, but I need a second.
Okay.
I need someone else to
I'm
tell me
glad
if
I'm
it's
not
good.
sitting next to Raz and
I
got
need
him
someone
to
who
the
else
top.
is a believer. Emily, you could try too if you want.
I would prefer not to. Yeah.
That looks
all
like
right.
it had a kick.
Get your overreaction.
How did you do this?
It sounds like it had
Get
a
your
kick.
So
overreactions
bad.
into us, and while you do that, you can order something way better than what Raz made Chad drink right now. Don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite food,
Oh my
not
God.
whatever Jet delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. And now we are headed to break, so grab your food. Jat might die. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Emily, try it, please.
It's so
Just
bad.
coffee grinds, isn't it?
Rom looking for some vision, but actually fails his flash over the wall. Going to get caught out here. Incoming the Sivir as well as the Amumu. Massive ultimate across everyone. In comes the Shockwave, and they just get wiped. It's a pentakill for the Sivir. Blue team looking to start up the Baron here. We'll see if they are going to be able to be successful. Jarvan is in the area, though, so it's a bit of a risky play. It's going to get spotted out. Xerath popping the ulti, softening up this Lilia down to about half HP. Yone looking over the wall, trying to find this MF. Can't get too much done, but does chunk down the Xerath. We're going to see if they're going to go for the engage. Seraphine flashing over the wall. Massive combo across everybody. They get completely wiped by the MF ulti. It's a Quadra as well as the Baron steal. Jhin ulti opening up. They're trying to chase in for the engage here. First member incredibly low. The GA is going to get popped. Trying to dive forward, but Lucian does take down the Kayn. Lucian sidesteps the Cassio ulti, gets another kill. They're starting to get wiped. It's a triple for the Lucian, chasing after the Jhin now. Jhin on the run, going to get knocked down. That's 4 already for the Lucian. He's hunting for the Penta. Aatrox going to try to get out of dodge. We'll see if he's spotted here. Will be spotted as he goes across that vision ward. He's going to try to run away now. Lucian, though, hunting for him. Can he win the 1v1? Nice little sidestep on the chains. Lucian dashing forward, trying to take on the Aatrox. Dashing in and out of the vision, trying to knock him down. Aatrox incredibly low and is going to get knocked down for the pentakill. Blue team starting up the Baron here. We'll see how quickly they can knock it down. Red team in the area is down about 10,000 gold at this point, so gonna have to try to make a play. Skarner going forward, steals it away. Massive Yone ulti, gonna be comboed up with the Annie. The Timbers comes down. They steal the Baron, they wipe the team, and just like that, they're back in it. So full ace. The blue team all have been knocked down. Red team pushing for the Nexus. We'll see if they can actually finish off the game right here, right now. Ezreal about to respawn, but he's in a 1v4. Let's see what he can do. The Ezreal all comes through, actually knocks down the Caitlyn. Gwen just focusing on the towers here. Uses the Shroud. It's about to expire, though. Ezreal going to try to go for it. Shift in onto the Gwen. Knocks down another. Can he stop them from knocking down the base? Great sidestep on the Mystic Shot. The next one does connect. It's a triple for the Ezreal. It's a quadra for the Ezreal as he defends the base in a 1v4.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
And welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Sentinels versus Dignitas. We got thrown up on screen. I wasn't expecting that one.
Will this be the last game of Sentinels versus Dignitas, or will there be a Game 3? Because last week, Sentinels, they came out big. You know, get that win in the first game versus DSG, and then Kangas all fell apart. Can they keep it together?
To fall off.
Can they keep it together?
And we did consider that an upset, me and Jat, when we were casting last week. I still would consider it an upset here, considering the fact that Dignitas, wherever you put them on the power rankings, FBI and Ignar just got in this week. They have the excuse and also the legitimate debuff of jet lag.
Spoiler as well. I'd say 100% of people had Dignitas very low on the power rankings.
I think everybody had Sentinels above them, yeah, at the very least there. So, and Sentinels, again, they were a harder team for me to place coming into the year just because I was like, just on paper, if we look at the peak of these players, yes, I could see them finishing very high, but it's a very full rebuild with really only kind of like Darkwings, Rahel, who having that experience together for summer of last year, and Rahel did not look like the standout performer from last week. I really thought that it was more Impact, Hambach, and Darkwings in their game wins. So shout out to the top half of the map, but this time around they did look better.
And honestly, Dignitas here starting out, I think, strong with this draft. First pick Varus. This champ is very strong right now in multiple roles. And I would expect it to go into FBI's hands. It's one of FBI's favorite champions, one of his best champions. So, you know, maybe they do have an opportunity to come back here. Poke Varus is very good. On-hit Varus also is in a decent spot. It just gets played way less. So you almost always expect it to be Poke Varus at the moment. But a couple of globals here for Sentinels. The Talia Pantheon, it's a match made in heaven, Kangas, because pre-level 6, you have one of the most goated combos, you know, Pantheon Flash Stun into a Talia Seismic Shove combination. And then post-level 6, you have another goated combo with your global ultimates to play the map here. So very, very strong 1-2 from Sentinels. I think the response is the most expected response here for Dignitas, though. Rise into Talia is basically the secondary Azir versus Orianna. It's always the next trade. And then the Vi, similar kind of setup there. But with all of the top lanes taken out already of Renekton and Gwen, so you can't Gwen into the Sion, and you even get 2 more protection bans here for Sion if you really want it. I think Sion is a really giga pick for Impact at the moment. There's so much taken out from top lane here for that Photon won't be able to utilize into it. And you can even, like we say, further ban 2 more top lane champions here. Zehen.
Do we get 5 for 5? Because I'm still considering him best at top lane. I know he can play jungle too, but like, yes, it is a top laner right now.
It's crazy too, because you're like, well, you see Jace, and you're like, you're thinking top lane, but I'm thinking jungle. Jungle Jace right now is out of control, and it's actually getting nerfed on the next patch. So quite happy about that one. Let's see about the rest of it though. Meanwhile, Dignitas here taking out some of the carries that Rahel is going to want to play into Varus. The Sivir Spell Shield and farm isn't there. 5 for 5 on top lane bans.
You know what is still up? Photon played Kled last year in summer. I've been on Kled watch. When is somebody going to pull it out here?
I will always take a Sion on my team over a Kled.
Over a Kled? Okay.
Seeing Kled, I'm not buying that. I am not buying that. Give me the Sion.
They race each other.
Give me the Sion 100% of the time. He tanks way better, and I feel like there are not a lot of scenarios where the Kled can get ahead enough to really snowball to make it worthwhile. Meanwhile, we got poke for poke down there. Ezreal the answer.
And this opens up Huhi to pick a champion that can roam a lot. We saw the Rakan last game. Now let's see what he wants to pilot this time around here. Anytime I see Ezreal, though, I immediately think like this. Junglers love having Ezreal in their games because that means that they're going to have a support in their back pocket. Really anytime that they call for it, because Ezreal can just lane so safely here as Dignitas are hovering their other options. It's looking like tank for tank matchup, and it will be the Cassante.
Yep, no-brainer here for Photon. Now, what we need, I mean, I guess we need more engage. Is he going to go on hit Varus because they picked the Sion? Ooh, because especially if you're showing Rel or something, like you need the damage. So I'm thinking he's just going to go on hit Varus since we're looking at a Sion, because ain't no way Lethality Varus and Rise are going to kill a Sion later. You've got Vi actually does decent against beefy tanks. It's kind of underrated with the passive and with the denting blows, and so
Rel can also
it's decent,
shatter shield. So they kind of have 2 tools now to help take out the Sion. But I still think that on hit, there's a strong argument for it. Poppy, meanwhile, is the answer for Huhi here.
Yeah. So you have a decent amount of targets there for him to work with. And Rel, Cassante, and Vi. Massive engage here on the side of Dignitas to answer a bag up. Not to mention, that makes it really easy for Varus to land the ultimate there.
And you can see on stage, assistant coach Emmy here, joining us in North America from EU. Over on GX that he was assistant coaching last year. Now, I got to talk with him a little bit during their scrims as well. The team was so confident, so happy to have a coach live with them. It's still the assistant coach. We're waiting on Swiffer, but still having somebody there that can help walk them through draft with a little more kind of that draft prep that they have coming in. They referenced giving them more confidence on stage too. So shout out Emmy. Still not the ideal position, waiting on that head coach, but I think overall we can see that the drafts are coming together for Dignitas.
All right, see if Sentinels can back this one up, can follow their first win up, and get their first series win.
Yeah.
Because you need it.
Game win
with with this like shortened Swiss, because we only have 8 teams. You really do not want to go 0-2 because you can just get knocked out next week. So very important series here for both teams to not get themselves to the breaking point where next week being elimination, Kangas? That sounds so early. We just started.
3 weeks. It is a shorter split overall, but we did just start, yeah.
Yeah, so if you get your win now, it'll feel so much better, way more comfortable. You got a lot more time to work with. You know, we're talking about so many of the teams didn't have players here, didn't get as much practice time, so you got to earn that practice time.
Got to earn it. Got to earn it. So far, Sentinels have looked good. Huhi in particular has been a standout for me here. I actually wanted, I asked our stats guy, Leo, to take a look at some stats here for Huhi. In particular, win rate for kind of the core. Darkwings, Rahel, Huhi were on DSG last year, and I said, hey, can we check the stats from that 3 core, what their win rate was when Huhi was on engaged supports versus non-engaged supports.
Yeah.
And actually, we did have that stat here. As we're looking actually here at a quote from Palafox. Oh, so actually Palafox didn't believe in this stat, first of all, because I had a hunch that Huhi's win rate would be higher, and it is slightly higher, but not that much. And Palafox did highlight on pros that he wasn't a big believer in that, but I think just giving Huhi tools to make action happen has allowed for this 3 core to find more success. As now Darkwings pushing in on mid lane here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting listen because Palafox was not impressed with who he engages at all. And yet, you know, like you, everyone's always looking at him as being on every team that he has been on, such a big playmaker and kind of a critical part, you know, for those engages. And now he is going to be on Poppy, which is an interesting champ, where you don't say, oh, yeah, it's not like a main engage, but you have so much utility that you can use. It's more counter engage, like you're blocking a lot of stuff with W, and your ultimate knocking people out for objectives and stuff. And so, like, yeah, you can go for like charge plays on single targets, but you aren't starting a team fight for your team. Like, that is Impact and Hambach. Really, and then you're there to interrupt a lot of dashes, interrupt the Rel, counter engage, interrupt the Cassante, interrupt the Vi type stuff, and a lot of early aggression with that champion as well.
And I would echo that, yeah, Poppy not primary engage, but still can offer some of those tools now who he has a chance to show what he can do on this pick as well. Right now, the bot lane has the backup of Hambach, or more so, Hambach has the backup of his bot lane as they got that bot wave shoved in. Pantheon's going to go for the bottom Scuttle Crab, and it looks like XU's just pathing topside. Not going to try and contest that one. Trade of Scuttle Crabs. It's a 3-minute Scuttle Crab, though. We throw for the 6 minutes. Yeah.
Third crab. Everybody get that. I love that interview so much, too, because, oh, wait, here we go.
We're
going
for even more right now. Oh,
interrupted.
Huhi with the W blocking Ignar's crash down. That will get the flash out as well as the heal. 2 summoner spells down, and top lane now going for their own play here. Photon not going to find the Pathmaker stun onto Impact as he gets knocked back up. The wave helping Impact out here. XU not sure if he's going to actually full commit. Photon slowed. I mean, Impact's just walking forward. Ooh, Photon barely gets the shield and gets out.
You get a gank, and then Impact just kind of runs him down, gives him a... okay, it was a necessary flash, though, from Impact because the Vi was coming in with Q charged, and so flash for flash while getting ganked is something you were looking at last game, you know, where Impact got ganked in the 2v1 and went for the counter kill. And so this time around, he handles the gank pretty nicely. I mean, he's going to say, hey, Photon flashed as well, so, you know, it's not really a detriment for me. And Impact is also winning the CS pretty early on, and it's important for Sion to get the extra health as well from the Soul Furnace there too. So CS does matter in these tank matchups, Kangas.
Moral of the story, maybe don't gank Impact. He's pretty good at absorbing ganks. As we had kind of talked about it, joked a little bit last game of which version of Impact are we going to get. And so far, I think Impact has looked much better in his opening weekends.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he's on Sion in a tank versus tank matchup. Because Sion, of course, the champ, most notorious for still getting value, you know, gets back up with zombie form and stuff like that. So definitely, let's take a...
Okay, XU actually gets onto Darkwings, flash away towards Hambach, who actually flashes forward on a Palafox. Split focus from Darkwings and Hambach, and now Hambach's in some trouble. No flash to get away. Lockdown has the shield. He's fighting his way back. XU has to flash defensively. So, Sentinels do actually win out there. FBI, meanwhile, having to walk back to turret, will save the flash. A lot of aggression. Flash from Palafox. Everybody wants to use their summoner spells, but first blood to Diggs mid laner.
Okay. I know everybody watching that has a lot of questions, but we will have to get like a listen in on the comms.
Yeah.
Because clearly Hambach is thinking, it's fine. Like, you come to me, we're baiting, I will flash stun, and you Talia seismic shove.
Yeah.
But we also need to like look at the cooldown on the seismic shove. When was it last used before the camera like went back over to it? His range as well. I don't know if we can get a click in on Dark. It has to still be up, and so it's got to be just the range issue because yeah, he wasn't in range to follow it up. So that's a split. Like Hambach is clearly thinking we still go for this combo onto Palafox, but Darkwings was already backing off. Then Exu can flash away, but then Palafox knows I've got flash advantage from the earlier play, and Darkwing stays around anyway. He doesn't respect it, and so nice. It's nice here from Palafox to capitalize after the hectic skirmish.
He's over the wall. Hambach walks up and just steals it with the smite Q on Pantheon. Notorious for being able to outsmite jungle opponents as Weaver's wall will come in, root it up, can't follow it up, but Exu's got 3 on him regardless, so he will fall. Dignitas, they lose the dragon and they lose their jungler in the aftermath. As now 1v1 Photon onto Impact, gets the ultimate out, third and Topho strike back, and he's winning this 1v1 currently. Darkwings, meanwhile, also chunked out. Again, some trigger-happy players on both sides. We came here to scrap in game number 2. Photon will win his 1v1 as Sentinels now look at Palafox. Can't lock him down long enough, and he will walk away.
Yeah, phase rush proc here for him is just going to be fine, but Sentinels, they got a lot of money here right off the back of it. A turret play goes down as well. He pops that one. And we get our Photon solo kill in the top side. So nicely done from him, using the Cassante all out to finish that up. Dignitas, they're up in kills, but down in gold. And as you said, down in dragons, because Pantheon Q smite, it's too much of a combo there. So Exu didn't get to see any health below 830 there. So nicely done from Hambach. And then the Talia wall cuts them off so nicely. So even though Talia, gets rune prisoned off the wall, that doesn't matter at all. All he wanted to do was create the wall in the first place. He didn't really care about surfing it. So the wall did its job there, and it earned them the extra kill. So stealing dragon plus the kill, even though the scoreboard says 2-1 on kills, Sentinels quite happy there with that last run of play. They're like, yeah, Impact died on the top side, whatever, Scion.
I don't think that's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. And just to catch up on some of the questions we had in Pick and Ban, it is most likely going to be Lethality Varus there with the Comet build. So even if Impact dies like 2 more times to Photon solo, I don't think that changes how tanky he's going to be and how impossible he's going to be to kill later on in the game.
Yeah, it should be pretty hard to kill him. Vi's going to do her best, Ryza's going to do her best. Nice juke.
Gain of Corruption. Goes a little wide. Rahel's able to get out of that one as FBI actually doesn't get knocked up there and is safe. He does not have level 6. So can't fully go for those engages, but we have some hovers from junglers right now. Yeah, Hambach was hovering around the blue buff, but decides to back off.
Okay, well, they deleted the barrier instantly at least, so Ezreal down a little bit of safety there. Meanwhile, did cost them the Varus ultimate. Got to fish around for that. Regardless, we're going to be looking at these dragon timers because Sentinels, last game, they stacked really quickly. They got to a very early soul for themselves and turned that one into a win quite nicely. Very well could be the case this time around again because they do have Talia plus Pantheon with their global attack ability. And you could even mention Scion kind of in the same breath there, because Scion Ultimate is so useful for the mid-game objectives.
Yeah.
Being able to try and push the lane and then Scion ult down and you could just teleport right back, or vice versa. Regardless though, starting up the Grubs, next objective on the map here, and should be able to collect the remaining 2 of them for themselves. So again, very similar. They start out with 2-1 Grubs, they start out with the first dragon.
Yep. Dignitas not able to secure all of those. They will just take their 1 and then back off. Hambach will clean up the last 2, and still a slight gold lead for Sentinels. It's going to be hard for Dignitas' composition to really get in on these objectives that we've been highlighting. All out from Photon once again, but this time cannot body block Impact's ultimate, so he does get away from that third and Topho strike. Huhi, meanwhile, hovering top with Hambach because low health bar, maybe a dive potential. Photon does not call XU all the way up, though. Low mana, decides to back off. Oh, okay, maybe sticking around for a little longer.
Yeah, just a little defense there. Make sure Impact doesn't get dove or anything. Finishes up the wave. Poppy recall, reset back out to the other side. Pantheon ult. Where are we going with that Pantheon ult? Because really the people that you want to kill all have flashes still.
Okay.
You know, the Rise and the Varus here.
Yeah.
I would probably stay. Yeah, maybe we still go after the Varus. It's like you're gonna get his flash for sure. You have the Poppy down on that you know, side of the map to like interrupt the rail, counter engage or anything, so you don't have to be too, you know, scared about your engage. So if I'm Sentinels, I want to put more pressure down towards this bottom lane. Burn through FBI's flash. Maybe you can also kill him afterwards.
When you have the Weaver's Wall on top of it all, then that's suddenly a 4v2 bot side because of these semi-globals. So even XU is currently hovering around down there, drops the control ward to clear out some of that vision. Dignitas are prepping for this next dragon. It's on the table. And usually when I look at a Varus lethality, I think, okay, you kind of want the opponent to start the objective so you can poke them out, or just poke them out before the objective. But when you factor in Poppy ult, you factor in the Weaver's Wall, it can actually be really hard to approach these dragons, because suddenly if XU gets knocked out of the pit, it's no longer an even fight, and now you, even if you landed a little poke with the lethality Varus, it's just hard to approach for the rest of the team. But no one's going to start up the dragon quite yet. We actually have resets coming in from Dignitas. So Hambach actually says, all right, let's start it up.
Yeah, Varus has teleport though. So FBI is going to teleport right back on down, and we're going to get the rest of the team converging. So plenty of time for Dignitas to contest this if they want to. And they're going to try and walk their way in. Huhi here.
Very far forward right now, holding that W, nicely timed to stop Ignar, not the ball breaker from XU, and then just Keeper's Verdict knocks them away. So hard to walk up on these objectives. Palafox in the 1v1 versus Darkwings, using the phase rush to try and get onto him, but Darkwings will survive. His team will get their second dragon, and nobody will fall on either side.
Yeah, well done. And Huhi, double ejection. Now Huhi goes back in.
Yeah, I was looking for the stun on the wall there, didn't quite find it, but Hambach now follows up with a stun onto XU. Keeper's Verdict does not lock down the vault breaker, and now turn back into Hambach. He's taking a lot of damage here from Palafox, but even with the Shattering Strike, Photon now joins in. Hambach gets the kill on the Palafox. Huhi will be traded. 1-for-2 trade in favor of Sentinels. Dignitas even committing their top laner to the play.
Yeah, so they teleport in. Impact also comes, but he just had to use his ulti. He didn't have to use his teleport, so he can just clean up the bottom wave immediately. Not only do Sentinels win and get their extra kill here in the team fight, but they also get the push on the lanes afterwards. Impact going to push the minion wave on bottom side, and I believe he's getting turret play money as we speak during this replay. So flash for fast going in on the engage. Here we see Impact's gonna walk his way over, and he actually is not able to get the ultimate onto the arrival of Photon, but Hambach going ham in there. They get the extra kill, and as you know, more money earned for the team in the aftermath too.
I have TP advantage.
Yep, TP advantage for the next play.
Yeah, Sundered Sky is a great item on Pantheon, everybody.
Pretty good healing still. They nerf it, still good.
Doesn't matter. He's able to get that huge chunk of health back and survive that fight. Now Palafox, ooh, okay. Spots out Darkwings. Not going to be too punished right there. But yeah, 3-3 in the kill department, but the dragon stacking still in favor of Sentinels. That was game 1 story, it's game 2 story as well. They've been very, very clinical about how they want to approach these, and it came down to exactly what we are highlighting from the draft. It's just Huhi on the Poppy, knocking everyone away. They're getting the dragon, and yeah, they'll pick up some kills in the aftermath too, but the big objective is just that second Drake, starting the stacking early, as 3 minutes for the next one, 30 seconds until that Rift Herald. So far, Dignitas have yet to really find themselves with a neutral objective advantage, only having 1 grub in their pocket right now.
Yeah, honestly, Kangas, I don't really see it with this comp for Dignitas either. So I think their job is like kind of difficult, and we'll see if they can, you know, maybe make some picks or something. They've got Vi plus Varus possibilities, you know, some weird realm warps maybe from Palafox, but honestly, even inside lane, Darkwings is getting the push early, and he's got his team kind of hovering to protect him as well.
Yeah, and again, if Celia ever gets that push, you can always Weaver's Wall to the rest of the team. Suddenly, that side lane push isn't the problem. It's the fact that there's a number advantage. Sentinels will start up this Herald now. Dignitas, they have a couple of members around here, but Photon's not there. Remember, there is TP advantage for Impact, so if Sentinels need to fight, they will have their top laner. Impact actually backs off, so the TP threat is real. Dignitas, they don't even get a chance to walk up. Poke's not landing from FBI, and that is a Herald secured for Sentinels.
Yeah, pretty good here for Impact as well. He doesn't have to leave that tower. That would be a lot of loss of value, and they definitely would have had to get some kills. So just waiting to see if there was any full commitment up there. And since they don't, free Herald. Hambach has been quite good, I have to say, at fully controlling objectives, keeping the team on pace. Here we go with Palafox attempt on Darkwing's life, but both teams have some extra members.
Oh, we're committing to this right now as the seismic shove lands from Darkwings. Big damage on the Palafox, so he can't follow up on XU's engage. Ultimate use from the Vi to no effect.
Yeah, nicely done there. Kind of screening for each other.
Ooh. Now we have the Weaver's Wall coming down. Hambach trying to block the escape path of XU and Ignar. Even Rahel's joining in. And another seismic shove from Darkwings to find a kill. Rahel with the credit. Darkwings with the setup.
Yeah, Sentinels looking pretty good here. Honestly, it's quite clean. They have got lots of mobility to work with, lots of synergy as well. Poppy and the Talia both working quite nicely together there on top of it. And Rahel with some double buffs now on Ezreal. Trinity Force double buffs Ezreal. That's feeling pretty good. I mean, yeah, his Muramana's not like fully transformed yet, but it's going to be pretty soon as well. And then you get your double item power spike for the Ezreal, and your pokes just hidden like a truck. So yeah, Sentinels are in a very good spot here with their comp.
And I will say, I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to Darkwings as a player, I even mentioned this last week. I said it coming into this series. I was like, maybe a bit of a champ pool issue. The Azir looks great. Some of the control mages look good, but when he's not on Azir, I think that there is a different level of performance that we get from Darkwings. He's playing incredibly well right now in the Talia.
He also did have a pretty big hero Azir play.
Exactly, just last week. As right now, Dignitas are scrapping here. The Realm Warp comes in. Palafox immediately stunned, knocked up, but the team is still there to keep him safe. Meanwhile, he knocks two members away. Another seismic shove onto XU. Sentinel's mid laner is just clinical with these. Always finding the picks, always finding the kills, and now another one. Double kill to Darkwings as one picked up from Impact as well. Sentinels just cannot lose these fights.
Yeah, I think Darkwings is a real good NA prospect here. He's looking real good.
Oh, yeah.
This turret definitely going to be deleted. Dragon be deleted. That's number 3 for Sentinels. Another really early Dragon Soul point for them. And this game more in hand than the previous one. Darkwings here, even going to cruise up towards the top side of the map, get there quicker so he can get in time for the minion wave. Thank you, Herald, for the little drive. And they get to basically control the entire map, push the top wave, get the dragon at the same time.
For Sentinels, it feels like things are starting to come together, despite the fact that they didn't have the roster for many days ahead of last weekend's matches. They still picked up a game win versus Disguise. This time around, it's looking like they don't want to drop a single game versus Dignitas. Very impressed with Darkwing's solo lane performance here in the mid lane, and even the rest of the team's definitely stepping up. Impact showing what he is truly capable of. Huhi roaming everywhere on the map, this time to Darkwings in the top lane. Is not going to have enough lockdown to kill Palafox, but still sending a message. And yeah, everything's coming together.
Message received. Hambach here as well can, just in time to defend the control ward. Very important here. Nice little movement. Honestly, objective bounties, maybe you can like dream big if you're Dignitas and try and make a side lane play to get an objective bounty, but let's take a look at this.
Even Photon, the one member that has some gold in his pocket, he's getting teleported on by Darkwings in a 1v2 here as Impact's trying to lock him down with the Talia in tow. Photon trying his absolute best for the outplay, flashes over the knockup, but doesn't have the damage to get the kill, so Darkwings will get the kill credit for himself.
Cassante was about to Cassante all over them, but did not.
Yeah, I mean, Photon, heart goes out to him. He's been trying his absolute hardest in all of these games that Dignitas has played so far. And when I talked to all the players on Dig and was saying, hey, what do you want the audience to think about you? He had a simple answer. He said, I just want to be consistently good. Whether the team's winning or losing, I individually want to be consistently good as a top laner. And I got to say, I mean, he's drawing pressure. He's getting these kills for himself. And even last week was looking great on the Kennen. So shout out Photon. I think that he is a fantastic pickup for the region in the top lane overall.
All right. Meanwhile, back to business as usual for Sentinels. They get the bottom side kill, impact immediately up to the top side of the map, get that top tower taken care of as well. And then with all the outer towers down, they can bait around Baron, and they are well equipped to do so. Your pick potential is crazy there with Pantheon, Talia, Poppy here, creating so much threat. And Dignitas, their #1 goal now is, all right, let's try and keep enough defensive vision that we can just go for one of those Baron steals Kangas was talking about.
Can actually do it again.
He did get a Baron steal. It didn't mean that they won the game, but it was cool.
It was cool.
It does, you know, it's better than not stealing Baron.
I think, yeah, if you asked any jungler, as a jungler, you can probably attest to this, stealing feels better than not stealing. Although, actually, what feels best is when you just get it without having any steal in the situation at all.
Winning feels the best, but especially if you stole the Baron to act and then you win the game because of it. Yeah, then everyone's complimenting you, and that's the best.
How close is it, though, the feeling between stealing a Baron versus winning the steal attempt? If you're like, nope, I got it, team, don't worry.
Huh?
Are they close,
winning,
comparable?
Stealing versus winning the steal attempt?
Yeah, like if the enemy jungler is trying to steal it.
Oh.
Yeah. I imagine the steal has to feel better, because that's like the more pop-off.
Yeah, I guess they're the same. Both of them are getting the Baron when the other person's contesting it.
I think moral of the story, Baron's good, and currently Sentinels
stealing,
have the control
stealing
around
is probably better just because the like amount of your happiness was probably very low.
Oh, the
because
spike,
you
the
were
delta.
losing.
The,
yeah.
the hype delta
exactly.
is
The
better.
delta's larger because you were probably just getting pounded for a while.
Well,
and then you steal, and you're like, "Wow, we're probably still gonna lose."
Well, yeah, that was the story from last week. But that was a 10K gold deficit. This time around, it's only 5K gold deficit. But Sentinels still have that Dragon Soul a minute away from now. They don't have to go for the Baron immediately. They can actually leave that up and just go for the Dragon Soul instead. As no, instead they're just gonna make a play here onto Palafox. Pops the Ghost. Hambach gets in with the stun as the rest of Dignitas are here. Teleport in as well. Hambach now needs the backup of the team, who will teleport in themselves. Flashes away from the crash down. Photon gets in with FBI right as the Huhi ejects XU. Photon not quite out of there. FBI could be in some trouble right now. Has the flash available. Weaver's wall, he's stunned up. He can't even get out of there. FBI goes down, just like Dignitas' chances. Double kill to Hambach. The Pantheon coming online. 7K gold lead with 3 kills donated over and a triple to the jungler. Sentinels won't even need this Baron to start the tier 2 turret siege.
No, they are making quick work of Dignitas this time.
Yeah.
This game is far out of Dignitas' reach. Not only is the Baron, but the Dragon Soul is about to come up in 2 seconds as well. So you can take the Baron, Baron-empowered recall, respec, send all of the money that you just got from killing Dignitas and taking the Baron, then go to Dragon Soul fight, and hopefully they can get there in time. We'll see with the Baron-empowered recalls. I don't think that Dignitas could rush the Dragon Soul while we're in this replay, but maybe they just... Okay, we get nice. We got a little picture-in-picture here we can check. Yeah, they're not going to full send it. Maybe they could get the crab vision or something.
So catching what happened here on the side, FBI teleports in and then gets headbutted back by Huhi towards the team. He had flash available, but that was just, you know, Huhi, again, having target selection. Now back to live, though. Dragon is on the table. It is the soul for Sentinels. Photon's trying to create some pressure here on the side with the help of Ignar. Poke Varus is going to have to land some big poke here, because in the all-in team fight, definitely with that lethality, Varus have already prepped some of that damage. One arrow will land. XU on the flank here as well. Huki spots him out. Now XU back over the wall into the pit. Ignar Hex flashes that wall. And now everyone's just front to back for Dignitas.
Look at Talia, though.
Minions are mid.
Talia's not front to back. She's taking mid lane right now, so Dignitas feel the pressure.
They have the numbers advantage, but FBI actually gets chunked out from Rahel over the wall there. Now the Weaver's wall. FBI is on the correct side this time around. Engage on the Dark Wings. Ignar can't quite land it, and he goes down. Rahel still getting the safety on the side. FBI will die, and another flick back for Dark Wings on a rampage as he will claim Palafox yet again. Rahel still surviving the fight, and Sentinels don't even need that dragon. They just walk up with their Baron-empowered cannon wave here in the mid lane, looking for even more kills. They'll find Photon. Darkwing's unstoppable. 5-1-7 for the young mid laner of Sentinels. They built a new roster around this kid and having a fantastic Game 2 here of Week 2.
And I gotta say, Hambach was locked in this game.
Yep.
That Pantheon was nasty. So many plays started up. So many plays also finished by him. Really impressed as well with Hambach. So Sentinels, with everything that they could possibly want, with their luxury of the entire map under their control.
We're running the stay tuned for an interview with Huhi if Sentinels wins. I've never seen that
I was
before.
just about to ask for another Huhi listening, because the comms listening we got before, he was so hyped.
Yeah.
Is he as hyped now when they're winning fights and they're 13K gold up, or is it like, yeah, we should win these? Because they're still fun-looking fights.
They are. They are. I think that's the best way to describe them, Kobe. We're having fun.
For the Sentinels side.
For Sentinels.
Yeah.
And Sentinels fans, I imagine, because they've very patient for their first win here. Week 1 did not go their way, but it's looking very solid here in week number 2. For an organization, they were Phoenix 1 originally when they were in the LCS. Then Sentinels takes over the brand, and now they're back in the LCS, but this is technically Sentinels' first time playing here, and this will be their first series win if they can close it out. Dignitas are going to have to try and defend up on the top side while Photon's pushing in this bottom wave. At least there's no more Baron push.
Yeah, look, Photon's recalling too, so he can't even get the tower goal. They don't even get the dopamine of an objective bounty exploding and hearing the noise and the gold cash in.
Yeah, you do it for the dopamine right there, but now he's on the other side of the Weaver's wall, the sole member here. Very tanky on the Cassante, so Sentinels cannot quite all in onto him. Instead, they're just starting to hit this turret. As Dignitas throw out the Chain of Corruption. FBI not going to land it. Impact side steps. And now no engage tool there for the AD carry. Sentinels just continue the siege.
Yeah. I mean, Huhi's Poppy had been really good too.
He's
had quite a good game on this Poppy. A lot of good ultis, a lot of good W.
Oh, FBI could be in some trouble right now as the knockup lands from Impact. He's flicked back from Darkwings. The setup, the knockdown, 80 carry out of there. Sentinels again executing onto the one target everybody communicated that time around. And now with a 4-man defense here onto Sentinels push, it's looking dire. Under the turret, they're just getting slaughtered. XU goes back in, but the carries are falling around him. Sentinels holding strong in week 2 as they look to pad the stats a little bit here at the end. Dignitas just cannot hold the line. Sentinels stand strong. Will they dive the fountain? That's the question on the mind. Sentinels looking for one more here onto the mid laner. Can they take down Palafox? They can. One more stands, one more to fall. Take him down for the ace. Claim the life of Photon. Welcome to the LCS. Sentinels win their first series.
2-0 over Dignitas. Sentinels, and the second game, very, very, very one-sided for them. 20-3.
Yeah, they had 2 deathless members on the team.
My player of the game is Hambach, but spam chat with who your player of the game is. You know, you listed a lot of good options there.
I gotta double up on Hambach. Game number 1, I gave it to Impact. This time around, I think Hambach does deserve it. Nod to Darkwings as well for following up, but Hambach set it up a lot. That's our thoughts. Let's throw it over to the lounge for theirs.
All right. Well, we already know who won player of the game because we know our votes.
We're tabulating the votes right now, actually.
I'm not happy about the result.
We're going to have Huhi joining us.
Raz and I are on one team, and that
we don't need to keep it secret.
Yeah,
like Emily and Raz voted Huhi.
We voted
I voted Hambach.
I thought they both played well.
Kobe and Kangas voted Hambach, and now Huhi's gonna.
Oh my God, we got a fan in there. Somehow the fan came through. That was Golden Glue. Someone is saying, alleging, but
the head coach, Golden Glue.
Yeah.
I want to ask Huhi about this because last week it didn't look like Sentinels was on the same page. This week it felt like the page was grouped for objectives, specifically Dragon. And that's where all of their positive plays happened across both games.
The entire game was based around Dragon.
Like if Drake was up, Hambach was already there.
He was ready.
Yeah.
He was ready.
In worst case scenario, he was on the Poppy to make it a positive numbered fight.
Yeah.
At all
great
times.
puns. Welcome.
Welcome, Huhi.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations on the win.
Congrats.
Oh, is this live right now? Yeah, absolutely.
You're good.
Hello. No cuts.
You thought we just ended the broadcast? So that was a stark difference in general from last week. Tell me the major differences, because you have your thoughts on that being dragon focused.
My guess was going blue, and like every review was like, here's how we fight dragon.
Yeah, for sure. I think in the beginning, we didn't have that much time to practice, and we have like, 4 Korean speakers and 1 Isaac who doesn't really understand Korean in game, and it was kind of natural that we kind of spoke in Korean in game. So I think it was just kind of confusing for everyone because we were never on the same page.
Yeah.
So like Jai is saying, like we just had to focus on the basics. We're like, okay, guys, we're gonna focus on dragon fight every game, and kind of improve our team synergy, take one step by step, and I think that's what we did.
Yeah, that kind of bouncing off that, because a lot of people when they saw the roster would be like, oh, is this similar to the TLCKL kind of thing where, Isaac Darkwings is the only one that's kind of out of comms. Is that going to be kind of the necessary situation with comms for your team?
Oh, no, I think we for sure feel bad for Isaac, but like I think in the beginning, like even for me and Hanbak, even though we both speak Korean, like right now we understand each other's play, but like a lot of time we're in a different page in game.
Yes.
So I think we're still on the state that we're trying to get to know each other, trying to like kind of synchronize together and kind of see the same way, because there's just so many different ways to play and to win League of Legends. So I think that's what we're focusing on, and then we'll try to speak more English, try to learn that way. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Overall, what do you think of Hanbak? Because I was joking earlier that if you and Hanbak get on the same page, you both have a tendency to just like go in. So if you know that follow-up is there, I feel like this team can have the potential to be like incredibly aggressive. Yeah. So what's it been like playing with him? Because I remember watching him in Challengers. He was absolutely insane. Watching him on Bro last year, he had a lot of really insane engages. So just what's that been like?
I mean, first of all, I just love him. Like, he's just such a funny guy, and I think he has what it takes to succeed in even like a broad region, like away from Korea. Like he knows how, he's really outgoing. He doesn't like get shut down. He always speaks his mind.
Nice.
And like you're saying, Emily, like his gameplay, in my opinion, is really aggressive. So I think for now we're kind of on the stage of like, trying to like see what's the limit, kind of learning each other's limit. And I have to be able to see his plays, because I came from DSG last year, and I will say like I was trying to go for more of a safe plays, try to like make sure that we can win the game in the end. But he's a really aggressive guy, and I love that from him. So for me too, it just takes a bit for me to kind of relearn those aggressiveness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Hanbak is the player of the game. I will say Raz and Emily both voted for you.
Yeah, it was very close.
But the casters and we broke the tie. But it was so much about dragon setups this whole time. Yeah. So hard to differentiate who was most successful in that. But it did seem like he was really disciplined all game about always being there on time, had really strong engages. And it's great to hear you have those positive things to say about Hanbak as well. Yeah. Do you agree? Do the fans agree with this? We had a fan vote as well.
The fans take some.
Hanbak,
okay. Yeah. Well, that's Kobe was saying it on cast, so he was incepting it into their minds as well. So
I like the Darkwings call out as well. You guys definitely look like a completely different unit, and it makes sense because you guys had a lot of late, especially Hanbak, show-ins from week 1, right? Yeah. Didn't really get to America on time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Hanbak deserving the MVP, but I definitely want to give a lot of props to Darkwings as well. I think he had an amazing like Orianna game, like with his Shockwave combo. And even this game on Talia, I felt like he was playing really proactive and playing really well. So yeah, I think our mid jungle deserves it.
Yeah, we have a quick question for you. We have apparently a B-roll. We're asking what happened here. This was, I think, post-game. Producers are telling me. I haven't seen the clip yet.
We don't know what this is.
Yeah, what is this?
Was this an accidental miss on Palafox?
He wasn't looking!
Miss on Palafox.
Okay, there we go.
Oh! Skipped right past him.
I mean, like, I was gonna fist bump him, but I felt like he didn't want to, so I just, it's just awkward to just stand there for a while. Yeah. So I just passed by him.
What the heck? I mean, to be fair, it looked like
they did the slow-mo and stuff too. That was really smooth, by the way. Like the one into the next, it never missed a beat. Yeah.
I mean, just going by the flow, like I was cool with fist bumping, but I got the vibe that he didn't want to, so I just passed by him.
All right, we have player of the games for today. So just so you know, as well, Huhi, we're currently done away with player of the series. Every game gets an individual player of the game. So here's what it is for today. Sven, APA for the first series, and then Rahel, Hambach. A couple of 2-0s today as you guys move to 1-1 in Swiss. C9 moves to 2-0, and also that means Lyon is going to be one of the possible opponents for next round for you in the 1-1. Yeah. APA with 3 player of the game so far.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
I think
start to the
he's
year.
stacking them at this point.
Helps to win 3. That number of
I was
games.
going to say, it helps to win.
That's
just
true.
Generally.
Also, I noticed some personal news from you online. So I wanted to call that out.
Oh, my wedding pictures.
Yeah,
those were sweet pictures, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm
Congratulations!
really
It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always for me awkward to kind of include my personal life with my career, but I'm just so grateful of my partner Angela. Now I call her wife. It's always like, it kind of takes time to, do it. But yeah, I mean, without her, I wouldn't be where I am. So I am just so grateful. And she's been so patient with me, because of my schedule. We don't know how to plan, especially with wedding stuff. You do have to do like early bookings and everything.
Yeah.
But she's dealing with me, so I'm so sorry, but I'm just so glad how well the picture turned out. Like they did some magic to me. Angela looks naturally that pretty, so yeah.
Brother, you look like a different person.
yeah, for sure.
No, congratulations. That's a double win for me today, and of course the life win. But honestly, let's take a end of day look at Swiss. I mean, the Swiss bracket was something that was very concerning. Of course, you guys were in 0-1, so we're seeing if it was going to be a 0-2 start for you guys. Not at all. So you guys, Jad had already mentioned, looking at Lyon. Any team that you're expecting to join you guys as well? Because now we got Fly versus DSG tomorrow and Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid.
So, wait, sorry, what was the
Who's going to be
joining tomorrow?
Because DSG versus FlyQuest, I expect FlyQuest to take the win. Maybe DSG is a possible opponent for you in the next round.
I do think DSG.
You already faced them.
Yeah, DSG can win. In my opinion. I thought they were pretty good, honestly. I was actually really impressed by them. I thought their rookies, even like Sahid. I don't know how exactly.
I know. I was messing that up the whole time too. Right? It's Sajed.
Yeah. Sajed,
I thought their ball lane was actually really good. Castle is always like. He was my old teammate, I think he's really good too. And they're new adding like Call Me as well. And yeah, I think DSG can definitely take Fly out, but I do also think Fly, their jungler Griffin is, I think, pretty up there as well in the jungle tier list right now. So I think that match will be actually pretty hype for me to watch too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Quick, you don't even need to give us reasons. Shopify TL, who wins?
I think Fly 2-1. Fly
2-1, and then Team Liquid Shopify for the next
Team
matchup.
Liquid Shopify. Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay. 2-1 as well, I think, in my opinion.
I think I agree.
2-1.
I agree.
I agree with that one.
I'll decide tomorrow. That's it for us, Huhi. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations once again on the win and the engagement photos. They're amazing.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Fly versus DSG. See you then.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to Angela. She's awesome.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's time for week number 2 here in our 2026 competition.
Don't scare them off. Yeah, they don't know where I am. They don't know where I am. Ping, you play front of you now. Alright. We're all flash. No zone. Coming. Go over the wall, cover the wall. Attack by. I want to feel this. Chill in 2 seconds, man. Chill in 2 seconds. Go Don't flash. Roll beyond. Kill. He's res. Yeah, okay. We got J2, guys. Play 5. Go mid after. You can end. Please, Blower, kill him. I gotta go. I'm from G.
Nice. Let's go. It's a Cloud9 2-0, and they're gonna love the way this week 2 looks.
우라도 플레이. 유나라도 플레이.
range.
남 가야 되니까. TP. Here, nice. Kill him more. Nice.
Woo, so good. The knockwave lands on the 3. Sentinels find the play. Woo, so good. Welcome to the LCS. Sentinels win their first series.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone.